I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you're about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic.
In a legend, there is a rock 100 miles high. And once every 1,000 years, a small bird visits that rock to sharpen its beak. And when the beak of that tiny bird has worn away that 100-mile-high rock to a pebble, then one day of eternity shall have passed. Seems to me I passed a lot of such days. Endless, fearful, terrible days without end. 9 long years of eternal days. Being afraid. Being 2 people. Being a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Panic Plan.
The heat has been with us for weeks now. Blistering, humid heat from a cloudless sky. No rain for weeks. None in sight. The city's reservoir is running dangerously low. Everybody's out of sorts. And I've just had a small shock phoning into Communist headquarters for instructions. I'm getting a woman on the wire. I put in a hurry-up phone call to the FBI and meet my contact in a small restaurant booth. Turns out he's as anxious to see me as I am to see him.
I'm puzzled, Matt. I'm glad you asked for this meeting.
And here I was going to lean on your strong shoulder. What's up?
Matt, I don't quite know. Have you phoned Communist headquarters today yet?
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh?
A woman got on the phone. Wanted to see me after lunch.
Well, it's been happening all over town, Matt. Seems as almost a special red offensive is in the wind. A lot of really top-quality, elite corps reds, so to speak, have taken over the town. New faces with old records.
Any ideas at all?
Unless it has to do with the local elections Tuesday.
I'll look into it the best I can.
Will you? We're a little worried. Keep in touch, Matt.
The FBI leaves the booth, and I look at the paper, like any insurance salesman, taking a breather and a bite. Continued hot and dry. Reservoirs at record low. New water restrictions pressed. It's serious. A big city slowly being wrung bone dry by the merciless drought. Everybody's worried. And then something delightfully cool and refreshing in a white gabardine suit stops at my booth, and I feel better at once, but not for long.
Would you mind terribly if I joined you?
What? No, not at all.
Oh, please don't stand up.
Here, let me move the table a little bit. There.
There we are. Thank you.
That's my last physical effort for the summer season. Whew, I'm dead.
Isn't it terrible? Oh, miss, may I have a menu and a glass of water, please?
People aren't going to like you.
Because I asked for water? Oh, well, they don't serve it during the drought unless you ask for it, and I'm thirsty. Aren't you?
Well, it's...
You implied that you were feeling the heat.
I know, but under the circumstances, I
Oh,
wouldn't...
miss.
Oh, please.
Will you make that 2 glasses of water here, please?
I wish I hadn't done that.
You will ask for water wherever you go, and you'll complain loudly when it's denied.
What?
You will also comment loudly in crowds that there is plenty of water and there is no need whatever for the proposed Snow River Aqueduct the city votes on Tuesday.
Oh.
Yes?
Now I recognize that voice. I thought you wanted to see me in your office and after lunch.
I often change my plans.
Do you often follow trusted party members, too?
Sometimes I meet interesting new people that way. Like the man you were talking to before I stepped over here.
Oh, he's a business contact of mine. I sell life insurance as a front, and it helps pay the bills, too. Check on that.
While I'm at it, perhaps I should check on the license of the car he drove away in, too.
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, down to business now. I'm Claire.
You probably know all about me.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Yeah. Well, here comes the waitress. What would you like for lunch, Claire? Beside water. She orders greasily, eats daintily, but well. I'm worried. I've got to get to a phone and tell the FBI that Claire, the comely comrade, has seen us together and has jotted down his license number, just for kicks. I manage to excuse myself and go to the bank of telephone booths near the kitchen. My man is in his office. I brief him on the latest developments. And now, he's right. I hang up and step out of the phone booth and almost bowl over Comrade Claire as I step out. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I had to make a call, too, but I'm through.
Well, I had this business call to make.
You've already explained that. I understand. Now, we'd better go.
Where?
To do our share of blanketing the city with anti-aqueduct sentiment and rumors. We all have our quota, the brass not excluded. Come now.
Coming, Mother. Restaurant after restaurant, lunch counter after lunch counter, ordering lightly but speaking loudly for water. Then going into our little red agitation propaganda routine. And through it all, I keep wondering if she's put wheels in motion to check on that FBI license. By evening, the heat and the anxiety and the pace have me limp and drawn. She's fresh as a daisy. I'm the one who yells taxi.
Tired, darling?
Oh, no. You're just looking at an unusually animated corpse.
Oh, it's not that bad.
No, but can we call it a day?
I'll tell you what. You'll feel wonderful after a long, refreshing shower and shave. Now, where do you want to have dinner?
Oh, no, please.
No, but this will be a charming place that I'll let you pick out, and we won't discuss business. Now, where do you want to be dropped?
On my head.
Come now.
I'll drop you. How's that? I dropped Comrade Claire at her hotel, changed taxis twice, and in that hot, humid twilight, walked like mad into the park where I've arranged to meet my FBI man. He's sitting on a bench reading a paper in the dying light. I sit next to him. He doesn't look up. I don't look at him as we both talk, hardly to each other.
I checked the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Huh?
They'll change the registration of the car to the insurance company name I gave them.
How fast?
That's the question. What have you been doing?
Propagandizing around town to kill the aqueduct bill.
Naturally. The commies know that this city would be crippled in an attack with our antiquated water system.
Claire says the town's blanketed with propaganda teams.
Hence the big influx of new commie faces.
Look, I can't stay, but keep on that license thing, please.
Now watch our teletype for word. Won't leave the office.
Thanks. I gotta go. Dinner with Claire.
Have a nice evening.
Charming.
You haven't told me how I look, Matt.
I don't know how you always manage that fresh out of a bandbox look.
You look fine.
Fresh out of a ringer. Picked a nice place for dinner, though.
We're not going to dinner.
And by golly, the taxi driver thinks we're going to dinner.
Oh, driver, change that to 19 Colonial Park East.
Not going to dinner?
I changed my mind only a minute ago.
But, Mother, you let me choose.
Oh, stop that, Matt. I began to think it's far more important for us to go to a little gathering Kimmy Bleecker is having tonight.
That'd be Kimball Bleecker, wouldn't it? Publishes the Sun graphic?
We ought to have a very serious chat with Kimmy.
Oh, is he on our side?
Well, let's say he's always taken a large personal and parental interest in me.
All right. We'll say that.
Also, he happens to be honestly against the proposed aqueduct, like so many perfectly responsible taxpayers in town.
beak.
At any rate, that's where we're going.
And we weren't going to discuss business tonight. 19 Colonial Park East is just the right plush background for a proletarian like Claire in her $185 dinner gown. She's made it clear that Kimball Bleecker, publisher, isn't a red, but he can be used, which is sometimes even better. He's a large, 50-ish sort of millionaire, and I see frequent evidences during the raucous evening of his large personal and parental interest in Claire. It's easy to see what Claire is aiming for. Along toward midnight, she stops dancing with Kimball and comes over to me.
Let's get out of this for a second. Kimball's study will be fine.
She leads me out of the stuffy, though air-conditioned room into a delightfully fresh air-conditioned room. I'm prepared to bet important money that Kimball Bleecker never read those books in his study.
It'll be cool and quiet in here.
It'll be cool and quiet in a foundry after that.
I've thought of a plan.
Involving our host out there?
Kimmy can be exceedingly helpful.
What's the plan?
First of all, you have to be chairman of the newly formed League for Civil Economy. You're a former expert on public relations, and you can name any big companies you can talk sensibly about that have employed you.
What's the scheme?
We're going to tell Kimball Bleecker that the water in number 3 reservoir is contaminated.
What?
At least it is widely rumored by the grapevine. And a number of people served by Reservoir 3 have become ill in recent days.
Claire, that's no good.
Even if we say that the proponents of the aqueduct contaminated the reservoir?
But it's such an improbable lie.
But it's such a big one. Everybody will think it must be so.
Will Kimball believe it?
Darling, he wants to believe it. In your capacity as chairman of the League, the story has come to you with increasing frequency lately.
Does he know you're a communist?
He loathes communists.
I've got to get out of this one. If that hulking, fatuous admirer of Claire's publishes that rumor, even if the rumor, the city could panic. And all at once, Claire has endowed me with all the authority Kimball needs to print a rumor he'd like to believe anyhow. This is one case where the good I can do by spying on the party is outweighed by the harm I can do to my own countrymen. I want none of this, but how to get out of it safely?
Yes? Oh, I'll take the call in here, Kimmy. Thank you, dear. Hello? Yes. Oh? I was told it was an insurance salesman's car. Thank you. Comrade Svedik.
Okay.
I have a suggestion. From now on, do exactly as you're ordered.
Naturally.
Exactly. From now on. It might be a very good idea.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
I don't know what report Claire has just gotten on the FBI car under suspicion. At least ought to prove my good faith. The rumor to that excuse for a journalist, Kimball Bleecker. And that's all he wants to know. He goes to the telephone to phone in the story for the early morning editions. I go back to my hotel feeling like a traitor. Too late to call the FBI and see what they know about changing that license plate registration. First thing in the morning, the phone wakes me. It's Claire down in the lobby.
Get decent, Matt. I'm coming straight up.
Too late to call the FBI again.
look terrible. Go in and get shaved. We have lots of work to do.
I'd like to have a little breakfast if I'm
We'll
going
have
out.
breakfast later. You have an office in a vacant store on Belly Street where the staff of the Citizens Committee for Civic Economy is already hard at work.
Already? Doing what?
Answering questions, cleverly spreading the rumor about the contaminated reservoir, distributing literature, and waiting for your leadership.
What about the Morning Sun graphic?
Editor Kimball Bleecker wants to know indignantly if there's any truth in the ugly rumor, thus spreading the rumor still further.
Great.
You don't sound as if it's so great.
Oh, it's dawn for me. I haven't had any breakfast.
Oh. Several impressionable hysterics in the 3rd Reservoir District have already keeled over from the contaminated water. Psychotic.
And the denials that will come never catch up with the accusation.
That's basic smear technique principle.
Why don't you run down and get some breakfast while I get shaved?
Oh, no. I'll just wait out here and make some phone calls.
It's no use. Beneath that schoolgirl simplicity is a will and a heart of carbon steel. I get no chance to call the FBI. All day, I sit in the Citizens Committee headquarters, answering questions, denouncing the aqueduct people, and helping the snowballing rumor that they've tampered with our precious water supply. Not until closing time, when Claire has a date with publisher Bleecker, do I get to a telephone. I make an appointment with my FBI contact, same place, in the park. We don't want another car license jotted down.
I don't know what Comrade Claire could have heard about the car registration. Whatever her sources are, we're still waiting for a teletype from the state capitol.
Well, I couldn't take a chance. I had to play the loyal commie to the hilt. And I feel rotten.
I must say your comrade friends are doing a handsome job on this ugly little operation.
My comrade friends are right there with pamphlets on how to boil the water or improvise crude equipment for distilling it. What have you done for your country?
They've got us in an awful spot, Matt.
That I know.
They're forcing us to run in water in tank trucks from outlying areas.
And how they've got us on a spot.
Dairy tank cars are going to run in water tonight. A fleet of brand-new aluminum gasoline trucks are all set to go.
I'll give out the comrades will know all about it.
Sure they know. They forced our hand in it. And notice their shrewd timing. Friday night. And we'll have to buck the heavy weekend traffic pouring out of the city.
Seldom have so few made so much grief for so many.
We've made our move. The commies are probably ready for theirs. Better get back to your hotel and wait.
Matt! Where have you been? I've been waiting down here in the lobby more than an hour.
Well, you had a date with Bleecker. You're dressed for it.
Emergency orders. Work.
Work? What kind?
Never mind. I'd had a rented car at the curb for an hour and one of our men waiting. Come on.
Where to?
Stonewall Jackson Turnpike. The man has his orders, too.
Stonewall Jackson Turnpike?
Hurry, it's late already.
Stonewall Jackson Turnpike, Mother.
Stop that.
Sorry.
A fleet of tank trucks is moving water into the city tonight.
That's good, isn't it?
Almost 100 of our cars, driven by party members, are on every highway leading into the city tonight. Some will break down simply to snarl traffic, but others are particularly assigned to run out of gas.
Uh-huh.
They will hail the new gasoline tankers, which we know to contain water. We will demonstrate that they contain water. The denials that the reservoir is contaminated will fall flat. The feeling against the pro-aqueduct people will run high, and the aqueduct bill will be defeated Tuesday.
And there'll be no aqueduct to strengthen the city against certain emergencies.
Good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Stop here, Comrade Davis.
You want him to stop at all this traffic?
Here, darling, is where we run out of gas.
It's all worked out with such wicked beauty, such fearful perfection and complete utility. The thin, silent comrade named Davis stops the car on the shoulder of the teeming highway, and he stays behind the wheel. I wonder why. Claire and I get out. I must say, she makes an appealing figure beside me.
We don't want passenger cars to stop, and we don't want to signal tankers that really contain gasoline.
I hope a state trooper doesn't stop us.
There, that's one of the new aluminum jobs. Now.
There, look out!
You crazy? Want to get killed?
I'm terribly sorry, driver.
Could have got killed.
She didn't realize the danger,
She
driver.
didn't realize. How could she not realize?
Please,
You want to die, a good-looking girl like you?
We ran out of gas, and it's miles to a gas
Well, there's
station.
nothing I can do for you, mister. I'm sorry.
Just a gallon of gasoline?
Hey, we're jamming up traffic.
Well, I'll pay for the gasoline, of course.
Yes, we'll pay you
Look,
well.
that's a metered valve on that tanker, mister. I can't monkey with that gasoline.
A measly gallon?
I monkey with metered fuel. It's worth my job. Hey, you! Hey, don't do that!
We looked toward the trailer of the huge eight-wheeler. At the valve, swinging a wrench, is Comrade Davis. And in his other hand, confident that the tanker contains only water, he holds a flickering automatic lighter.
Blow it out! Blow it out!
It happens in a twice-split second. The valve opens, the sparkling column of fluid gushes from the valve, a sheet of white flame. I'm on my back in the grass. Crowds murmuring around me, like a dream. And no stars in the middle sky. The sound of that awful blast still rolling around in my ears. I feel all right. What about Claire, the driver, Comrade Davis? Wait. That's thunder. And then a splatter of water on my forehead. Another. More. It's raining. Laugh. That laugh. 4 days later, I can see Claire at the hospital. She's not bad, but she'll always wonder what went wrong with the perfect plan for panic. I walk out into the corridor where the FBI man is waiting. It's safe enough now. The Red Brethren aren't sticking their necks out just to visit Comrade Claire.
How is she, Mac?
It's pretty good.
Miracle only Comrade Davis got killed.
Well, he asked for it. How does it look for the aqueduct bond issue today?
I think it'll win.
You think? Ought to be a shoo-in. Haven't the voters been told that the commies were against the aqueduct all the time? That they're the ones who started those false rumors?
No, Matt. And we're not going to tell them.
What?
That's just what the commies want us to do.
Well, that's ridiculous on the face of it.
It'll be 8 years before the aqueduct can be in operation, right?
Maybe 10, putting that big pipe underground.
The aqueduct is defense construction, right?
Definitely.
Suppose the Reds plan to attack this country someday. They'd be against certain defense construction, right?
Depending on when they plan to attack.
Or, putting it differently, they won't be ready to attack until after the aqueduct is finished. At least another 8 years.
That's another way of... Wait a minute. We can't tell the people that.
Why not?
Well, it'll lull us into thinking we're safe from attack for the next 8 years. It'll completely sabotage our defense effort.
And that is exactly what the Reds wanted.
So we'd reveal for them that they were afraid of the aqueduct's effect 8 years hence.
And lull us into that dangerous false security.
Now I'm scared.
Comrade Claire was bluffing about that license number, if that helps. What she should have done was check the Weather Bureau to see if it just might rain Friday night.
You did?
And took a chance and called off Operation Water Wagon at the last minute. The blessed rain, huh?
I leave the hospital and take the elevator to the street, unnerved a little, realizing the full skill and cunning of the enemy. This time, the object has been to trick us into lowering our guard for 8, perhaps fatal years. The street is swept clean by the rain. It's cool at last and brisk. The heat wave is broken. But nobody greets me familiarly to make the old, time-honored platitudes about the weather. They used to when they knew me. Now, I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. The worst tyranny of all is tyranny over the minds of man. Our greatest Americans have always fought that worst of oppressions. Panic, hysteria, surrender to rumor, or tyranny over your minds. Reject them. In tonight's story of such a tyranny, names and characters have been changed for obvious reasons. Next week, another exciting story stemming from the experiences of Matt Savetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Join us then, won't you?
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, stories of the men of yesterday who fought for freedom of the human mind, spirit, and body. With Clifton Utley as the narrator, here is Chapter 12, the story of Lafayette, Lamplighter of Liberty. We Came This Way. In the year 1757, there came into the world a boy, heir to the noble French name of Lafayette. Wealth, court favor were his from birth, for he was the Marquis de Lafayette. Revolution against the English king had begun in America, and by rights, this personable stripling, this nobleman, should have stood in fear of these revolutionary ideas. Instead, he raised his voice and his sword for the new concept of freedom. This boy had a vision.
The moment I heard of America, I loved her. The moment I knew she was fighting for freedom, I burned with a desire of bleeding for her. And the moment I shall be able to serve her, at any time or in any part of the world, will be the happiest one of my life.
Fine words, you say? Here was a young man prepared to back them up. Against the orders of the King of France, he obtained the promise of a commission of Major General in the American Army, and, leaving his family behind, sailed for America. Call it eagerness, call it the cowardice of youth, if you will, but he expected to be received with open arms by the American Congress in Philadelphia. But what happened? Well,
In the street, Mr. Secord?
I'm sorry, Marquis, but yes, in the street.
So be it. If the Congress wishes to meet me in the street.
Here comes Mr. Lovell now, one of our most distinguished members. Mr. Lovell, sir.
Ah, yes, Mr. Secord. And this would be?
Marie Joseph Paul Isroche Guibert de Metier, Marquis de Lafayette, sir. At your service.
I beg your pardon?
Marquis de Lafayette.
Oh, yes. Congress has considered your petition carefully, Marquis. It seems...
I shall consider myself most honored by this commission as Major General in the American Army,
The
sir.
Marquis has come all the way from France at his own expense, Mr. Lovell.
I know. But, gentlemen, have you any authority from Mr. Dean?
Only his promise, sir, which Congress received with my petition.
Yes. Well, to speak frankly, we authorized him to send us 4 French engineers. But instead, he has sent us some men who pretend to be engineers and some artillerists who have never even seen action. It seems that French officers have a great fancy to enter our service without being invited.
But, monsieur...
Congress has asked me to tell you, sir, that now we have experienced men and plenty of them. Good day, sir.
a less determined man, a prouder man, but evidently Lafayette's devotion was more than an empty boast, and so a letter to Congress.
After the sacrifices I have made, I have the right to insist upon two favors. One, to serve at my own cost, and two, to begin my service as a volunteer.
A marquis serving in the ranks? Americans admired nerve even then, and so they made him a major general, the highest rank in the American Army. A boy of 19. And they gave to General George Washington the thankless task of making use of the untried talents of this persistent youth. Lafayette first met Washington at a dinner given in the general's honor a short time later.
General Washington, may I present the Marquis de Lafayette, who, as you know, has lately been added to your command.
Marquis, I am honored.
It is I, sir, who am deeply indebted.
Come, Marquis. We have much to discuss. They have told me of the sacrifices you have made to come to the aid of our cause.
It is a cause which the whole world will someday support, sir.
Which gives me a view of the noble spirit behind your decision. Please to consider my quarters as your home while you're with us. My family as yours.
Thank you, sir.
But I must warn you that there's very little of French court life in the privations of a Republican army.
I consider the cause worthy of a little discomfort, sir.
We shall be embarrassed to be seen by an officer who's just come from the French troops.
General Washington, I have come to learn and not to teach.
Washington liked this boy, but what to do with him? A major general in command of a platoon. Things were not going well for the cause of liberty at this time. Lafayette was to know all too well what Washington meant by the privations of a Republican army. Lafayette's career became one long day of battle. At Brandywine, the American army found itself caught between two British divisions and was forced into a retreat that became a rout.
The wings on each side have given way, and they're putting all their fire upon us here at the center.
The more decent is stand and fire.
There are too many for us, sir. Leave our nets, I say. Leave our nets. Sir, you'll make a British target on that horse.
Rather that than give way now. Form the battle.
I'm with you, sir.
Here, down behind the wagon. Powder and ball. Send some shot this way. Follow me, monsieur. Tirez, fire! Don't shoot, monsieur. General Washington's regulars will come.
He's down.
General, you're hit. The leg only, Shima. Help me on my horse.
Oh, General.
Hurry, or they'll break again.
Yeah.
Up, pull the stirrup. Very quickly, Shima. Voila! The general's up!
Wounded in his first battle, Lafayette returned to the fight even before his wound was healed. Given charge of a scouting party at White Marsh, he led it with such success that Washington gave him command of a division. And while he fought, Lafayette enlisted, by means of letters, the aid of his friends in high places at the French court. On the 5th of May, 1778, Washington was to learn of the political power of his boy general. In the command hut of General Washington at Valley Forge, the older man called the younger to him to reveal his feelings.
Mon General?
My dear Marquis, have you heard the news?
News, sir?
Intelligence has reached me here from Congress that will put this land and its people forever in your debt.
Sir? What is it?
Our infant nation has made an alliance with your great King of France.
France? I knew it, sir. I knew that Frenchmen would waken and make this cause their own. The bon Dieu has had a hand in this.
The Marquis de Lafayette has had a hand in it, too. They speak of God's instruments.
Now Frenchmen will know the blessings of liberty, sir, as I have known them. They'll see with their own eyes, as I have seen, what this spark does to men's spirits. And perhaps one day they'll know this great privilege for their own. Liberty.
Liberty within the law, my dear Marquis.
Yes. Liberty within the law. That is a lesson it is good to learn, Mon General.
With France committed to the success of his Americans, Lafayette became a dynamo. In a visit to his native land, he helped make tangible the French promises, returned to America, and again took up the sword. Now the final chapter of Lafayette's American adventure was at hand. As part of the American Army, which gave battle and put to rout the British force under Cornwallis, Lafayette helped to force the British general into a trap at Yorktown. And the victory at Yorktown sent Lafayette back to France to become Chief of Staff of the combined armies of France and America. There he heard the glad tidings. England had given the colonies their independence. The Marquis dispatched a vessel, fittingly named the Tramp, to bring the news to the America he loved. He continued to work in the interest of America, helping Franklin, Adams, and Jay to borrow money from France. His exploits had won him tremendous popular acclaim, and, in spite of the revolutionary ideas, his own class could not resist him. Never did he allow an opportunity to pass to show the French nobility where he stood.
But, my dear Marquis, you like the present I have prepared for your General Washington, but you dislike the message that goes with it. Why?
Your Majesty, these are common words, common phrases for a man of the stature of Washington.
These are phrases chosen with the utmost care as suitable for some of the most powerful crowned heads in Europe.
They, madam, were only kings. Washington is the general of a free people.
Marquis de Lafayette.
Yes, sire?
I see you persist in wearing your American uniform. At least tell me now the meaning of the emblem on the belt.
That, sire, is the representation of a liberty tree, planted on a broken crown and scepter.
I see.
Coming events were casting their shadows. Europe was a continent that stood on the brink of revolution. And the center of the whirlpool, France. The light that they had seen flare up and become a steady flame in America began to glow fitfully before the opening eyes of the French commoner. One heard this cry in France, and it was led by Lafayette.
The notables! Rather call them the not able. This is no fit body to rule France. Convene the States General!
The States General. It had not existed in France for many years. A Congress of clergy, notables, and representatives of the people, the States General looked to Lafayette now like an entering wedge toward constitutional government. Elected as a deputy by the notables, he yet fought against them for representation of the people. The States General was convened. On July 11th, with the Assembly Palace surrounded by the soldiers of the King, Lafayette rose and presented a Declaration of Rights, the first proposed in Europe. This declaration, printed that night, spread like wildfire through Paris. And now the people themselves began to take a hand.
Listen to this, citizens! It says, for the people that love liberty, all they need is to know it. For them to obtain freedom, all they need is to deserve it.
The Assembly voted to stay in session day and night until action was taken. Chosen to preside over the deliberations, Lafayette slept in the hall. Rioting broke out in the streets. On July 14th, the mob attacked the great French symbol of oppression, the Bastille.
Let us in! Drop the drawbridge! The people of Paris demand entrance to the Bastille!
Delaunay, where is the governor of this rotten prison?
There he is! There's Delaunay on the top of the tower! People of Paris! People of Paris! I am governor of this prison. My duty to the king demands that I resist any unlawful entry. Your duty is to the people of Paris! With this drawbridge below me raised, you will never be able to enter here. And without some lawful order from the king himself, I shall never give permission to have it locked.
Here, Francois, here. Baron Blanchard should have those chains on the bridge cut in a moment.
Myself, I'll drag that dog of a Delaunay down from his tower.
When the drawbridge falls, I'll drag the tower down brick by brick. My father died in this stinking hole.
Be careful of the guards within. They'll fire.
Return to your homes. I have ordered the guards not to fire unless attacked. There's nothing to be gained by your threats.
Bridge has fallen. Kill Delaunay! Show him he can't resist the will of the people!
There, the Swiss guards are firing. Delaunay has broken his word. Fire! Kill them! Hey, come on! Open the door and tell. Free the prisoners! Shall we let this rotten prison stand? Shall we let the tyrants put Frenchmen in here to be tortured and murdered again? Tear it down! Tear it down! Down with the Bastille!
A messenger was dispatched from the mob to the States General.
Monsieur le Marquis! Monsieur le Marquis!
Here, monsieur.
Bastille has fallen. The people are pulling it down with their bare hands.
Please, monsieur, please. Let us hear this news.
No more will the innocents of France be left to rot in this prison of torture.
Monsieur, the will of the people who have elected us makes itself felt for us to follow.
Here, Monsieur le Marquis. The people of Paris wish you to have this.
What is this, monsieur?
The key to the Bastille.
The key. Washington shall have it. I shall send it to him myself to show him that France is beginning to live the lessons learned from America.
We can send him the head of Delaunay as well to show him that France will let nothing...
Silence! Murder is not the way to win our ends. Delaunay will be brought to trial.
This trial now, my dear Marquis, can only be in a hot hereafter. On top of a tall pike for all Paris to see, his head rests this very moment.
What?
Delaunay has been executed for his crime.
Delaunay has been murdered for doing his duty to his king. Where were the French guards?
They fought beside the people. Is it murder to execute a man?
This is not the thing we are fighting for. It is the thing we are fighting against.
No, it is the will of the people.
Lafayette is right. It's murder.
It's justice. Is this the justice we are convened here to ensure for all Frenchmen? Is this the right of fair trial we want guaranteed in our Constitution to even the basest criminal?
No.
How can we ask for ourselves the justice we will not give to others? Frenchmen, this course can only lead to disaster.
Mob rule was rising, and Lafayette fought against it with every ounce of his strength. But events rapidly got beyond him. At 3 o'clock one October morning in 1789, Lafayette went to sleep exhausted after the adjournment for the night of the National Assembly. In the chateau near the Palace of Versailles, he was rudely awakened by startling news. A mob had attacked the king and queen in the palace. Lafayette went at once.
Kill them, I say. Kill every one of them. The king guard opposes the will of the people. Cut off the head.
Oh, stand back.
It's Lafayette. Leave the Marquis, Lafayette.
Monsieur the Marquis, we're showing the king's guard they cannot oppose the will of the people. We'll give you a head for yourself in a moment.
Leave them alone, I say. Stand back. I've pledged my sacred word to the king that no harm shall come to them.
Your sacred word, the word of a nobleman.
Ah, kill him. Arrest that man.
The Marquis opposes the will of the people. He'd tell us what to do and what we cannot do.
He preaches liberty, but does he practice it? This is not the will of the people. This is the will of the mob. There can be no liberty for any of us unless it is liberty within the law.
We are the law.
Have you all agreed that you represent the whole of France? Have you made the law that men shall be killed at the whim of a few?
The Marquis is right.
He's right. This is no law, even of our own making.
Let them go. Let them go.
Arrest that man. Arrest him.
Monsieur le Marquis, the grenadiers are formed. A word from you and we'll fire.
No, Huss, do nothing.
Nothing. But this rabble, they've attacked the king himself.
They are rabble no longer, Huss. They are people of France. Let them stay here. Keep them in order, but use no force. If you need me, I shall be in the king's apartment. He must show himself to them.
It is the Marquis de Lafayette. Let him through. Let him through.
Where is the king?
He and the Queen with the Dauphin are in his apartment, closely surrounded by his guards.
You of the National Guard have served well this night. If your king had been murdered...
We have sworn to defend his majesty with our lives
Let the Marquis through.
My dear Marquis, is this the lot of your king to die at the hands of a howling, bloodthirsty mob?
I'm sure that is not their wish, sire.
They would have murdered us in our beds.
Were it not for your National Guards, we would have been corpses now. And my child here with us.
I'm sorry, sire. And madam.
I order you to have the National Guard drive them out. Arrest the leaders and hang them for treason.
No, sire.
You refuse?
Yes, sire. The National Guard has saved your lives tonight. But it is you who must save your throne.
My throne?
Sire, these people are torn between their love for you and their concern at your lack of interest in their cause.
But...
Show yourself to them, and they'll be satisfied they are mistaken. Step out on this balcony.
Monsieur le Marquis would see us murdered.
Trust me, madam. Open the doors to the balcony. Sire, now send 4 members of your guard onto the balcony.
You have heard the Marquis. Go.
Yes, sire.
My dear Marquis, you profess to understand this rabble better than I do. But if my men should die because of it cannot be.
Madam, will you step out with me? You're being called by your people.
The Dauphin. Shall I bring the Dauphin?
Hold him in your arms as you are. Here now. Courage.
They hate me. All of them. But I know my place. Marquis, one fellow down there is pointing a gun at me.
Stay. He'll not fire, I guarantee it. Let me kiss your hand.
Chivalry at a moment when...
Fire! They call!
Marquis, what have you done to them? They came to kill and stay to pay their respect. What is this talk of Paris?
They want you near them, sire. Speak to them. But raise your hand and they'll listen.
A few moments ago, they would have... People of France, the voice of all of you, I hear raised in the voices of you few below me here. You asked me to come to Paris. The Queen, the Dauphin, and I will come. I trust myself and my most precious possessions to the love of my dear and faithful subjects. Marquis, you have saved our lives.
Sire, you have saved your throne. I have only saved your lives to try and save France.
But all of Lafayette's personal power could not stave off the end for long, nor the anarchy that followed. Lafayette was forced to flee for his life when the Jacobins came into power, preaching death for all nobility. Captured by the Austrians as he fled toward America, Lafayette languished for 5 long years in prison while all of Europe burst into flames. His release secured by Napoleon, Lafayette remained out of politics. Now the Bourbons regained the throne, and Lafayette planned with other freedom-minded Frenchmen to overthrow the despotic king. The plan was discovered, the leaders hanged, and Lafayette's part in the affair revealed, but he was never brought to trial. The power of this man's integrity, the knowledge that he had fundamental right on his side, saved him even from those who took the opposite view. Time went on, and at the age of 67, he found himself with the leisure to visit America again. Congress sent him a formal invitation, and the old freedom fighter stepped off the boat at New York's Battery to the acclaim of 30,000 people. He was welcomed by the mayor of the city of New York.
In the name of the municipal authorities of this city, I come to offer you sincere congratulations at the moment when you arrive in a country which regards you as one of the most honorable and most beloved founders of its liberty and its happiness.
From New York, a trip by coach up and down the eastern seaboard.
Hold on there, Charlie. Hold on there, boy. Well, behave there. You are going to carry the greatest man in the world. Get it, Bob. Hey, toll gate ahead. Oh, Charlie, hold it.
Go ahead. The road's free. General Lafayette travels today, and no man shall pay toll.
Everywhere, the grand old man was acclaimed. Banquets, gifts, expressions of appreciation along the whole 600-mile route. At Mount Vernon, Lafayette spent a few quiet moments at the tomb of his great General Washington. And then, before Congress assembled, the Marquis de Lafayette made his speech in reply to the welcome by Henry Clay. With tears in his eyes, he spoke.
The approbation bestowed by the American people and their representatives upon my conduct during the vicissitudes of the European Revolution is the greatest recompense that I could receive. In truth, I can stand firm and erect when in their name, Mr. President, you solemnly declare that on every occasion I have remained faithful to those principles of liberty, equality, and of true social order to which I consecrated my youth, and which till my death will be for me a sacred duty.
We came this way, Americans. We came the way of freedom for the body, mind, and spirit of man, and achieved the final goal because of the strength and vision of men like Lafayette. Though he failed to build in Europe the free world he had helped to found in America, he laid there the foundations of that world for those who came after. A larger share of greatness is his due, because the thing he sought for others was not something he had need of himself. Right was right for itself alone, more truly than for many others who have labored on the world of liberty. We Americans can pattern our actions after Lafayette toward freedoms not yet won, and looking back at the life he lived, say truly, we came that way.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 12 of the new historical series, We Came This Way, episodes on the high road to human freedom. We feel that you will enhance your pleasure and profit from this series if you make use of the special handbook which we have prepared to accompany it. You can obtain the handbook by sending 25 cents in cash to cover cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Tonight's script was written by Hugh Chain and directed by Mr. Homer Heck. The original music is composed by Dr. Roy Shield, and the orchestra was directed by Mr. Joseph Galicchio. The members of the cast were Mr. Clifton Utley as narrator, Mr. William Everett as Lafayette, and Mr. Fred Sullivan as George Washington. Others in the cast were Miss Nanette Sargent, Mr. Wilms Herbert, Mr. Charles Eggleston, Mr. Haskell Coffin, Mr. Sid Elstrom, Mr. Gilbert Ferguson, Mr. Paul Hughes, and Mr. Armand Hunter. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On Monday nights, after our curtain falls and our stars are going home, the staff usually hangs around for a while to cut up the show, pick out all the flaws, and see where we made our mistakes. One Monday night a few weeks ago, I accused the boys of having failed to startle me with anything lately. They were all ready for me. They said, let's put Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the movies. That was a startler. It happened that our two stars had just finished their picture, Babes on Broadway at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. So here's Mickey, here's Judy, and here's Merton of the movies. And I suppose here's an audience that's wondering what's going to come out of it all. Well, move over, brother, and make room for us. Nobody knows when youngsters as lively as these two are concerned. But most of you will remember that Merton of the movies was a triple hit as a novel, a play, and a motion picture. It's the amazing story of what happened to one movie-struck young man who exchanged the comparative calm of a general store in the Middle West to the incomparable hurly-burly of Hollywood. In Hollywood, the story of obscurity one day and fame the next is an old, old story. It's just as much to be expected as the sight of dancing girls, pirates, or Eskimos on a studio street, or, of course, Lux toilet soap in a star's dressing room. But to be a real success, you can't be famous just in Hollywood. It's the rest of the country that really gives the star rating both to an actor and to a product. Naturally, we value what Hollywood says about our product, but we think just as much of the opinion of the housewife in Seattle, the stenographer in Philadelphia, the school teacher in Dallas, and the salesgirl in Des Moines. Lux toilet soap has made a hit, not just in Hollywood and New York, but in all the big and little towns in between. Now, I'd like to have you meet Merton of the movies. Merton is played by Mickey Rooney and Phyllis by Judy Garland. Here's the curtain for the first act.
You swine! You dog! Force your attentions on Miss Breathwaite, will you? Well, take that! And that! And that!
Don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. The blood-curdling battle which just took place was fought by a young grocery clerk named Merton Gill and a clothing store dummy, with the dummy coming off second best. Merton often engages in these bouts, usually in the back room of the Simsbury General Store. There, on the store's time, Merton indulges in his favorite fancy, pretending that he's a motion picture star. Yes, Merton is definitely movie-struck. Now, in the storeroom, he stands over his fallen foe, the dummy.
Well, have you had enough? Ha, 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 ha. I thought so. Now, get on your feet and don't ever show your face around here again. Go on, get. Well, Miss Breathwaite, I guess we've seen the last of Smiling Jack for a while. And now, Miss Breathwaite, ma'am.
Merton!
If you all could see your way clear to marrying up with me, why, I would...
Merton!
Oh, yes, Mr. Gashwater.
How many times do I have to call you? What are you doing back here in the storeroom?
Why, nothing, Mr. Gashwater. I was just...
Did you stack up those cans that came in this morning like I told you?
No, sir, not yet.
Get a move on.
Yes, sir.
Say, what's that dummy doing on the floor?
That. I'll pick it up right now, Mr. Gashwater.
How did it get there in the first place?
Well, I was just... You see,
Never mind. Get after those cans. Then I got a few deliveries for you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say, Merton.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question. Was that you down in the meadow this morning?
In the meadow? Why, yes, sir.
With the horse again?
Yes, sir. I was just hitching her up.
Now, listen, Merton. That old mare ain't been hitched up since we got the delivery truck. What were you doing down there?
Well, I just wanted to see if she was still all right.
At 6 o'clock in the morning? Merton, I don't know as I understand you lately. You've been acting mighty queer.
I'm just the same.
No, you ain't. And I know what it is, too. It's them moving pictures. If you'd stay away from that By Joe Theater and pay a little more attention to your work around here, you'd be a lot better off.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what you said the last time. You get a move on and start looking for another job. Now set up those cans and make those deliveries.
But why not, Merton? Why can't you come tonight? All the old gang will be there.
Look, Elmer, I got to make this delivery. Excuse me, will you?
But you never come around anymore. Gee, I should think you'd want some relaxation or something.
Well, I'll put it to you frankly, Elmer. I ain't got time to run around with the crowd. I've got other interests.
What other interests?
Well, I have them, that's all.
Hey, you're not in love with some girl, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. I got no time for women.
Okay. Don't get sore.
Look, Elmer, I guess I have been acting sort of funny.
I'll say.
Do you think that I'm Flappy or something, huh?
No? No, I don't. No matter what people say.
What do you mean? What do they say?
Oh, about things you do. Look, you can trust me, Merton. Tell me, were you in the pasture this morning talking to a horse?
What horse?
Gashwiler's horse. Charlie Harper said he saw you with your arms around her neck.
What would I be talking to a horse for?
Of course, I can understand. I mean, if you were lonesome or something.
Could I... So long, Elmer. See you around. Got to make this delivery and get back to the store.
Then you won't come around tonight?
I can't. I'm busy.
Okay. Be seeing you.
Hello, Merton.
Well, hello, Tess. Grocery.
Bring them in, Merton. Look, Mert, it came for you.
What, this?
Lesson number 6 from the Hofburg School of Acting.
Oh, let's see. Oh, gee, thanks, Tess.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Merton. You're taking lessons like this through the mail. It shows real ambition.
It's wonderful of you to let him mail them here. If Mr. Gashwiler saw me getting this stuff, he'd fire me. Hey, look at this. The facial expressions. Anger. Love. Horror. Etc. Oh, I'll work on this tonight.
Oh, here's something else. Mr. Harris, the photographer, asked me to give them to you.
Oh, yes. You know what they are?
Well, they're pictures, aren't they?
Yes, stills of me in different characters. You want to see them?
Oh, I'd love to, Merton.
There you are. That's me in a Western outfit, taken down in the meadow with a horse.
Oh, that's good. Like Gene Autry.
Mm-hmm. A little.
Well, it's almost the same costume. But the horse is sort of, well,
what do you expect from Gashwiler's mare? Here, look at this one.
Oh, Merton, you look wonderful in evening clothes.
That's society man type. But here's the one I like best of all. Here, now, look, who is it?
Why, it's you.
Sure, it's me, but I mean, who does it look like?
Oh, well, let me see now. Don't tell me.
Don't you get it yet? Of course, it's not a perfect resemblance or anything like that, but it's...
Wait, I've got it.
Who?
Charles Boyer.
Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't thinking of Boyer. I meant that... Do you really think so?
Sure I do. Of course, it isn't perfect, but look, just put your finger over the eyes and nose and kind of look at it sideways. See?
Boyer. Huh, maybe so.
Of course, he's a lot bigger.
Boyer, he's a swell actor.
Pepe Le Moco, the king of the Gaspar, they call me. The most dangerous jewel thief in all the world.
Oh, Merton.
You are afraid of me? Now, don't be afraid of me, my chérie. Look at me. Kiss me.
Oh, Merton, that's wonderful.
Huh? Oh, it's just a little thing I've been working on down at the store, that's all.
Is that Merton, dear?
Yes, Mother.
Well, tell him Mr. Gaswiler just called. He wants to know what's holding up the rest of the delivery.
All right.
You better go.
Are you going to the Bijou tonight?
No, I can't. I got to rehearse a couple of scenes I got in mind.
Harvey Corliss is there in a Western. He's got a swell interview in Camerlan this week. I was just reading it. Look.
Let me see.
I like this part here. See?
Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal is the key to success.
No, below that, about his wife.
His wife? Oh, yeah, down here. She not only is my best pal, but also my severest critic.
Isn't that a wonderful tribute?
Yeah. Success hasn't gone to his head. And it won't go to mine either. Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal. Oh, Tess, that's wonderful.
Murder! What about the delivery?
Yes, ma'am. I was just leaving. You swine! You cur! Take that! And that! And that! Now, Miss Braithwaite, ma'am.
What do you think you're doing in here?
Oh, no, Mr. Gashwiler.
Merton, I've stood enough of this. Who are you talking to?
Why, nobody.
That's what I thought. Every time I come back, see those dummies all over the floor.
Look, Mr. Gashwiler, I'm not doing any harm.
How do I know what you're doing? I declare, Merton, if your folks were still alive, you'd certainly be a trial to them.
I'm just studying, that's all.
Studying what?
Well, I may as well tell you. I'm studying acting.
Acting?
Yes, sir. From the Hofburg School of Acting.
I see. But let me tell you this, young man. I don't want any more studying while you're working for me.
You don't mean that, do you, Mr. Gashwiler?
I certainly do.
All right, then. I'll leave.
You what?
I'll leave. I'm going out to Hollywood.
To Hollywood?
Yes, sir.
To be an actor?
Yes, sir, and I'll succeed, too.
Tain't likely. A boy from Simsbury.
Lincoln walked 4 miles for a book.
Yes, but you ain't studying for president. All right, Merton, if that's what you want to do, then I'll just go ahead and get somebody else. Do you got much money?
$270.
Well, I hope you make a big success of it, Merton. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Gashweiler. I'm sorry about those dummies.
That's all right. You didn't hurt them none. I can't make you out, Merton. You're a nice boy, one of the nicest I ever knew. But I guess you're just crazy.
Well, goodbye, Miss Breathwaite, ma'am. Someday we shall meet again. Oh, good evening, young lady. What's that? You asked me to tell the readers of your magazine to what I owe my success? Hard work, young lady. Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal. Perhaps I owe most, however, to my wife. She is more than a wife. She is my best pal. And I may say, my severest critic. Across the plains to the blue Pacific, riding west. Hi-ho, silver, giddy up, boy, get after him, boy. 30 miles and I get up. Boy, get up.
Shall I make up your first announcer? Or is you fixing to go the rest of the way by horseback?
Huh? Oh.
I'm sorry, folks. No casting today.
Try again tomorrow. No casting today.
No casting, sorry.
Will you leave your name, please?
Leave your name. Just leave your name, please. No casting today.
Leave your name.
No casting.
No casting.
No casting.
Leave your name.
Now, I'm sorry, folks, but there's no use waiting around. We're not using anybody for Friday. We might as well all go home. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mack, can I talk to you just a minute?
Hey, you back again?
All I want is a chance. I can do almost anything you want.
You heard what I said. We're not using any extras till Friday.
But I don't want to be an extra. I can act.
Yeah,
I can do...
I know. Man, there's 10,000 other guys who can act, too. Say, if we let everybody act who wanted to act, there wouldn't be anybody left for an audience. Now, see me Friday.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Phyllis.
Anything new on that bit?
Oh, we're just going to check. You want to sit around?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, how's it going?
Fair. I could have had a job at Big Art this morning, but I turned it down.
Getting fussy, huh?
Nope. It was Arab stuff, and I've been bit by my last camel.
Hey, Jeff Baird was looking for a girl with a voice to dub a couple of numbers. Would you be interested?
Am I interested in eating? Certainly.
Well, I'll see if he's over on the set. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks, Mac.
Well,
Hello.
are you in pictures?
Yes, sometimes.
Gee, that must be swell.
Oh, why?
Well, I mean, being an actor. Have you been in pictures long?
Well, I was 6 years old when I played my first part.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you get it?
They were looking for a kid with 2 front teeth missing. I was it.
Oh, comedy, huh?
What's the matter with comedy?
Well, I don't care for it myself. I think it's, making people laugh at you. It's degrading to a great art.
What art?
Motion pictures.
Oh, motion pictures. You're pretty new, aren't you?
Yeah, I've only been in town about 3 weeks.
Have you worked yet?
No, not yet. I can't get anybody to look at these pictures. I got some stills here, different costumes and all. Would you like to see them?
Yeah.
This one is me and a horse, Western stuff.
Uh-huh.
And this one, I like this one the best. You notice anything about it?
About what?
The picture, you notice anything? I mean, doesn't it look like somebody?
Huh?
Well, here, just put your finger over the eyes and nose and there, look at it sideways. Now, well,
it helps.
Never mind. I guess it's not as good as I thought it was. What's your name?
Phyllis Wayne. What's yours?
Clifford Armitage.
What did you say?
Clifford Armitage.
What I thought you said.
Of course, that's just my stage name.
Oh.
I figured it looked better in lights than Merton Gill.
In lights. You're going to be a big success, aren't you?
I hope so.
Have you got any idea what you're up against?
Oh, it's going to be a struggle for a while. I know that.
Yeah. Jobs are few and far between these days. Take the case of my pop. He's an old-timer in this business. Last month he got a job in a Mountaineer picture, but they wouldn't stand for the crepe hair, so he had to go and raise a garden.
A garden?
A beard.
Oh, a beard, a garden, yeah. Sure.
He spent 4 whole weeks raising it, and what happens? He gets a half-day's work, and a revenuer shoots him dead, so he's out. He spends 2 more weeks trying to rent the garden. Nobody will have it, so he shaves it off. He still's got the lather on his face when he gets a call. They want a beard. Well, that's just an idea of how tough it is sometimes.
I don't see what that's got to do with me. I couldn't raise a beard anyhow.
Well, you win, brother.
Oh, Miss Bodie, call up Central Cafe.
Yes, sir.
38 men and women, evening clothes, 8 tomorrow morning, stage 3.
Yes,
sir. Mr. Mack, is that call for a lot of people?
Still here?
Yes, sir. I just heard you say that you needed...
Do you want to work tomorrow?
Do I?
Sure. You got evening clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 8 o'clock.
Gee, thanks. Do you hear that, Miss Wayne? I'm working tomorrow. Say, Mr. Mac, should I have my breakfast before I come?
Well, it might be a good idea.
Okay, let's see. It's about 11 a.m. now. That's not long, is it?
Well, no time at all.
Oh, I mean, if I go to bed early, why, that'll make the time pass a lot more quickly.
Is he kidding? Listen, this is no starring part. It's $7.50.
Oh, that's all right. Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal is the key to success. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mac.
That kid frightens me. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland will bring us Act 2 of Merton of the Movies. Well, here's our young friend Sally, looking sprightlier than ever. Sally, what brings that gladsome sparkle to your eye?
Maybe it's the compliment I got today, Mr. Ruick, that makes me feel so good.
May I ask what he said?
Certainly. It wasn't he, though. It was she. You know, Mr. Ruick, when you get a compliment from the younger generation, that's news.
Oh, come, Sally. What do you mean by the younger generation?
Well, I mean my little cousin, Susie. She's 13 and critical, especially when it comes to members of her own family. Well, after I put my hat on to go out this afternoon, I gave my face that final dash of powder, you know, that women always do. Well, Susie was watching me, and when I finished, she said, "You didn't really need to do that, Cousin Sally. Your skin looked just as beautiful before."
Very nice, Sally. No wonder you felt good. Well, I hope you didn't lose that golden opportunity to impress on your young relative what complexion care you use.
Oh, she knows all about Lux Toilet Soap, Mr. Ruick, and how important it is to give your skin daily active lather care. She knows the screen stars always use Lux Soap, too.
She's right about that, Sally. Now, suppose you tell us just why 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use Lux Soap.
Well, that's easy. It's because Lux Soap has active lather that removes every trace of dust and dirt and stale cosmetics. And because Lux Soap is as pure and mild as a soap can be. That creamy, rich lather gives skin the gentle, cherishing care that it needs.
Right, Sally. The owners of some of the world's loveliest complexions prove that by saying they wouldn't think of neglecting their daily active lather facials.
Yes, and it's so easy to take a Lux Beauty facial. You just pat the smooth lather lightly in, rinse with warm water and a dash of cool, and then pat your face dry with a soft towel. Simple, but it works.
You bet it does, Sally. Lovely ladies everywhere find gentle Lux Soap care just right for their priceless complexions. If you haven't tried it, why not begin tomorrow? Take these Lux Soap facials every day for 30 days. You'll be delighted with the flower-fresh look they give your skin. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Merton of the Movies, starring Mickey Rooney as Merton and Judy Garland as Phyllis. Hard work and the constant striving for an ideal. With this motto before him, Merton is struggling along the road to success. But he's discovered that the most difficult part of the motto is finding some hard work. His pocketbook's very thin now, for he's worked just 1 day in 7 weeks. At last comes another call for extras, and Merton is on the set, wild-eyed and eager.
About 5 minutes, Mr. Weller. All right, shake it up. No, for the love of...
Excuse me, Mr. Weller.
Look, kid, don't stand behind me, please. Every time I turn around, you step all over my feet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weller. I'm just trying to learn, you know.
Well, learn to keep out of the way, will you?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
Where's the guy who's going to do this bit?
I just called his house, Mr. Weller. I think he's on his way.
You think he is? What am I running here, a guessing game? Call the office and find out if he's waiting over there.
Okay, Mr. Weller.
Hiya, Trooper.
Oh, hello, Miss Wayne. I didn't know you were on this picture.
4 days. That's practically a career for me. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
Been working?
Well, no, but I've been making a lot of good contacts.
Oh, sure.
I had a chance for a part, but I turned it down.
Why?
Well, it was just one of those comedy things. They wanted me to do a fall out of a canoe, come up all wet with a fish in my mouth. I told them what I thought of it, and I walked out.
Why didn't you take it? At least you could have eaten the fish.
Oh, I'm getting along.
You know, maybe you're making a mistake. You've got a swell face, but...
For what?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hi, fellas. Did you see bad yesterday?
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. It looks like it's all set. 3 weeks, maybe more.
Nice work, kid.
You got another part?
Lucky me. Looks like a good one for a change. 2 songs all my own.
Oh, gee, that's great.
Charlie, what goes?
Nothing yet, Mr. Weller. I just can't locate the guy.
All right, then. I'll shoot it without him. Any one of these kids know anything about acting?
Hey, that's me, Mr. Weller. Mr. Weller, do you want an actor?
Can you read a line?
Yes, sir, I can read anything.
Now, let me look at you. You're a little small for this.
Well, gee, there are a lot of small guys in the world. Couldn't your fella in the picture be a small guy? Please, Mr. Weller, give me a chance, will you?
All right, but don't try to make a scene out of this.
Oh, no.
It's one speech, and I want to do it in one take.
Oh, yes, sir, you can depend on me.
Joe, all set?
All set, Mr. Weller.
Now, here's the gag.
Okay.
You walk down to this table here, you lean over, and you put your hand on Fred's shoulder.
Yeah.
And you say, "It's all right, Fred. The whole school's behind you, and we're going to stick with you to the finish." You got it?
I'll walk down and put. Yes, sir. It's all right, Fred. The whole school's behind you. We're going to stick with you to the finish.
Slower, slower.
Yes, sir.
All right. Roll 'em.
Roll 'em. Quiet.
Right over there.
Yes, sir.
Watch my hand for the go-ahead.
Rolling. 88, B6.
Now, go on.
It's all right, Fred. The whole school's behind you, and we're going to...
Hold it! Hold it! What's the matter with you, kid?
I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, Mr. Weller.
You don't have to yell that line. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's try it again. Roll 'em, Joe.
Roll 'em. Quiet.
Watch out for that chair.
Yes, sir.
You almost knocked it over that time.
Yeah, well, watch out for the chair.
Keep over a little to the left.
A little more to the left.
Rolling. 88, B7.
Go ahead.
It's all right, Fred. The whole school's behind you, and we're going to stick with you until...
Stop! I told you to watch out for that chair.
Well, I thought if I put an adjuster right there, Mr. Weller...
Who asked for a gesture? Just say the line. That's all I asked. Say the line.
Yes, sir.
Now, come on. Come on. Pull yourself together. Let's get working in here. Roll 'em, Joe.
Roll 'em. Quiet.
Naturally now. Just as if you were talking to your friend. Quietly and naturally.
Quietly, naturally. Yes, sir.
Rolling. 88, B8.
Let's have it now.
It's all right, Fred. The whole school's behind you, and we're going to stick you with this thing to the finish.
Well, not stick you with it. Stick with you.
I'm sorry. I was...
How long have you been in this business?
Well, this is my first part.
Yeah, I thought so. All right, everybody, we'll skip this for now. Break for lunch, 1 hour.
Mr. Weller, I'm sure I can do it. I'm just a little nervous, and
Now, look,
I'm sure if
kid,
you gave
see
me
the
one...
cashier. Charlie will give you a slip, and we'll pay you for the bit.
But I didn't do it.
That's all right. It was my fault. You're just not right for this part. Charlie, will you please get hold of that guy?
Well, I'm still trying, Mr. Weller.
I want him here at 1:30.
Okay, Mr. Weller.
Don't worry about it, Trooper. This doesn't mean anything.
Huh? Oh.
I take lots of wallops like that every time I do a part. You're not going to let it get you down, are you?
I'm not down.
Of course you're not.
Didn't know what he meant, that's all.
Oh, he doesn't know himself.
When a person's making their first appearance and all, why,
Sure. Why, the first time they aimed a camera at me, I thought there was bullets in it.
But still, it was my chance. I had to go. I wish he'd let me done it again. I could have done it the next time, honest.
I know. You could have. The only thing is, it's a long time between chances.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wait for months. How are you fixed? For money, I mean.
Oh, I'm okay.
I could let you have
Oh,
some.
no.
Well, just a loan. You could pay it back.
No, thanks, but I don't need it. I'm okay.
All right. Want a sandwich?
No, I'm not hungry.
You ought to eat something.
I couldn't anyway. I'm going home right away, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I better go. Look, here's my number. Will you give me a ring sometime?
Sure. I'd love to.
We'll see a picture, maybe.
Great idea. Swell.
Well, so long. See you around.
Huh? Yeah. See you around, Miss Wayne. I could have done it. I could have done it. Just one more chance, that's all. It's all right, Fred. The whole school's behind you. And we're going to stick with you until the finish.
Nothing doing today, fella.
No casting
No
today.
casting.
No casting.
Just leave your number, please.
No casting.
Leave your number.
No casting today.
Sorry.
Sorry.
All right.
waiting there. I just drove around the block again to make sure.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Nope. Purely selfish. I just wanted to find out what was the matter with me.
Huh?
Well, the last time I saw you, you were going to give me a ring. What happened to that movie date?
Well, I figured you were pretty busy. I've been reading about you in the movie columns.
Oh, don't believe that 7-year contract stuff. There's an option every 6 months. We're still a working, Goyle.
Just the same, congratulations.
Thanks. Tried to call you one day.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Charlie gave me your number. They were going to use a lot of extras, and I thought you might be interested.
Gee, that's very nice of you.
But when I called, the landlady said you'd moved. She didn't know where to.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't like that place very much.
Oh, what's your number now?
Oh, well, I haven't got a phone right now.
Oh. Well, give me your address, then.
My address? Well, it's... Gee, that's funny.
What?
I've been living there all this time, and I can't think of it. Isn't that funny?
The screen. Which park is it? This one?
Huh?
Which park and what bench? Just in case something comes up, I'd like to know where to reach you.
Oh, you've got the wrong idea.
No, you have. You think it's something to be ashamed of. You had your dinner yet?
Well,
I haven't, and I'm starved. Would you like to go somewhere?
No, thanks. I don't want to.
Look, have you got a dime?
Yeah, I've got a dime.
Well, so have I. Let's go to a drive-in and get a hamburger and sit and talk. Is there anything wrong with that?
I guess not.
Well, come on. Let's go.
2 hamburgers, is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
That's 21 cents.
Oh, yeah. Sure, 21
Could I have a glass of water, please?
Water right away.
Here's my dime. Mind if I pay the tax, too?
No, but I hope I haven't...
What's the matter? What are you looking for?
Well, I can't find... It was in this pocket when I was... Oh, here it is.
The dime.
Yeah, I had me scared for a minute.
Guess it would have been tragic if I'd had to pay for yours, too.
Here's your water.
Thanks.
Coming.
Listen, you were saying something before about Harvey Corliss.
Oh, yeah. He held up the picture almost a week with a black eye.
A black eye? Where'd you get it?
His wife gave it to him.
Oh, no. You must be wrong. I read an article about Corliss once, and he said that his wife was his best pal and severest critic.
Oh, she's a critic, all right. She beamed him with an ashtray.
I don't believe it.
No? Okay. You'll be the only one in town who believes he ran into that door.
See, you get so you don't know what to believe in this town.
That's right. But all the ideals and illusions in the world won't buy you dinner or find you a place to sleep. You ought to get rid of them for your own good. This idea you've got about playing comedy. Well, you could get plenty of work, maybe, if you'd only...
If I let somebody slam me in the face with a pie? No, thanks. That's not my idea of acting. And I'll be a good actor or I won't act at all.
You said it.
What?
I don't know why I bother my head about you anyway. Any guy who's as
Did I ask you to bother about me? Did I ask you for 1 second to concern yourself with anything that I was...
Stop it. That's an old scene. I've played it myself.
I'm not playing a scene.
You're always playing a scene. You want to struggle for your art. You wouldn't take success the easy way if it was offered to you on a platinum platter. Brother, you're just pure ham.
Do you mind, Miss Wayne, if I leave?
And that proves it.
Thank you. Good night, Miss Wayne.
Good night. Look out for that plate.
Hey, something happened over here?
Yeah, I broke a couple of things. I'll pay for them.
Forget it. That's the boss's worry.
See what I mean? You can't even make an exit without getting a laugh.
If there's any damage done to the car, I'll be glad to pay for that, too. Someday. Good night.
Look, I know this is a great idea, Mr. Baird. This boy is very funny, and that plot you've been talking about...
Phyllis, let's be sensible.
Yeah, but he's just right for it, Mr. Baird. He's a natural comic.
Will you stop? I direct pictures. I don't run a school for would-be actors. Now, outside, Phyllis, I'm busy.
Look, will you do one thing for me, please?
The answer's going to be no.
Mr. Weller has some shots of him. They printed them by mistake and ran them with the rushes. Will you just take a look at them?
No.
But they're funny. Ask Mr. Weller. They saved all the tapes just for laughs around the studio.
What's this kid look like?
Well, he thinks he looks like any one of 10 stars, but just between us, he's got a face like nobody else in the world.
Well, that's a nice recommendation. Fine. Tell me something. Do you like him?
Do I like him? You mean personally?
Yeah, personally. In person.
Oh, I guess I feel sorry for him.
Uh-huh. Same thing.
Please, Mr. Baird, just look at those takes. What harm can it do, please? Do I like him? You mean personally?
Yeah, personally. In person.
Oh, I guess I feel sorry for him.
Uh-huh. Same thing.
Please, Mr. Baird, just look at those takes. What harm can it do, please? Will you? For me?
Oh, I was afraid this would happen. All right, I'll see them.
Oh, thanks.
Hello, Phyllis. This is Jeff Baird. Listen, I've just seen those takes. Come down here. I want to talk to you. Phyllis, I think you found something. What do you mean I can't tell him it's comedy? Well, the part is slapstick. That's what I want.
I know it is, Mr. Baird, but if he thinks it's funny or if he thinks he's funny, he won't take the job.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, look, it's very simple. Just let him be natural. Don't tell him anything. He'll think it's serious.
Is he that dumb?
Well, he just doesn't know pictures, that's all.
All right, we'll try it. Get hold of this screwball and tell him to be here in the morning.
Well, I'll have to locate him first. Can I use your phone?
Go ahead. You got his number?
No, I'll have to find him through the police department.
What is this?
When you finish those dishes, I got some more for you, kid.
Yes, sir.
And then when it comes 2 o'clock after lunch, you wait on the counter outside. Okay?
Yes, sir. Oh, gee, I guess I busted another one.
Yeah, I guess you did it. You're not so good for this, you know.
I'm sorry.
How long you do this work, eh?
I never did it before. You see, I'm really an actor.
Is that so? You ought to speak to the dishwasher on a night shift. He's an actor, too.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, what's the matter? You don't want me? I didn't do nothing, Mr. Donovan.
No, I want to speak to your new dishwasher.
Well, what about who are you?
Los Angeles Police Department.
You mean a detective?
That's right. What's your name, buddy?
Why, it's Clifford Armitage.
Your name, I said, not your residence. Come on. What is it?
Merton Gill.
Merton Gill. That's it. Let's go, Merton.
Let's go where?
Headquarters.
What for?
Don't ask me, buddy.
But listen, I didn't do anything. I didn't. All right. I'm ready. So long, Nick.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
You want to put the bracelets on me, Donovan?
What for?
Well, so I don't run away.
You try it, kid, and I'll beat your ears down. Come on.
I don't understand this, Mr. Baird. You mean you want me to work in your picture?
I just said so, didn't I?
Mr. Baird was looking for a certain type. I told him about you.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't know where to find you, so we had to put the police on it.
Well, you certainly went to a lot of trouble, but, Mr. Baird, haven't you made an awful lot of comedies? Huh?
Certainly I have. Why, I've been making comedies.
But this one isn't. This one's real drama. It's a swell story, really.
Look, son, I'm offering you a part. A real part in a real picture. Take it or leave it.
Well, I'd like to take it, of course, but this is a pretty delicate point in my career, Mr. Baird. I want to get off on the right foot, you know.
Oh, for the love of
Merton, say you'll take it. Quick.
Well, as long as it's
Merton, stop talking. Mr. Baird, he'll play the part.
All right. We'll draw up a contract for the picture with options for 5 years. I'll give you $150 a week. Is that okay?
100 and... Oh, yeah, I guess that's satisfactory. Wow!
Here's a few dollars advance. You can give it back to me out of your first check. Now go on out and get yourself some clothes and a haircut.
Yes, sir.
Be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Wayne. I guess I owe all this to you. I've dreamed about this for years. And, well, now it's here.
That's all right.
And, Mr. Baird, I'm glad you're going to start making serious things. And I'll give you my best. I'll give you everything that's in me. So long, Mr. Baird. Tripped over the chair. So long.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland, will bring us Act 3 of Merton of the Movies. And now, here at the microphone is our sound effects man. He's about to give you a quick impression of a day in the life of a very busy woman. All right, Charlie, go ahead. Oh, stop, Charlie. You're breaking our hearts. But seriously, aren't those sounds familiar to every woman with a household to run and children to bring up? No wonder our busy lady says late in the afternoon.
Oh, what a day. Oh.
But our heroine isn't going to let a day like that get her down. No, not for a minute. Let's listen again.
I don't know what I'd do without my Lux soap bath. I'll feel good as new in just a few minutes. By all my care.
Yes, women everywhere tell us they can always depend on a Lux toilet soap bath for a quick pickup when they need it. They're making this luxurious bath part of their daily beauty routine. And here's the important reason why. A Lux soap bath does more than refresh and relax you. Lux toilet soap, you see, has active lather that carries away perspiration and every trace of the day's dust and dirt. That rich, creamy lather leaves skin exquisitely fresh and sweet, makes you sure of daintiness that means so much to charm. And there's still another reason why your Lux soap bath is a real beauty bath. Screen stars say, we love Lux soap's delicate perfume, the lovely clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. Yes, when you step out of this beauty bath, you're not only refreshed, you're sure of daintiness, too. And it costs so little to enjoy the daily luxury of a Lux soap bath. Lux toilet soap is very inexpensive, you know. And because it's hard milled, you can use every cake right down to the last thin sliver. Get 3 cakes of fragrant white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Merton of the Movies. Merton doesn't know it yet, but he's on the way to becoming a very funny actor. Convinced that the part is serious, he's giving his all, and Merton's all is plenty. The boys on the set have strict orders not to laugh, but it's a pretty tough assignment, particularly when Merton is laying on the dramatics in a heavy scene.
Goodbye, Gwendolyn. Maybe it's better this way. At least it's better for you. And when I pass through that door, I'll pass out of your life forever. Goodbye. Oh!
That's swell, Merton.
But, Mr. Baird, that door was supposed to be open. I turned around and ran right into it.
It's all right. Forget it.
Well, how can you have a thing like that in the picture?
I tell you, it's all right. All we have to do is cut the shot just before you turn.
Oh, then it won't be in the part where I just hit the door.
That's the idea.
Oh.
Now, you go and sit down for a while, Merton. I don't want you to get tired.
Okay, I could stand a little rest.
Hey, Mr. Baird, did you mean that?
What?
About cutting the end of that scene?
Are you crazy? Leave it in. It's terrific.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Leave everything in and print every take. I can make up a whole picture out of this kid's boners.
I get it. Hey, we're all set for the club scene.
All right, let's take it. Where's Phyllis? She ready?
Yeah, right here, Mr. Baird.
Well, come on, we're going to take that number. Joe, move them over.
On the other set, everybody.
Mr. Baird, how's it going? With Merton, I mean.
Oh, pretty good. Newbury saw the rushes yesterday. He wants me to build up the kid's part. He thinks he's great.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm getting a little scared.
Why?
Well, what's going to happen when he finds out?
He won't find out. Not till the picture's previewed, anyhow. That's good enough for me.
I wasn't thinking about you. I was thinking about him. I'm afraid he might take it pretty hard.
Listen, he's getting paid, isn't he? And just for a change, he's eating 3 meals a day. That ought to be enough for him, too. You ready, Phyllis?
Yes, sir.
Orchestra ready? Let's take it. Out to the floors at the end of this, folks.
Good luck, Miss Wayne.
Oh, thanks.
You don't mind if I watch you, do you? Does it make you nervous?
No, not at all.
Roll 'em.
Just
Fire.
wanted to make sure. You know how some of us are all nerves.
Yeah.
Rolling. 63 D7.
In Cuba, each merry maid wakes up with a serenade. If you haven't got bananas, don't feel blue. Peanuts in a little bag are calling you. Don't waste them, no tummy ache. You'll taste them when you're awake. For breakfast or dinner time, for supper most any time. For at the very break of day, the peanut vendor's on his way. A merry twinkle in his eye, he's got a way that makes you buy. Through every city, town, and country lane, you'll hear him sing his plaintive little strain. And as he goes by, you'll hear him say, please buy my peanuts. They're here to sell peanuts. They're very well peanuts. Honey to sell. Who'll buy my peanuts today? Peanuts. Right off the vine, peanuts. They're mighty fine peanuts. This gives me a sign. Oh, lady, don't close your door. You really couldn't ask for any more. If you don't hurry, I'm gone. Perhaps you want some peanuts later on. Money sales, they
Mr. Baird, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes.
Why, sure. Sit down. What's on your mind?
Well, frankly, I'm a little worried about the picture, Mr. Baird.
Yeah? Why?
Well, that part where I come through the door on my hands and knees, aren't you afraid we might get a laugh there?
No, I'm not afraid.
It doesn't seem right somehow.
Of course it's right. You go outside to fight the other guy, he knocks you down. What's more natural than crawling back on your hands and knees?
Well, I could stagger back. You know, a shot of me in the doorway. I've been hurt. There's a gash on my cheek. I stand there and I'm a-swaying. And then I crumple up like this. And bang! Oh, I'm falling on the floor.
No. Why, that's corny. Corny, Merton. You just leave these things to me, will you? Now, I've been in this business a little longer than you have.
Well, okay, but there's one thing more, Mr. Baird, and this is pretty serious.
Well?
Well, in that dramatic scene with the girl's mother, I feel, Mr. Baird, why can't I wear my shoes? But I feel silly standing there in my bare feet. I've never seen anything like that before.
That, my boy, is what is known as touch. The bad touch. It makes you look smaller. It's pathos. That's what I want, and that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, but
We've got it, believe me.
Okay, Mr. Baird, I feel a lot better now.
Fine.
Tomorrow night. It keeps running through my head like a drum.
It's a great thing. A premiere performance.
Phyllis, do you think I'll be asked to say something at the microphone? Huh?
Maybe.
It's funny, isn't it? Sitting here with you, the same place, the same girl, but not the same guy. Why, I couldn't even buy you a hamburger then. And now I'm sitting on top of the world. Oh, well, that's Hollywood, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's Hollywood.
What's the matter? What are you thinking about?
Merton, if tomorrow night, if things shouldn't be so good,
huh?
Would it hurt you very much?
Well, I guess it would.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, what makes you say that, Phyllis? Are you afraid that people won't like me?
Oh, no. They're going to like you. A lot.
Listen, they're laughing at us.
Oh, Merton, please.
Why, what are they laughing about? Mr. Baird said that...
Merton, don't get excited. Just sit still a minute, please.
Goodbye, Gwendolyn. Maybe it's better this way. At least it's better for you. But when I pass through that door, I'll pass out of your life forever. Goodbye. Oh!
Oh, Merton, sit down, sit down.
I didn't see that. He said they were going to cut it out. Oh, he told me that he was going to... I'm getting out of here. They're making a fool out of me. That's what I am. A fool.
Merton, come back.
Just a minute.
Good morning. Does Clifford Armitage live here?
Yes, he does.
Can I see him, please?
Come in. I think he's upstairs.
Armitage! Everybody here to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. Who is it?
Hello, kid. My name's Wahlberg.
Yeah? What do you want?
I just want to talk to you. Number one, have you got an agent?
No, I haven't.
That's what I figured. Now, look, I'd like to handle you.
I'm sorry. I'm not interested in pictures.
Not interested? Have you seen the reviews this morning? Listen to what they're saying about you.
I don't want to hear it.
Listen. A young man named Clifford Armitage, the funniest newcomer in many a day. And here's another one. He's good for a laugh every time he comes on the screen. A low comedy face if this writer ever saw one. Oh, kid, you're made.
Low comedy face. I'll never trust another woman as long as I live.
What are you talking about?
I don't want to talk at all. So long.
No, wait. I've got something that's going to interest you. Is it definite you're going to stick with Baird?
It's definite that I'm leaving him.
Good. I can put you over in Big Art tomorrow.
Well, what kind of parts would I have?
The same as you had last night. Comedy, that's your line. Young love, adolescent stuff.
I don't want it.
Listen, kid, you stick to comedy. I'm telling you, you've got the best low comedy face in pictures. It's genuine pathos. Frankly, I don't believe you could ever make the grade in a serious story. But you've got pathos and acting plus. Now, what do you say? You want to sign with me? You'll be working next week in Big Art. Yes or no?
I'm sorry. I don't want to play comedy.
You mean you wouldn't come on any proposition?
That's what I mean.
Wouldn't $500 a week interest you?
What? No.
$6?
No.
$7.50?
No!
Well, you're a pretty tough egg, aren't you? All right, kid. Sorry we can't get together.
Yes?
Mr. Armitage in?
He's upstairs.
Armitage! Somebody to see you!
Is it all right if I go up?
Suit yourself.
Who is it?
Phyllis.
Hello. Come on in.
Oh, I thought that...
You thought what?
Well, after last night, I figured you'd be sore at me.
What for? Why should I be sore at you?
Oh, it was a dirty trick I played, Merton, but It turned out for your own good. I wish you could see it that way.
Oh, sure I do. I'm a lot smarter than I was yesterday. Comedy is my line. Why, I've got the greatest low comedy face in pictures. Didn't you know that? I'm a scream. Every time I open my mouth, I'm good for a laugh. I've got pathos, acting, plus, why, I'd be terrible in a serious story. Don't you think I know that? Do you think that I'm that dumb? Do you think that...
Martin, please.
I had an offer already this morning. They want to pay me $750 a week for making funny faces. That's funny enough right there.
You can't take that. You're signed with Baird.
Through with Baird. Through with Hollywood. I'm going home.
That means you're through with me, too, I suppose. All right. You can walk out on Baird and me, but not pictures. So you've got a low comedy face, one of us. They liked you, didn't they? You've got the greatest gift that was ever given to anybody, making people laugh. And you're not going to throw that gift away. You're going to go and see that picture. I'm going to drag you there every night for a week. And you're going to stand in the lobby and watch the people as they come out. They'll be laughing. They won't be scared and worried for a few minutes because you've made them forget. That's what people need now. They need to laugh. I pulled a dirty trick on you, but I'd do it again. I'd do it tomorrow if I thought it would make you understand it. Oh, why are you such a dope?
Phyllis. Gee, Phyllis, please don't cry. Please.
Look at them. Do you see what I mean? Look at their faces. I never laughed so hard in all my life. Isn't he marvelous?
A great kid, a great kid.
You see?
Yeah, I guess so.
They like you. They're your friends. That's your there, isn't it?
Oh, come on, let's go.
You were swell, Mr. Robinson. I almost died laughing. Will you sign my book? Your autograph so young.
Your book? You mean it?
I got all of that back. Will you please?
Gee, I'd love to.
Thanks.
Hiya, fellas. What's the good word?
Hello, Frank.
Got anything for the column?
No, not a speck of dirt.
Hello, Armitage.
Oh, hello, Frank.
What's this I noticed in the theater? You and Phyllis holding hands.
Oh, well, that's nothing.
Can I print it?
Well, you can say that we're friends.
Yeah, that's right, Frank. She's my greatest pal. And I might also add, my severest critic.
The curtain falls on that fabulous city called Hollywood. And here we are back in Hollywood. Two fine players, Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland, are returning to our microphone. And before they leave it, I've asked them to sing a song together.
Thank you.
This play was a lot of fun, Mr. DeMille.
But you think that things really happen that way in Hollywood?
I don't know, Mickey. I've seen a lot of mighty unbelievable things here in the last 30 years.
Oh, how about a few samples?
Well, now, Mickey, reminiscing is a luxury that only young fellows like you can afford. But just between us, I remember a small boy who made such a hit in pictures with a derby hat and a big black cigar that he couldn't get any other part.
Whew. Sounds like an awful tough kid. Whatever became of him?
Well, he finally broke the jinx by playing Shakespeare and Andy Hardy. Right now, he's standing there beside you, Judy.
Oh, why, Mickey, smoking cigars at that age.
Oh, I used to get through 4 or 5 a day when I was younger. Well, they were chocolate anyway. Say, what was this place like when you first came out here, Mr. DeMille?
Well, my first studio was right across the street, Mickey, only the street was a country lane and the studio was a barn. And over here on the side of the Lux Radio Theater, well, Mickey, right where you're standing now, there used to be an orange tree.
Must be good soil here. First it grows oranges, then Lux soap.
Well, if Lux soap did grow on trees, it would be a lot nicer for us girls. I can't do without it. But back in those days, girls didn't have Lux soap to help keep their complexion soft and smooth, did they? Gee, pioneering must be awful.
You mean way back in 1912 BLS? That's before Lux soap. Well, those were pretty rugged times. Look what the Indians did to my hair.
Well, changing the subject, what have you got on the fire for next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, Mickey, one of the screen's most popular characters comes to the Lux Radio Theater for the first time. It's that fast-talking girl with a heart of gold, Maisie. The play is adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Maisie Was a Lady. And the stars, well, we wouldn't dare bring you anybody but the same actress who plays Maisie on the screen, Ann Sothern. And co-starring with her, we'll have Lou Ayres and Maureen O'Sullivan from the picture cast, and Henry Stevenson. All the Maisie fans know what to expect, and I think the rest of you will become Maisie fans next Monday night.
Oh, gee, that sounds swell, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's the song that Mickey and Judy promised us. It's How About You, from their new picture, Babes on Broadway, and the first time it's been sung on the air. Good night. Good night. It's talent like yours that keeps Hollywood young. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ann Sothern, Lou Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson in Maisie Was a Lady. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Let me remind you now that the annual Red Cross Roll Call is going on throughout the country. Join the Red Cross and help the 1,001 activities of this great organization. Tune in next Monday night to hear Ann Sothern, Lou Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson in Maisie Was a Lady. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 12th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays, told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Obler.
In a world which fills our hours with a multiplicity of little things, it's sometimes good to stand away in imagination and think of the great wonder of life itself, that out of the darkness of space came this great gift of consciousness. Tonight, with my distinguished actor friend Edmund Gwen, I'd like to bring you my play about this infinite wonder.
So, my good friends, I can only add that I thank you with all my heart for the honor you have given me this evening. The newspaper men who are here would, of course, like me to make a sensational statement regarding the nature and the effect of cosmic rays. That is understandable. We know that these rays originate in the cold distances so far beyond our universe that the human mind cannot begin to grasp the reality of the endless darkness. We know that these cosmic radiations are continually bombarding us, changing the very structure of things with every passing second. Some of us believe that it is this radiation which, acting upon the atoms of primeval matter, caused the gradual evolution of the creature called man out of primeval slime. Yes, a popular magazine article recently headlined the cosmic ray as the essence of life. The essence of life. Perhaps. But where out of the frigid darkness come these radiations? Where? What lies beyond the reach of our greatest telescopes that is the source of this tremendous unseen flow of cosmic energy? Some of you stir restlessly. You are thinking, our friend Sir Albert grows senile. Life grows short for him. He is looking out into the night with fear. No, my friend. It is not fear that makes me ask the questions, whence and where. It is not even hope. It is wonder. Wonder at the source of this unending stream of power that drives across eternal space, bringing our universe what made it a very source of life. Now I say to you, what so many of you already believe in your hearts, that our world, and all we know of it, all things, all beings, is not mechanism, but the result, the expression of a thought, a great, transcending thought. I leave you with this question. Can it be that cosmic radiations are a direct expression of that divine eternal thought?
If you'll sit here, Sir Albert.
Thank you, Harris. Thank you.
May I get you something?
No. Oh, just see if they let me rest here a few moments. I'm very tired.
I'd like to say it was a thrilling occasion, Sir Albert. So many of your friends who... those reporters.
Tell them I'll see them as soon as I possibly can.
Yes, sir. No, I'm sorry, Sir Albert cannot see anyone just now. He's indisposed.
Yes, I must see my father.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Lennox. If you'll step in. Good evening, Mrs. Lennox.
Good evening, Harriet.
No, not now. Sir Albert will be out in a moment.
Father, dear.
Grace? Well, my child.
Good evening, Sir Albert.
You too, Kurt. It's good of you to come.
It's an honor that few son-in-laws enjoy.
Oh, Father, we were so thrilled. It's been a wonderful evening. The hall out there, filled with such distinguished people. All of them there to do honor to you. Oh, I was so happy I started to cry, and Kurt got so embarrassed. Father, are you ill?
You? No. Just weary.
Oh, we'll take you home, sir.
No, there's no need for that. Harris here will take care of me.
Father, you are ill. Why didn't you let me know? We would have come back to London sooner.
How can I convince you? I'm quite all right.
But your face, I've never seen it so tired. As if you hadn't slept for days.
That's true enough.
You haven't been resting?
No.
But you've never been troubled with insomnia?
I haven't slept more than 1 hour a night in the past week.
Father,
There's no need to be alarmed.
Father, what is wrong, please?
Please tell us, sir.
Yes. Yes, telling you, the two of you closest to me, that would clear my mind, wouldn't it? It started exactly 7 days ago. I can't sleep because of a dream.
Dream?
Yes, dream. Dream. The same infernal dream, night after night for 7 days. A dream without meaning. A dream from which I awaken and then can't sleep again.
Is it something horrible, sir?
No, there's no horror in it. And yet, I don't know. All I know is that the recurrence of the dream is beyond endurance. I'll tell you something. A few moments ago, when I was out there on the platform looking down at all those faces, I suddenly had the impulse to ask them about my dream. What? Say to them, you, my colleagues, clever men of science, aren't you? Then answer me this, what of my dream?
Father, please come to our place for a fortnight.
Oh, yes, do, sir. The fresh air, change of scenery. Yes. The fresh air?
Yes. Why not? Change of environment may do me good, that's true enough. Yes, I will go with you.
I'm glad. The moors are getting so lovely, and we'll walk you around until you're all healthy again. Won't we, Kurt?
Right.
Don't you want to hear what I dreamt?
If you want to tell us.
Yes, I do. I want to very much. In the telling of it, there may be understanding. The wind sighs around me. I know it is wind, and yet I do not feel the movement of air. I stand there, Albert Camden. I know it is I, yet strangely I am free of body. I stand there in spirit only. Suddenly I look up. The darkness is gone. Thousands of twinkling stars and the icy brightness of the planets. Believe me, I see them all above me. Suddenly, far above me, a star grows brighter and brighter. It rushes down towards me, and I see it isn't a star, but a great thrust of flashing rays. Closer and closer they come to me, they cover me. And in me, there is an unbearable yearning to fly up into them, follow the path of them, on and on and on. My whole consciousness tears with the want to go into those flying sparks. I feel torn into a million shreds with the want to go into them, follow them. I must, and then panic. A horrible feeling of panic. I cry out, I awaken. My dream is over, and I cannot sleep. Oh, well, I told you.
Father,
You, daughter. You, Kurt, you're young. Perhaps in the freshness of your mind, you can find an answer to this hallucination that comes to me in my sleep. Well, haven't either one of you anything to say?
60 years of research, Father. You've worked harder than any man I've known, and so you're tired. And so you dream. Come with us to the moors. You'll rest, and then you won't dream anymore.
Perhaps I want to dream again.
Hungry. Another lark, kid?
No, I think we'd better be turning in soon. Right, Sir Albert?
Yes, in a few moments.
Tired, aren't you? And no wonder. What was it? 15 miles?
Now, don't exaggerate, darling. 10 miles, and that's stretching it a bit.
Father? You are feeling better, aren't you?
Huh?
I said your health. You're resting at night. Tad's been better since you've been here with us?
Yes, of course.
I'm so glad. Sometimes I was almost afraid that you... Oh, but I'm talking too much. And I should be sleeping. Well, if I go to my lily white couch. Here?
No, I think I'll have another pipeful before I turn in.
Well, if I'm spurned, I'm spurned. You, Father, going up?
No, I'll sit here a bit if you don't mind.
All right. But don't sit up late, you two.
We won't.
Night, Father.
Night, dear. Good night.
Wind's rising. Look at those sparks go up the chimney.
Kurt.
Yes, sir?
What I said before, it isn't true.
Sir?
I told Grace I've been sleeping well. I haven't, you know.
Guessed as much.
It's been worse every night.
The dream?
Yes. If I only could understand the meaning of it. I tell you, boy, it's like a familiar name you can't remember. The want of remembering grinds in your head until it's beyond endurance.
Is it the same as you told me?
Yes, exactly the same. The hilltop, the feeling of freedom from body, that rush of sparks like music to my ears, the want to rise up beyond them, then the sudden feeling of panic and the horrible awakening. What does it mean? What? Every night, over and over. Why?
If I could do something, sir.
Do? What is there to do?
I'm not a young man. The work's been such a strain. If you'd let yourself be examined, I mean a competent medical man who'd find that, well, a subconscious cause of your dream. You're not angry, are you, sir?
There's no reason to be angry.
I think I'll go up.
Good night.
Still not?
No, I'll sit here until the fire's burnt out. Good night, son.
I'd like to say that, well, the reason I suggested a psychiatrist was not that
I understand, okay? Night.
Good night, sir. I hope you rest well. Good night.
Sparks up the chimney. Rush of sparks. Why? Oh, I'm tired. Sleep. But if I sleep, I'll dream. Sleep. To dream. Dream. Breathe. On a hill. Standing on a hill. So dark. Cold. Must be cold. I feel nothing. Why am I here? Dark. Lonely. Lonely. Sky. Stars. Millions of stars. Polaris. Arcturus. Vega. Nebula in Orion. Nebula in Andromeda. So many stars. Clusters. Endless. Worlds beyond worlds. So bright. So clear. Why am I here? Waiting. Yes, waiting for something. I don't remember. I got to wait. I was tired. I'm not tired anymore. Why am I here? Why do I wait? What? A new star. So bright. Coming closer. How can that be? How can a star? No, a meteor. Falling. Closer. So bright, my eyes are... Oh, now I've got to see it. Brighter and brighter. Ah, the rays. Flashing rays. Closer and closer, closer and closer. I know you. I've seen you. Right around me, covering me. Sparks covering me. Yes, I hear you. I want to. Yes, I want to follow you. Follow your path. I want to. I will. I'll go with you on. Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to follow your path. If I do,
Father, what is it? Father, please, wake up.
Grace, what? Someone screamed.
Father, it was Father. Father, please. Father, wait.
Grace.
You cried out.
What? Yes, you cried out. You did. What happened? Cried out? A dream. I dreamt the dream. Creation. Yes. Infernally impatient, whoever you are. Yes, where... If I might come in, Reynolds. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. Come in, sir. Come in. Thank you. I had no idea, sir, keeping you waiting. Quite all right. The country, sir. Did you enjoy it? My son-in-law brought me back to see a doctor. You're ill, sir. A chair, won't you sit? No, quite all right. What time is it? Almost 11, Sir Albert. If you're not well, somehow I had to come here tonight. Late as it was, I had to. All the laboratory workers, we've missed you, sir. It's been a long time since you left London. Almost a month. 29 nights. Did you say something, sir? No, nothing. Tell me, the work. Has it been going well? Quite well, sir. Outside, I could hear the whine of a generator. Yes, sir, this here. We've gone right ahead with the work. We've gotten some rather interesting results by reverse excitation of the cathode fields. May I show you? Yes. Well, sir, the Regents asked us to devise some means of illustrating, or rather, visualizing cosmic radiation so that it can be demonstrated in the classroom. I devised this contraption. It has no authenticity, but it does visualize on this fluorescent screen what a rush of cosmic rays might look like. Show me, boy. Right, sir. You'll see. It does visualize cosmic radiation for the students. Watch, sir. See, sir? On the screen. Sir Albert. Sir Albert, what is it? Same. What? Same, I think. In miniature, but the same. I don't understand, sir. A rush of sparks. Sir Albert. Don't look at me as if I was crazy. I've seen them. The same pattern of flying spark, but 1,000 times greater.
Sir Albert, you're not serious. Cosmic rays, they aren't visible to the eye.
Glorious, driving through space, through the universe, showering the earth.
Sir Albert.
I've seen it, I tell you, I've seen it in my dream. Dream? Yes, in my dream. That's what I wanted to know, and now I do know. What I've been seeing in my sleep. Cosmic radiation. Cosmic rays. The path of them out of the infinite. Pouring out of one floating point of the darkness of space. Yes, stare at me all you want to, but I've been dreaming that night after night. I've been... Well, why do I dream that? I know what I dream, but I don't know why. But, Mr. Lennox, if Sir Albert...
Now, Harris, there's no need to be so disturbed.
But I've been with Sir Albert so many years. His strange behavior...
There's nothing strange about it. He apparently walked around the streets until he was exhausted. So, when he came home, he announced that tonight he felt certain he'd be able to sleep. Now, that's perfectly plausible and normal.
I don't like it, sir.
Harris, you're an old woman. Instead of that long face, you should be happy.
Should I?
Yes. For the first time in weeks, Sir Albert seems alive and animated, eager to go to sleep. Well, that sounds paradoxical, doesn't it? Well, see, I feel happy too somehow. That's the way you should feel. This is going to be good news for Grace, Mrs. Lennox. I think I'll telephone her. She'll be as pleased as Punch that Sir Albert has come out of it all. Gone to bed and to sleep in a perfectly normal manner. Yes. To sleep in a perfectly normal manner.
Sleep. Must sleep. A dream. Will I? But I must dream it again. I must. But if I sleep and don't dream, no, will dream. So many nights dreamt that dream. Got to dream it again. Yet again. Dream again. Once again. Oh, find out why. Dream again. Dream. Why do dream? Why do dream? Dream. Dream. On the hilltop. Yes, the dream. Dreaming and knowing that I dreamed. Cold. Feel the cold. I never felt the cold before in the other dreams. If this dream is as the others, sky will clear. Yes, stars. Millions of them. So bright. Oh, no, I can't be dreaming. So real. No, this can't be a dream. I'm not asleep. I'm not. Wait. I've got to remember. Sitting in front of the fire. Yes, I was sitting in front of the fire. Got that? Wandered out of the house. Yes, that's it. Not a dream. Wandered out into the night. On a hilltop. I'm here. Yes, I am. Stars so bright, everything around me so real. This is reality. It must be. No. A dream, I know. A dream. Waiting. Listening. For what? I can't remember. Something that should happen. Something that always happened in this dream. Oh, why can't I remember? I must remember. I will remember. What? A star? Out there? How bright. Oh, no, it can't be a star. No star can be so bright. A meteor, yes, a meteor. Rushing at me. Oh, I'm afraid I've got to run. It's rushing at me. Why don't I run? No, I can't. That sound. The rays. Now I remember. Yes, I remember. Yes, the rays. That's what I was waiting for. All was in the dream. The rays. Coming down at me. Pouring from the sky. I remember. Why should I be afraid? Rays. I know what they are now. No, I'm not afraid. Rays. Glorious. Coming down. Closer. Soon they'll be touching me. Covering me. Glorious rays. In my dream, I'm seeing rays of the cosmos. Wonderful dream. Wonderful. So bright, shining, glittering, sparkling, glittering around me, covering me. I feel I want to go into it. Yes, follow the path of them, path of the rays. Let myself go up into them. Let them take me up into... No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Hey, but I wanted to know. These rays over me, if they are cosmic. Yes, I wanted to know. Always I wanted to know. In the dream. Wait, where they come from. What's beyond them? I will know. I've got to go up into them. Follow them. They'll carry me. Take me to where? They're lifting me. Higher. The hill. Gone. Moving so quickly I can't see. I can't breathe. Honest, stop. I'm afraid. Faster. Stars, galaxies, universe, gone. Faster, higher. Where? Flaring light around me. Where are you taking me? Yes, I hear. But what? An ending stream of power, driving across eternal space, bringing our universe what may be the very source of life. Yes, I said it. Can it be that these cosmic radiations are a direct expression of that divine, eternal thought? Divine, eternal thought? I remember, I said... Oh, but can it be? Can it be? Brighter and brighter. My eyes. I see again. What? Yes, I was right. It was the truth. The truth. Father died peacefully in his sleep.
Just heard Mr. Edmund Gwenn in The Truth, a play by Arch Ogler. With Mr. Gwen were Miss Roseanne Murray, Anthony Ellis, Alec Harford, and Bruce Elliott. Announcer Marvin Best. The music was composed by Gordon Jenkins, and the orchestra conducted by Jack Meehan. Mr. Gwen will soon be seen in the Metro Goldwyn Mayer picture, Bewitched, which was written and directed for MGM by Arch Obler. Next week, we will bring you a new play, Big Shot. The program notes tell us that this is a comedy exclusively about big shots. This will be the 13th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Obler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is the Ford Theater, a full hour of radio drama. Our play today, Michael and Mary, the love story of two people who took a risk to find happiness. The Ford Theater, presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, farm tractors, and motor coaches. In the past 3 generations, millions of Americans have learned to rely on Ford products. For 3 generations, Ford has led the way in the development of more dependable, more economical transportation. Today, in the 3rd generation, more than 8 million Americans prefer Ford products. They know from experience you can depend on Ford. Our regular Ford Theater spokesman, Mr. Howard Lindsay, is away today in Detroit, supervising with his colleague Russell Krauss their forthcoming production of Life with Mother. In his stead, we take great pleasure in introducing the eminent actor, star of the current Broadway hit Joy to the World, Mr. Alfred Drake.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's Ford Theater play was written for the American stage by an Englishman who has spent his life making people laugh or making them think. His name is Alan Alexander Milne, A.A. Milne, author of those delightful books for children, When We Were Very Young and Winnie the Pooh. In Nancy Moore's adaptation for the Ford Theater, Michael and Mary is presented as a story within a story. It begins in a distinguished house on East 63rd Street in New York City. This is the home of Michael Rowe, the well-known novelist. And like all writers, Michael knows that truth is difficult to express, that the full truth often cannot be told at all. This afternoon, Michael, his wife Mary, and their son David are discussing David's forthcoming marriage.
I don't know if I like this big wedding deal.
But Linda does, David.
Mm-hmm.
And so does your mother.
So I'm outnumbered. When you two were married, did you obtain the cooperation of your respective papas and mamas, get solemnly engaged for a decent length of time, and then get solemnly married?
Well, no, it wasn't quite like that.
Not quite.
Well, all I can say is I hope Linda and I have a life together that's as fine as yours.
In general, I hope you do too, David. But Mary and I have had a few ups and downs you don't know anything about.
I've only seen the ups. What downs? Being poor once? Huh. Linda and I could take that in our stride just the way you did.
No, I wasn't thinking of that.
What then?
Mind your own business.
Oh, come on, Dad. Stop being mysterious.
Michael's only teasing, David.
Refusing to tell his son the facts of life on the eve of his marriage. Dad, were you and your father good friends the way we are?
Hardly. You and I joke together. We're on easy, casual terms. I respected my father, but he always held himself aloof. I never told him a joke in my life.
There's your phone, Michael.
I'll take it in the study. Hello?
Mr. Michael Rowe?
Yes?
This is Inspector Colliers, Mr. Rowe.
Who?
I was Lieutenant Colliers when we met 10 years ago. Now, do you remember?
Oh, yes. Of course, Inspector. I'm sorry. 10 years is a long time.
That's all in how you look at it. Have you forgotten the occasion of our meeting?
No, I just haven't thought of it.
That's so? The police never really closed that case, you know.
I didn't know. I thought...
Yes, I'm sure you did, Mr. Rowe. Well, I've just turned up some new evidence. I'd like to see you this afternoon.
Inspector Colliers, is this necessary? We went through enough unpleasantness 10 years ago.
Very necessary. I'll be at your house within the hour.
Very well, Inspector. We'll be ready. Mary,
Yes, dear?
will you come here a minute, please?
Oh, Michael, don't tell me your publisher wants you to do some rush job.
Close the door.
Michael, what's the matter?
It's come, Mary.
What's come?
That was Lieutenant Collier's. Inspector Collier's now.
Michael.
There's new evidence. He's coming here in an hour.
Oh, no.
10 years. 10 years of stolen happiness. Every year feeling more safe, more certain. And it was only a reprieve.
I think I knew it would come, Michael. I think I always knew. But why now? Just when David... We have to tell him, Michael.
Yes. Maybe we were wrong not to tell him before.
No. At least he's had 22 years without the shadow we've lived under. He's had that, anyhow. Oh, but Michael, what will this do to him? To his marriage? To his feeling for us?
Always thinking of David. Never of yourself.
But don't you remember? We did it for David, not for ourselves. And now, it was all for nothing.
Was it, Mary? I don't think so. But only David can answer that after we've told him. Come, darling. There isn't much time. David, Mary and I have something to tell you. It's a story we always hoped you'd never have to hear. But something happened just now, that phone call, which changes everything.
What's wrong, Dad?
Maybe we should have told you before, I don't know. All through my life, that's been my trouble. I didn't know. In my father's age, almost everything a person wanted to do was wrong. In this age, almost nothing you want to do is wrong. I came in between the two, when one still felt right was right and wrong was wrong, but didn't quite know which was which. Sit here beside me, Mary.
Yes, Michael.
For a long time, what we're going to tell you only concerned Mary and me, David, and then you, without your knowing. But now it concerns Linda, too, and your whole future.
Linda? Well, for Pete's sake, what is it?
It's the story of Michael and Mary. It begins 24 years ago here in New York by the Hudson River. I was meeting a girl for dinner, a girl named Carol. It was a celebration. I'd sold my first story that morning. I had the world by the tail. As I walked toward the place, it was just dusk. Carol wasn't there. But another girl was, a shabby, forlorn-looking girl standing by the shore, staring at the water. She didn't see me or hear me as I moved across the grass. But something about the expression on her face and the tenseness of her body made me stop and look at her sharply. Such hopeless misery and utter dejection I've never seen. And I had the strong feeling that I'd better say something to her, anything, because soon it might be too late. I said the first thing that came into my head. Wonderful weather, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, spring's always nice, don't you think?
I used to think so.
Are you waiting for someone?
Please,
You want me to go away, don't you?
Yes.
I don't think I'd better.
Then I'll go.
Oh, please, listen. I'm not trying to be fresh. Well, you look as if you need someone to talk to.
What's the use of talking?
Sometimes it helps.
Not anymore. Oh, go away.
I'm not just curious. I'm not prying. I want to help you.
Please. Please don't be nice to me. I can't stand it.
Oh, things are never as bad as
You can say that. But you're not me. And you don't know.
Tell me what's wrong.
Everything's wrong. People, promises, marriage, everything. Oh, why did you have to come? Just when And now... Go away.
I can't go. Come and sit on this bench.
Oh, all right. But it won't do any good. Nothing's any good anymore.
I didn't try to make her talk at first. She needed to cry, and I let her. Better she should drown in tears than in... Well, that was the scene Carol walked in on. A shabby but very lovely girl crying on my shoulder.
Well.
Oh, hello, Carol.
Very pretty and touching. Do introduce us, Michael.
Yes, this is...
Never mind. I'll go now.
No, you can't.
You needn't worry. It was all an act.
What?
That's how I make my living.
I don't believe it. This is an act now.
Really, Michael, is this the great play you're always going to write? I must say you've given me a very small part.
This isn't a joke, Carol. This poor girl, starving...
I'm not starving.
If she's starving, take her to dinner.
That's a good idea. We'll all have dinner together and talk it over.
No.
You can help, Carol. You're just the person.
Am I? Really, Michael, men do things like this so badly. It's terribly sweet of you to ask me, but I'm afraid I have a date. Do take Miss, I wish I knew your name. Or is it a secret?
Mary Weston.
Thank you. Michael, may I introduce you to your friend, Miss Weston? And this is Michael Rowe. Well, have a nice dinner.
It wasn't exactly a nice dinner. Not a gay one, certainly, the kind Carol meant. But I finally persuaded Mary to talk. It was an old story.
How can you know what people are really like? He said such beautiful things. And he had such beautiful manners. I believed him, all the promises. And so we got married.
And it didn't work?
He didn't even try to make it work. The only thing he tried to do was make me hate him. And I did. He thought it was very funny. It made him laugh. And then when he'd spent all my savings, he just disappeared.
But if you stopped loving him, then why did you care?
I don't care, not about him. I care that I was such a fool.
Oh, but that's not enough to make you do what you tried to do.
Everything's gone wrong ever since. I haven't any money, and I can't get a job.
Well, won't your family help?
I haven't any family. I haven't anything. Well, that's all, Mr. Rowe. Thank you for dinner.
Well, you're not going.
I made up a hard luck story, and it got me a dinner. I told it very well, don't you think? And you believed it. Will you write a story about me now?
Oh, stop that. If you haven't been telling me the truth, then there's no truth in the world. You were telling me the truth, weren't you?
Yes.
Where do you live?
Nowhere. They turned me out this morning.
You've nobody? Nothing?
Nobody. Nothing. Goodbye. Thank you again.
No, wait. I thought of something.
Oh, you've done enough, and I thank you for it. But I still have my pride, whether you think so or not. And I'm not going to take money from you, if that's what you've thought of. From a stranger? No.
Well, if that's pride, it's nothing to be proud of. If you were shipwrecked, would you refuse to be rescued until you'd been introduced to the captain of the ship? Well, you're shipwrecked now, and my sail has just come over the horizon. I'm going to save you whether you like it or not.
It's too late.
It's never too late. Now, listen. Today is my lucky day. I told you I sold my first story. I have to pass that luck along. If I don't, it'll sour on me. I've got $2,000 in the bank. My mother left it to me. Even if I don't earn anything for a year, I could live on half of that. The question is, can you live on the other half?
You mean you...
Could you?
Of course I could, but...
Well, then it's yours.
Oh, no.
That gives us a year each and $1,000 besides what each of us earns, which is bound to be something. How old are you?
20, but
And I'm 23. We're both young enough to do anything. Now stop saying no. I met you for a reason, and this must be it.
You're going to give me half of all you have in the world?
I'm going to give you the extremely small sum of $1,000 on certain conditions.
I'm glad there are conditions.
Well, I want to know how you're making out. My first condition is that we meet once every week. Every Tuesday, because this is Tuesday, and have dinner together and tell each other what sort of luck we've been having during the last week. Agreed?
Oh, yes.
Now, my second condition... Well, as a matter of fact, I think that's all. Now it's your turn, Mrs. Weston.
Oh, please. Weston's my maiden name. Mary Weston. So I'm either Miss Weston or Mrs... I hate the other, so I never want to say it or hear it again.
Well, since I don't know it, I can't say it. And you can't hear it. Have you got a condition, Miss Mary Weston?
Just one. That you'll let me pay you back.
All right. I'll let you pay me back.
Michael, I'm over here at this table.
Hello. I'm sorry I'm late. Have you been waiting long?
I just got here 5 minutes ago. Sit down, Michael.
Mm-hmm. Have you ordered yet?
Uh-huh. A soup, lamb chops, salad, and coffee. I made it 2 orders, one for you. Is that all right?
Oh, of course it is. You know we always eat the same things. How's the new job, Mary?
All right. I think I'm going to get a raise soon.
Wonderful.
What about that story of yours? Have you written it yet?
Which story?
Why, Michael, how many stories can you write in a week? Last Tuesday when we met for dinner, you said you had a marvelous idea for a story.
Oh, you mean the idea you gave me?
Oh, I didn't really give you the idea. You figured it out. I just suggested...
Nonsense. The idea was yours, and a fine one it turned out to be, too. I sold it last Friday.
Oh, Michael, I'm so happy for you. What else is new?
Well, let's see. Since last Tuesday, a lot's happened.
What?
Well, I don't know where to begin. There's so much. I had lunch with a magazine editor. I signed a contract for a series of short stories.
Wonderful.
Yes. And then I got the 9th chapter of the novel finished.
You didn't. Michael, when can I see it?
Oh, it isn't typed yet.
I'll type it and read it at the same time, just as I did the others. Will you bring it next week?
Well, Mary, do we have to meet every week like this?
Well, if you don't want to, Michael, if you want to stop.
I don't mean that. I mean, well, couldn't we see each other more than once a week?
Well, our agreement...
Oh, forget our agreement. Couldn't we see each other on Wednesdays and Fridays? And must we always meet in this restaurant? Couldn't we go for walks and bus rides, and couldn't we take in a play? Couldn't we, Mary? I was in love with Mary. But what was the use of talking about it? There was still that husband somewhere. She couldn't find him to divorce him. He hadn't bothered to divorce her. Well, one day, when the year was about up, my father came to see me. He'd heard about Mary. I don't know how, but I didn't bother to ask. As I faced him, he seemed, as always, as rocky and relentless as the New England coast he came from.
Michael, what about this girl?
What girl, Father?
Is there more than one?
I suppose you mean Mary.
I believe that's her name. What do you intend to do about her?
Do? Well, what am I supposed to do?
You see her all the time, don't you?
Yes.
And no one else?
No.
You're in love with her?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Then it would seem to me that you should marry her.
I can't marry her.
I married your mother. Raised a family on less money than you make right now.
Well, it isn't the money. It's something else. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't.
Now, look here. If you think Mary and I...
I think nothing of the kind. Not of my own son. It's what other people will think.
Oh.
You hadn't thought of that? Then it's time you did. If you're not concerned with your own reputation, what about hers? She's alone in the world?
Yes.
That puts an even greater responsibility on you, Michael.
I've known that for some time.
You say you can't marry her. You fail to explain why. Then I have this to say to you. Go away from her before it's too late. Before you've broken her life and dishonored your own. Is that too much to ask of my son?
If you only knew how much it is.
Are you afraid of the responsibilities of marriage?
No.
There's no peace and lasting happiness to be found in pleasure alone. There must be responsibility, and struggle, self-respect. Marriage or nothing, Michael.
I guess you're right. Marriage or nothing. Mary.
Michael, what's the matter?
My father came to see me today. He'd heard about us. Not that there was anything to hear.
What do you mean? Heard what?
Well, he didn't like the way things looked. Or he thought other people wouldn't. Mary, he made me see that I'm hurting you when all I've ever wanted to do was help you.
But you haven't hurt me. How could he say that?
Well, it's what other people might say.
I don't care what they say.
You know I love you. Don't you, Mary?
I didn't know, Michael. You never said it before.
Well, what was the use? Do you love me?
Since that first day. You knew, didn't you?
No.
And I'm glad I didn't show it too plainly. It was hard not to. Will you say again that you love me?
I love you.
Oh, Michael.
I've told you because I'm going away.
Away? Away?
If I kiss you even once, I won't be able to go.
But why are you, Michael? Why?
I love you and honor you and respect you too much to stay. Darling, we can't go on like this. I can't anyway. Now that I know, that we both know. It's what Father said, marriage or nothing. It has to be nothing.
You want to marry me? Do you, Michael?
What's the use of even talking about it?
Do you?
What do you think I've been saying all this time?
Then let's get married.
Well, unfortunately, you have one husband already.
No, I haven't.
What? Mary.
He's dead, Michael.
Dead? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know it mattered to you.
How do you know? When did this happen?
A month ago, 2 months, I don't know. I saw his name listed in the paper. That shipwreck off the coast of Ireland. Everyone missing. He was on the ship.
Missing?
So we can get married, if you mean it.
Mean it? Of course I mean it. Do you?
Oh, yes, Michael. Yes. But...
But what?
Well, I haven't had anything official. He might be still alive. Maybe he was saved. We'd be taking a chance.
Oh, 1 chance in 1,000. What's that? Nothing. Not a thing.
You're sure you want to risk it?
Of course I want to risk it. We've wasted 2 months already, darling. Let's not waste another minute.
One chance in 1,000. Surely acceptable odds for people to take in the gamble for happiness. In Act 2, which will be heard in just a moment, we shall discover just how successful this gamble was. Our Michael, by the way, is Les Tremaine, and Florida Phoebus appears as Mary. Now, here is Kenneth Banghart with news of a special event.
This coming Thursday, the first big automobile show in 8 years will open here in New York. On Thursday morning at 11 o'clock at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, the Ford Motor Company will welcome the public to a showing of the 2 new Lincolns and the new Mercury, and to the world premiere of the new 49 Ford. The showing will last 6 days, and it's expected that tens of thousands of people will crowd the great ballroom of the Waldorf to see the new Ford, because no car in years has aroused as much interest and curiosity as the Ford 49er. For almost half a century, Americans have been watching the Ford Motor Company with interest, watching the steady progress and improvement of Ford cars. They've learned from experience that Ford leads in bringing important advancements to its field. And so now, when they hear that the new Ford will be a greater change from the present Ford than the famous Model A was from the famous Model T, Americans know that the popular-priced car is going to take another big step forward. If you're going to be in New York this week, the Ford Motor Company invites you to attend this special showing at the Waldorf starting Thursday morning. I know you'll enjoy it. But whether you can come or not, you'll soon know more about the 49 Ford, for no matter where you are, in less than 2 weeks, you'll be able to see the Ford 49er for yourself. In just 12 more days, your Ford dealer will have on display the car of the year, the 49 Ford. The second act of Michael and Mary will be heard after a brief pause for station identification.
Now, Michael Rowe again takes up the story which he and Mary feel their son, David, must be told. You will remember that Mary's husband deserted her and later was reported dead. She and Michael had decided to be married.
We were married immediately, under a shadow, I suppose. But as the days and weeks and years passed, Mary and I forgot the shadow. I stopped thinking of that first husband whose name I didn't even know. There was too much happiness, David. My books began to sell. We had a son. And he grew into a long-legged boy whom his mother and father loved very much. When you were 13, we sent you off to prep school. We missed you, more than we like to admit. Well, one night after dinner, Mary looked up from the evening paper.
Michael, have you seen the paper yet?
All I want to, thanks.
You didn't notice anything?
I read it, if that's what you mean. What did I miss?
I just wondered if there was anyone you knew on this page.
No, I don't think so. Hey, How did I miss that?
Do you know her?
Mrs. Michael Rowe, wife of the well-known author. Oh, darling, darling, you look wonderful. Just think, people all over New York are saying, still, you can't deny his wife's pretty.
First time I've ever been in the paper. Shows how famous you're getting to be, Michael.
Well, let's see what it says. Mrs. Michael Rowe, wife of the well-known author, helping with the Red Cross Drive. Mr. and Mrs. Rowe are the parents of a 13-year-old son, David. Oh, darling, we've got to send this to David. He'll be so proud. I'm proud. I've got the prettiest wife, the handsomest son, the most comfortable apartment in New York, and I've just had the best dinner.
Oh, you needn't exaggerate, darling. You know how it is on Clara's day off.
I sometimes think the popular Mr. Rowe and his beautiful wife should have more than one servant. I see them surrounded by lackeys.
Michael, I must be economical for you. I always have the horrible fear in my mind that suddenly everybody will stop buying your books.
Yes, they probably will, but what's the use of worrying about it? Remember when we said if we could only save $1,000, we'd feel safe. And then it was 2,000, and then 5. Now we've got 10,000 salted away. But can we ever feel safe?
I suppose I'm afraid because I know what it's like, what I'm afraid of. You don't, Michael.
Darling, you'll never know again. I promise. Neither you nor David will... Oh, confound that man. If it is that man...
Who?
Old Ferguson. He warned me at the club today he might drop around. Mary, you disappear. He only wants to borrow a book, but if he sees you, he'll stay. He's the world's biggest bore. I'll say you've gone to bed, hmm?
All right, darling.
Coming. Hello, Ferguson. Oh, Mr. Michael Rowe? Yes?
Oh, I won't keep you a moment, Mr. Rowe, if I might just...
Come in.
Thanks.
What can I do for you, Mr...
Oh, you're wondering who I am and what I'm here for. It's natural. Well, I'll tell you. Where do I begin? That's the question.
Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. Not supposed to smoke. Heart. Still, oh, why not? I haven't much time in this vale of tears, anyhow. Well, it's a very nice apartment you've got here, Mr. Rowe. As I said to myself as I came in, my niece, if she is my niece, will be happy in a nice apartment like this.
Your niece?
Well, that's the question. That's why I'm here. As I said to myself over my solitary dinner just now, is it my niece or is it not?
Why not try beginning at the beginning?
Huh? It's very good, Mr. Rowe, and very witty. But where is the beginning? That's the question. Do we go back to the dear old days when a sweet little girl with long curls down her back used to call me Uncle George? Or to the moment a few hours ago when I opened my evening paper and my eyes rested on the face of Mrs. Michael Rowe, the popular author's wife? I said, good heavens, it's the very image of my little niece, Mary Weston. I'm George Weston.
I see.
Well, then you can understand an uncle's feelings and how I have to give myself the pleasure of calling on you to make sure.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. My wife has no Uncle George, no uncle living.
Maybe so, Mr. Rowe, in which case I shall apologize for my intrusion and withdraw. But the fact that she hasn't spoken of me is, well, not surprising. I'm afraid I wasn't spoken of much in the family. The Rolling Stone, the prodigal brother of Mary's father, the bad egg. Well, but the bad egg has made good. Yeah. That should appeal to a witty writer like yourself. The bad egg has made good, huh? Well, oh, yes. Well, last week I came back to America with a fortune in my pocket, but alas, the seeds of a deadly disease in my heart. And with nothing to do but to sit down and wait for death, the great master, to claim me.
I'm sorry you're not well.
Oh, well, you know you can't knock around the world the way I have, Mr. Rowe, and not pay for it. Oh, well, I've no complaint against fate, except one. Who do I leave my fortune to? I've lost sight of my few relations. Are they alive? Are they dead? And I open my paper tonight and I see... No, can it be my niece? Mr. Rowe, George Weston wouldn't be doing his duty as an uncle and a citizen if he hadn't come to inquire. So George Weston has come. And if he's mistaken, well, pardon this intrusion, he can withdraw immediately.
Well, of course, it's very... You're quite right from your point of view, but I really don't think my wife... Would your niece recognize you?
I think so, Mr. Rowe. I think she'd recognize me. But, well, I'm content to leave it in her hands. I'm not trying to force myself on you if she prefers to disown me.
Oh, there's no question of that. But I still think you're making a mistake. However, that's for my wife to say. Mary?
Did you want me, Michael?
Will you come here a minute, darling?
Of course.
This is Mr...
Harry.
Yeah, I thought so. Hello, Mary.
Harry.
Well, aren't you glad to see me again?
I thought you said your name was...
Michael.
What's the matter?
Yes. Oh, yes. You ask Mary. What's the matter?
Who are you?
It's my husband, Michael. My husband.
Harry Price. I'm at your service. Harry Price, husband of the affectionate lady, now in your arms.
That picture of Mary in the paper, the fact that she had a son and a husband who was successful, it was all Harry Price needed. 1 chance in 1,000, we'd said. And 14 years later, that one chance had come to mock us. I remember his oily voice, his unctuous manner.
Oh, no. I'm not a ghost. Oh, no, Mary. I didn't drown in the Irish Sea. I wasn't even on that ship. Well, turned out to be a piece of luck, didn't it, that I was a little short of funds when she sailed.
What do you want?
Oh, you know what I want. You know very well what I want. Oh, no, not my wife, no thanks. I want a little financial arrangement to be made, and then Harry disappears. Mr. and Mrs. Rowe never see him again. Ah, well, the best of friends must part.
You can go to prison for blackmail, Mr. Price.
And your wife for bigamy.
Oh, Michael, I've brought this on you.
It'll be all right, darling.
Oh, of course, it may be a consolation to you that when your wife is in jail, to know that I'm in jail, too, but it seems kind of silly to me.
How much do you want?
Now you're talking. Trust a woman for common sense. Well, now, Mary, I thought a cool 10,000. A nice, cool, solid, comfortable 10,000. Just about the right amount. Well, Harry Price knows. Harry Price always knows.
You can go to the devil.
And your wife? And your boy?
When I heard about you 14 years ago, I promised myself that if I ever met you, I'd punch your filthy face. I'm older now. Life doesn't seem so simple. But I warn you, if you don't get out...
No. No roughness, please. Remember my weak heart.
Get out. Not 1 penny.
Bluff. I've met it before. I call it.
Oh, you've met it before.
In business.
The blackmailing business.
Now, look here. I've had enough of this. Let's get down to facts. Call me a blackmailer. I don't care. And your wife's a bigamist. Facts. Are we both going to prison or aren't we? Ask yourself who's going to mind going to prison most, me or her, and who's going to mind the truth coming out most, me or you. So, let's get down to it. My price is 10 grand.
And when you've spent it, then what?
I'll give you my word of honor.
You haven't got a word of honor.
I swear on the Bible.
Bible? You ever try to borrow money? They ask first what security you can give. You've no security to offer, you fool.
I have prison to offer.
To exchange, you mean? No deal. So outside, Mr. Price. Get out.
No, you can't get rid of me so easy. Mary, don't let him do this to you and your poor little son. Talk to him.
I agree with Michael.
Thank you, Mary.
All right. 5,000.
Get out.
Oh, she's not worth 5,000, huh? Oh, you want her to go to prison, is that it? You want to be rid of her, huh? What's the matter? Got your eye on some doll?
Why, you...
No, none of that. Here, don't push me now. No!
Michael!
Get up. I said get up.
Harry! Has he fainted, Michael?
Mary.
What is it?
He's dead. I'd wanted to kill Harry Price, but I hadn't. I hadn't even touched him. He didn't hit his head on anything either as he fell. You see, he'd told the truth about his heart. But as we stared at him there on the floor, I felt as if I'd killed him. And I said so.
No, Michael. It was an accident. It could have happened to anybody.
To anybody, yes. But it happened to him.
Oh.
To him.
Michael.
Who is he? What did he come here for? Why did we quarrel? The police will want to know.
The police?
An inquest. They'll ask questions. It will all come out, Mary. We took the risk, and now we've got to pay.
Yes. I'm ready, Michael.
Oh, why did this have to happen? Why did he have to come back?
Michael, think of all the happiness we've had together. And it's because of what we did, the chance we took, that we've had the happiness. Because we kept our self-respect. Because we knew this might come and weren't afraid of it. Whatever happens now, we've had those years.
I'm not complaining, sweet. I've had more happiness than I ever deserved. And if you forgive me, I regret nothing.
Forgive? Oh, Michael.
I suppose I'd better call the police.
I suppose so.
Yes. Operator, get me... Never mind. No, Mary.
What is it?
No. Let's fight for our happiness.
Fight?
Lie.
Oh, Michael, we've already done so many things that aren't right.
I don't know what's right anymore. I don't know. All I know is that I'd do anything to save you.
I hate telling lies. I always have.
I hate it, too. Is safety worth it at the cost of living? Safety and self-respect? Can we have them both?
I don't know, Michael.
Sweetheart, if you wish it, even if you aren't quite sure but think you wish it, we'll tell the truth, unashamed, and let happen whatever happens.
All right, No. No, Michael, we can't.
But you said...
I was just thinking of us, and that isn't fair. There's someone else who can be hurt by this. David.
Good Lord.
Think how hurt and bewildered he'd be, understanding so little except that his mother and father aren't what he thought they were. Nothing for him would ever be quite the same again.
No.
I suppose we were selfish about David. Maybe he ought never to have been born. But I wanted him so. And now I feel he's something sacred. The debts must be paid by us, not by him. None of this is his fault. We've got to put him before ourselves, before each other, before the truth, before everything.
Yes. Well, then we've got to plan. Now, it's 9:30. The police will know more or less when he died. We'll say 9:35. And say we were confused at first, so we didn't call till 9:40. That gives us 10 minutes, Mary. At 9:40, I call the police, and by then we've got to have a complete story ready for them. Who he is, why he came here, how he died. 10 minutes. Now, who is he?
What did he say when he came?
He said he was your uncle.
I see.
His excuse for trying to see you. Now, that's no good. He can't have come here to see you at all. Once the police begin looking things up... No, he's a stranger. We don't know his name or anything about him. Well, then, why is he here?
A man at the door, begging?
Begging, yes. He became threatening, and then I tried to... No. If he were begging, why should he come to the top apartment first? He'd have gone to the apartments below. The police would ask. That's no good either.
Could you have gone out for dinner and he followed you home?
I don't like that either. Where'd I go? More lies to make up, you see. Oh, it's 9:34. I can't think. What's the matter with me? A writer, and I can't think of a plot.
We'll find something.
I'm sorry, dear. We've lots of time. Let's begin again. Oh, Lord, if you've ever helped me make up a story, help me now. Come on, Mary. It's you who will give it to me.
Well, we want to be as near the truth as we can, don't we?
Yes. As long as we keep you out of it.
Well, then why did he come?
Why? He saw your photograph.
Harry did see it? Oh, Michael and I were so proud of it.
It's funny, isn't it?
Seems funny now that we ever felt so safe. But that's our cue, Michael. We said to keep to the truth. We'll say he saw the paper.
But that's bringing you in, and I won't do that.
But your name's there, too.
Wait, I believe you've got it. He read about me in the paper. Looked up my address in the phone book.
But is he supposed to know you?
He's a fellow writer. Calls himself Stacy Cameron, brother of the pen. Pretends he admires my books. Comes here with a hard luck story down on his luck.
You get letters like that?
Yes. But would I have let him in?
You let him in?
Like a fool. Well, he comes in, and then what happens?
He threatens you.
No. That's dangerous ground. We don't want any hint of blackmail.
Michael, it's time. You have to call the police.
I'm not ready yet.
It's 9:40.
Our story isn't finished.
But your 10 minutes are up.
If they come here and start punching holes in an alibi that isn't strong enough to stand up...
There'll be a few minutes before they get here. We'll be able to work out the rest of it then, Michael.
Maybe. But if it is finished, will it be good enough for them to accept?
Oh, Michael.
Operator, get me police headquarters.
One chance in 1,000. But as the wheel of fortune turned, that chance came up. Michael and Mary are making up their story for the police. They are taking another gamble. And while we wait for fortune's wheel to turn again, here is Kenneth Banghart with an inside story.
Yes, I do have an inside story for you now. The inside story of the car everybody is talking and wondering about, the 49 Ford. Let's start with the frame of the big new Ford. It will be a new drop center frame with a low, road-hugging center of gravity to give you the midship ride. It will have new hydrocoil springs in front and new extra-strong Paraflex springs in the rear. It will have new Magic Action king-size brakes that stop quickly and surely. And it will have either of two new Ford engines, a 100-horsepower V8 or a 95-horsepower 6, with new Equiflow cooling and new lubrication system,
designed for new savings on gas and outstanding new performance. In addition, for the first time in its field, the 49 Ford will offer at extra cost a factory-installed overdrive. That means easier driving and still more savings on gas. Those are the basic parts of the Ford 49er. Now to add the things which will make it a living room on wheels. The new Ford will have seats wide enough for 3 big people to sit in comfort. The rear seat a full 5 feet wide. There'll be plenty of room overhead and underfoot. There'll be new picture window visibility, more than 20 square feet of sparkling glass. There'll be plenty of baggage space in the new Ford deep deck luggage locker. And as an accessory, there'll even be a complete temperature control system to suit the temperature to your comfort. The new 49 Ford is definitely going to be a living room on wheels, enclosed in the new Ford Lifeguard body. That's the inside story of the comfort, safety, and performance you'll find in the new Ford. The outside story, the style and beauty of the new Ford, that's still a secret. People who have seen it call the Ford 49er the dream car. All I can tell you is that it was designed to be the car of the year. But it won't be long now before you'll see for yourself. In just 12 more days in your own community, your Ford dealer will have on display the one and only new car in its field, the car of the year, the 49 Ford.
The curtain rises on the final act of the Ford Theater presentation of Michael and Mary. The stranger, Mary's former husband, lies dead of a heart attack. Michael and Mary have devised a story which, if the police believe it, will protect their son and their own happiness.
On the phone, I told the police a man had died suddenly in my apartment. I didn't know who he was. In 10 minutes, 2 officers and a doctor were there. The doctor performed a cursory examination and said there would be a post-mortem. Then Mary and I were questioned by Lieutenant Collier's.
All right, Mr. Rowe, what happened here?
Why, he dropped suddenly, like that. No warning at all. He must have died instantly.
You were a witness, Mrs. Rowe?
No, I was in the bedroom.
Did you hit him, Mr. Rowe?
Well, not really. I did try to shove him out the door, but that's all.
When he fell, did he hit his head on anything?
I don't think so, Lieutenant.
No sign of physical violence. External, anyhow. You called headquarters right away?
No,
Why not?
It was such a shock, Lieutenant Collier's. We were confused at first. We didn't know whether to call a doctor or... And then my husband said no, it had to be the police.
You say you don't know anything about this man?
I never saw him before.
You, Mrs. Rowe?
No.
All I know is he said he had a bad heart. But he was lying the whole time he was here, so maybe even that was a lie.
Now, let's have the whole story. Start from the beginning. How did he happen to come here?
Well, there was something about me in the evening paper. He read it, and that must have given him the idea. He came here calling himself Stacy Cameron, claimed he was a writer and that we'd met 4 or 5 years ago.
And you're sure you hadn't met?
Yes, I am now.
How about you, Mrs. Rowe? Could he have met you?
I don't forget people, Lieutenant Collier's. I never saw him before in my life.
Go on, Mr. Rowe.
I hadn't met him, but the name Stacy Cameron rang a faint bell. I took him at his word and asked him in. Then he began the usual hard luck story, touched me for $100.
What was the hard luck story?
Well, he said he'd been sick. Couldn't work the way he used to. The sales fell off, couldn't even sell the things he did write. It happens to writers, that's why I believed him at first. And then he made a slip, and I began to be suspicious.
What kind of a slip?
Well, he was a little too glib, for one thing, and he used poor grammar. As a rule, writers don't do that.
For example?
Well, he used the double negative, that kind of thing.
That was enough to make you suspicious? Now, people get careless, Mr. Rowe, writers or not.
Yes, but there were other things. He pretended to be an admirer of my books. I deliberately asked him if he read one called Disorderly Design. He said he had. Well, I never wrote a book with that title.
Anything else that made you suspicious?
Well...
Yes, Michael. You said he claimed he wrote fiction himself.
Oh, yes. And that was when I placed the name Stacy Cameron, an article writer who never wrote fiction in his life. I knew then he was an imposter. I told him to clear out.
Well, then what happened?
He got truculent. I pushed him toward the door, and he just collapsed.
I see. Called himself Cameron. Do you think that was his real name?
Well, I haven't the faintest idea, Lieutenant. But he's not the Stacy Cameron. I'll bet on that much.
Taking a risk, wasn't he? You might have known Stacy Cameron very well.
A risk, yes. But he probably knew what I knew, that Stacy Cameron disappeared from the literary scene some years ago.
Maybe he knew Stacy Cameron himself, or had a friend who did. That way, the impersonation would have been fairly safe, wouldn't it?
Possible. You say he spoke of having a weak heart?
Yes, but it's the stock thing to say, of course.
Looks as if it might be true in this case. May even be named Cameron. That's what gave him the idea. A clever man always keeps as near the truth as he can. Doesn't he, Mr. Rowe?
Yes, I suppose he does.
Well, our first job is to find out who he is. No identification at all. Seems strange he'd look you up. You're not a wealthy man, are you, Mr. Rowe?
No, comfortably fixed. But writers stick together. I mean, they expect other writers to understand when they...
You said he wasn't a writer.
No, I didn't say that. I said he wasn't Stacy Cameron.
You said writers didn't use bad grammar, therefore he was not a writer.
He could have been, Lieutenant. You pointed out yourself that people get careless. He certainly could make up stories, anyhow.
You're very helpful, aren't you, Mrs. Rowe? I suppose you told me when you came into the picture.
My wife didn't see him.
Mrs. Rowe, talk, please.
Michael was going to say that I didn't see the man till he was dead.
You stayed in your bedroom the entire time?
Yes, Michael let him in. It's our maid's day off.
Where is your bedroom?
That door to the right.
You didn't hear anything?
Just voices. I wasn't paying very much attention. I was reading a letter from our son.
And that's all you have to tell me?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
You, Mr. Rowe?
That's all, Lieutenant. I wish there were more, but there isn't.
I wish so, too. If you should remember anything else, that either of you had met this man before, for instance, there's still the inquest.
Does there have to be? The thing was an accident.
Yes. A coroner's jury will have to decide how he died. And why.
So then, we had to go through the inquest. We took the oath and gave the evidence. I swear by Almighty God, we didn't like that, but it had to be done. Mary was wonderful. That's one thing you and I can say together, David. Whatever danger threatens us, whatever evil surrounds us, this we know, your mother will never let us down. And so we got through it. They'd found out his name, or the name he was using. Not Price, luckily. And the verdict was death from natural causes. Well, David, that's our story, as it ended 10 years ago. Now, there's just one more thing to be said. Insofar as we've offended against our God, we feel guilty of nothing. But insofar as we have offended against you, David, we're in your hands. It's for you to say.
What is there to say? What do you expect me to say?
That you forgive us, David.
Forgive? More than ever before, I honor my father and my mother.
Oh, darling. Oh, you are a fine son.
What about Linda, David? Will she want to marry into our family when you tell her all this?
You don't know Linda, or you wouldn't ask that. She'll be as proud of you as I am. And I thought your lives had been so happy.
They have been. I never think of the bad part, only the good. Only of you and Michael. Until today.
Wait a minute. Why did you tell me today? You hated telling me. You never have before. That phone call. What was it?
The last chapter of a story we thought was finished. How naive we were ever to think we could write a finish to our own story. What people have done, what they've been, lives on forever.
Dad?
That was Inspector Collier's on the phone.
Collier's?
10 years ago, when I said Harry Price was really dead and we were safe, I remember Mary asking, will we ever be safe? She was right.
Well, what did he want?
He has new evidence, he said.
After all this time, how could he?
Easily enough, I suppose, if the police wanted to look. There were plenty of loose ends.
It'll all come out in the open now. In the papers. Everything. Now you see why we had to tell you, darling. It'll change your life, yours and Linda's.
Never mind about us. What's going to happen to you? Dad, Mother, what about you?
Well, Inspector Colliers, it's been quite a long time since we've seen you.
10 years about, Mr. Rowe.
It turns out the old saw is true, doesn't it? Truth is stranger than fiction.
We should know, Michael.
That's right. Well, I'll start at the beginning, if that's all right with you. That is, I'll start with the part you don't know about.
Just start.
For some time now, we've been after a criminal gang here in New York. Counterfeiters. I expect you've seen something about it in the papers. The Taylor gang.
No, I missed that.
Well, we finally rounded them up. There was a woman among them. Calls herself Sally Winters. She claims she was married at 17, deserted by her husband. No family, no money. She drifted into bad company. And that's a story you hear often enough, and too often it's true. Well, I was assigned the job of checking on Sally Winters' story. And who do you think the man was that ruined her life? The man who dropped dead in your apartment 10 years ago.
We can't pretend we didn't know you were going to say that, Inspector.
Guess I tipped you on the phone, didn't I? Well, since I already knew something about that gentleman's character, the judge let Sally Winters off with 6 months.
The poor thing.
And that was the end of the Taylor case.
The end? You mean that's all you had to tell us? No more than that?
There's a little more, Mr. Rowe. The end of the Taylor case, but not the end of my investigation.
Oh,
what did you do? What did you find?
I don't like leaving a story unfinished any more than you do, Mr. Rowe. I'd met that man once in your apartment, and now I'd met him again. I said to myself, I'll bet you've left your mark in other places, my friend. I think I'll take a look. So I had a look.
Yes?
His real name was Harry Price. Sally Winters wasn't the only girl he married and deserted. You never know about people, do you?
You never know.
There was another girl by the name of Weston. Mary Weston.
And you're looking for Mary Weston? Is that right, Inspector?
Why should I look for her, Mrs. Rowe? I know where to find her if I want to. But I don't want to. The fault wasn't hers, was it?
Inspector, what are you saying?
Just that Mary Weston wasn't his legal wife, anyhow, for all she thought she was.
She wasn't?
Sally Winters was his first wife, his legal wife. Mary Weston was free to take another husband. I only hope she knew it.
I hope so, too.
Well, I thought you'd both be interested. Once Harry Price crossed your path, by accident, of course, but he caused you some trouble. And I wanted to say he'll never cause you any more.
He won't, Inspector?
The books on Harry Price are closed. I'm closing them myself. You see, Mr. Rowe, I'm not a writer like you, but I deal in stories, too, so to speak, and I like them rounded off as much as you do. You understand?
Yes, Inspector. We understand.
Thank you, Inspector.
Well, I won't take any more of your time. Good luck to you both, and to that son of yours.
Thanks to you, Inspector, we've had our share of luck. More than our share.
Well, it's time, isn't it? You had your share of bad luck, too. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
Inspector.
Colliers.
Michael.
Oh, I can't believe it. A real ending this time, Mary.
He knew.
Of course he knew. But he decided there were extenuating circumstances.
Extenuating circumstances. That poor girl.
Sally Winters.
If it hadn't been for you, I would have been Sally Winters. But we're safe now, Michael. At last, and David's safe. Michael, we needn't have told David at all.
I've been thinking of that. We waited 10 years to tell him, but we didn't have the sense to wait one more hour.
But I'm glad he knows. We're all closer now than we ever were before.
I'm glad, too.
And just think, Michael, I was never married to Harry at all. I've always been married to you.
To the applause of the audience here in NBC Studio 6A, the curtain of the Ford Theater has slowly descended upon the final act of A.A. Milne's love story of Michael and Mary, played, I think, with great warmth and sincerity by Les Tremaine and Florida Phoebus. Mr. Tremaine will be remembered by the Ford Theater audience for his characterization of George Simon in Counselor at Law, and Miss Phoebus for her fine performance in Dodie Smith's Autumn Crocus. You know, I envy Eddie Dowling his duties here next Sunday afternoon. On that day, the Ford Theater will present one of the most hilarious comedies ever produced on Broadway, the amazing and side-splitting My Sister Eileen. Many of you must have enjoyed it also in its movie version. It's the incredible tale of two girls from Columbus who arrive in New York to gain a foothold and end up by creating a landslide of merriment. The following week, your guest spokesman will be Louis Calhern, currently starring in the Broadway revival of the play's The Thing. On the Ford Theater, however, the play will be the warm and charming comedy, The Late Christopher Bean. I remember it as the story of what happens when a gallery full of great paintings turns up in the attic of a New England physician. For the season's final presentation on the Ford Theater, Howard Lindsay will return to preside over a dramatization of Sinclair Lewis's great novel of science and the men and women who live and die for it, Arrowsmith. You can be sure I'll be listening.
Thank you, Alfred Drake. Michael and Mary was adapted by Nancy Moore from the original stage play by A.A. Milne and edited by Howard Teichman. The musical score was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. Other players heard in today's play were Alice Goodkin as Carol, Charles Penman as Inspector Colliers, Cameron Prudhomme as Father, and Frank Thomas as David. Alfred Drake, star of the Broadway hit Joy to the World, appeared today as spokesman for the Ford Theater during the absence of Howard Lindsay in Detroit, where his new play, Life with Mother, is being presented shortly. Next week, Howard Lindsay's guest will be the famous actor-producer Eddie Dowling, and our play will be My Sister Eileen. The Ford Theater is presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, farm tractors, and motor coaches.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Sacred Flame, a gripping drama by W. Somerset Maugham. When crippled Morris Tablet dies suddenly, no one questions the doctor's statement that he died of heart failure. No one, that is, except Nurse Wayland, who insists that he has been murdered. But who would want to kill Morris? His devoted wife, Stella? His mother, who adored him? His brother, Colin? Listen in a few moments to the devastating consequences of Nurse Wayland's bitter accusation in The Sacred Flame, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of the game of chess, old fellow.
Don't let your son bully me, Mrs. Tablet.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor.
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Morris, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Mother, is that the way respectable general practitioners talk to their patients in the days of your far-distant youth?
How on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself knitting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tablet.
Don't worry about me.
After listening to my lively conversation and wheeling me around for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Who can blame her?
I know, it's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate.
If you please, ma'am, Major Leconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in to have a drink.
Of course not.
Ask him to come in, Alice.
Very good, ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No, I've never met him. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, we knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
Is he a soldier?
No, he was a policeman. He's retired now.
Oh.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers. Nice chap. And I believe he's a rather good golfer. Colin has played with him once or twice.
I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Leconda?
Oh, good evening, John.
Hello.
How nice of you to come in.
I was on my way home and I saw your lights on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Thanks, Millie. How are you, nurse?
Fine, thanks.
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits, I see.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do, Major? Don't let me disturb your game.
It's finished.
Have you beaten him?
Hollow.
I haven't come to stay, only to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off.
There's no hurry. I'm not going to bed for hours.
We're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera. Morris, why don't you let Nurse Wayland get you ready? Then you'll only have to slip into bed and Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say, Nurse?
It's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in and put you to bed after you've said goodnight to her.
No, come on. You look tired. Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and her patience is really wonderful.
She's a jolly good nurse, and you're very lucky to have her.
Oh, I'm sure we were. It's a pity she's so tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. He likes to say goodnight to Stella last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. That's why he's staying up now.
Poor boy. I suppose he's absolutely dependent on a nurse?
Absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear. And he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Is there really no chance of his getting better, Dr. Harvester? No, I'm afraid not. He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and he was badly burned when the plane caught fire. What a shocking thing to happen. Yes, indeed.
And when you think that he was flying all through the war and never had a mishap... It's so silly that this should happen just when he was trying out a new machine. It was so unexpected.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
Never. His spirits are wonderful. It's heartbreaking to watch him in dreadful pain and still forcing a joke from his lips.
You know, I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabrett. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
Yes. As boys, they were great friends, which isn't always the case with brothers. Colin's been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know.
Does he have to go back?
Well, he put his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation. Oh, it's doing very well. He loves the life out there. And it seems cruel to ask him to give it all up to help look after his crippled brother.
I think it would be most unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life.
Yeah, we are again. Fixed up and ready for any excitement. Aren't I, Nurse? But what's that?
What?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, I did. It's Stella. She's in her new evening dress tonight, Doctor. Just wait till you see her.
Which opera was on tonight?
Tristan. That's why I insisted on Stella going. It was after seeing Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It was a wonderful evening. Oh, here she is.
Stella!
Hello, my darling. Have you missed me?
Why are you back so early, you bad girl? You promised me to go and have supper. Why didn't you take her, Colin? Well, good evening, Doctor.
Well, darling, I was so thrilled and excited by the opera, I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Hang it all.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Hello, Major.
You might have gone to Lucian's and had some supper. What's the good of my spending the earth buying you a magnificent new dress when you won't let anyone see it?
But, darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but it seemed so grand that I hadn't the nerve. I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you are a bully, Morris. Oh, there you are, then. Oh, you've made me feel shy now.
Stand up so we can all see.
Ah, it's lovely.
Oh,
Stella, what's the matter? Catch her, Colin. She's going to fall. There you are. Come on. Sit down.
Yeah, I'm all right. Nothing, just a little faintness.
Stella. It's all right, Morris. Don't fuss. Put your head between your knees, Stella.
Let me help you. No, I'll be all right in a minute. Oh, silly of me. My belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. Nurse, would you mind going into the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young people to eat?
Of course not. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin can get a bottle of champagne from the cellar.
All right, Mother. Is there any ice in ours? I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
Oh, Mother's right. All I need is a large sandwich, preferably ham.
You're looking better now. For a few moments, you're as white as a sheet.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, goodbye.
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 It was nice of you to look in.
Don't worry, I'll see myself out.
If you're not in a hurry, Doctor, wait and have a sandwich with us. And in the meantime, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we? It's so lovely and warm.
Good idea. And for ham sandwiches, I hope Nurse Whalen has the sense to use plenty of mustard.
Stella, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, my darling. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me. Why didn't you go on and have supper before coming home?
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to get back.
But Stella, you go out so seldom. Oh, this is no life for you. Tied up to a cripple. You're young.
Oh, darling, don't. Please. I'm not missing anything, I promise you.
The fact is, you've lost the habit of going out and having fun.
Nothing is fun if you can't share it.
Now, don't be idiotic, my poor darling. I wish Colin weren't going away so soon. At least you've been able to get out and around with him.
He only came home for 6 months, and he stayed nearly a year.
You promised you'd try to persuade him to stay on a bit.
No, but he must get back to his work.
I suppose so. I was thinking of you.
Oh, now, Morris, darling, you must stop fussing because you think I'm having a thin time. I'm not. You never try to prevent me from doing anything I want to. I don't know what it is to be bored. Why, I haven't time for half the things I want to do.
Yes, you're wonderful, Stella. You always have been. You've made the best of a bad job, all right. I've had to, but why should you?
Oh, my darling. Don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. It would be unspeakable if I stopped loving you now that you need my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Have I done anything to make you think I wasn't the same as I'd always been?
Of course not, darling. You've been an angel. Always. What's the matter? You suddenly went quite pale. You're not feeling faint again.
No, I'm all right.
Perhaps I seem to take for granted all that you do for me, but don't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
But I've done nothing for you.
I've never let you nurse me. Well, I couldn't bear that you should have anything to do with the sordid side of my illness. You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that, but I'm absolutely convinced you'll get much better.
No. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. But I know I'm on this invalid bed for life, Stella.
Oh, then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another, in the days when you were well and strong.
shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me. And for your love.
Do you think that's changed? I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. You're everything in the world to me, Stella. I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you, but I'm not. Because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, with every little feeling and every pain, how good you are to me.
Oh, darling, why are you saying all this to me tonight?
Because I owe you so much. You know, Stella, when you're an invalid, you find out all sorts of interesting things. People are sympathetic, but you mustn't abuse their sympathy. You soon discover it bores them if you talk about yourself. You must make jokes, make them laugh, so they feel they needn't be sorry for you. Then they go away feeling relieved and kindly disposed towards you.
Oh, my darling, you break my heart. It's so cruel that you should have had to learn such bitter truths.
My dear, they're not as bitter as all that. I shouldn't have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I can stand anything as long as I know I shall see you tomorrow and the next day and the day after and always.
Oh, Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm selfish, thoughtless.
Never. And you're so beautiful. You've never looked more beautiful than you do tonight. What is it that gives you this sudden new radiance?
Well, I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained look, but now, lately, you've had an air that is strangely peaceful. You gained a sort of lovely serenity. Oh, Stella, if only we'd had a child. Someone I could see as part of you and me. And you would have had something to console you. You wouldn't have felt you'd entirely wasted your life.
But Morris, darling, I don't feel I've wasted my life. Oh, look, you're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired.
I love you, Stella. I want to take you in my arms, as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body. Stella, I can't bear it.
Oh, hush now, my darling, please. Darling, don't.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed.
Darling.
I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
No, darling, don't, please, darling.
Forgive me, Stella. Oh, what a complete fool I am.
Oh, my dear. You frightened me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's a good thing Nurse Wayland didn't see me like that. Give me my handkerchief.
Oh, yes, here you are. Whiskey and soda's what you want. I'll get you one.
No. I'll have one later. In bed.
Yes. Sorry I've been so long. There wasn't any ham, so I made toasted bacon sandwiches.
Oh, they look delicious. I'll call the others. Oh, Dr. Harvester, come and have a sandwich before it gets cold.
Stella.
Yes, darling.
Darling, if you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. I suddenly feel very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris.
Did I hear you calling me?
Yes, you did. Morris doesn't want anything to eat. He's going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's very late. Good night, my boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Here, let me give you a hand, Dust.
I can manage perfectly. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him.
Look in on your way to bed, Stella.
Yes, of course, darling. Oh, don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold. Morris is rather nervy tonight. I'm sorry I went to the opera.
My dear, you go out so seldom.
I haven't the inclination, really.
You're tired. Why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait for the others.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you've done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's getting worse?
No, I think he's just the same. I just wanted you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him. After all, you didn't marry Morris to be the wife of a helpless cripple.
Wow, one must take the rough with the smooth.
You're a young and beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as anyone else has. For 5 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who was your husband, only because a legal ceremony had joined you together.
Oh, no, because love had joined us together.
My poor child. I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
But I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Well, let us suppose that it is the anniversary of my wedding day, and my thoughts have been much occupied with the ups and downs of marriage. Ah, here you are at last, Colin. You'd better pour us some wine.
Right. Where's Dr. Harvester?
Here I am. I've been with Morris. I'll just have a sandwich and swallow my wine and then be off.
Is Morris all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
I expect he's tired. He insisted on staying up.
Well, I've left a sleeping draught that he can take later if he wants it.
And I'll go up and see him before I go to bed. If he can get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self in the morning.
Well, I must get home. Good night, Mrs. Stavret, and thanks for a very pleasant evening.
I'll see you to the door, and I'll go straight to bed. Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor. Stella, darling.
Oh, Colin.
Poor darling.
Oh, Colin, what have we done? Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. It was almost as though he suspected.
No, impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it. Why did you ever love me? Oh, why did I ever love you?
Stella, come here. My darling.
No. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Excuse me, my dear. Could you pass me a packet of Radion?
Why, of course. Here.
Never use anything else to get my wash really white, do you? You know, whoops, mind the trolley. Radion is a wash out, a white in.
What?
Radion, an absolute white in, a clean up, a fresh in. And Radion's so good in washing machines. My wash is whiter to the last sock. Pow! Radion with Sunflakes. Pure white power. Remember that. Now I'll be on with my shopping. Mind the trolley.
Well, I never. A white in. Radion it is, then. Pure white power. Pow!
Shield brings you the dry look. Shield brings you the dry look with Stay Dry, a formulation unique to the newest Shield aerosol deodorant. It keeps you cool, confident, and feeling poised even in the sheerest of fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray never stings or burns your skin, even if you use Shield right after a bath. Stay Dry with Shield, the only deodorant with Stay Dry.
My dear Colin, I've only just heard. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
It was nice of you to come.
I was at the golf club, and old Blake came to me and said, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabrit died last night? I couldn't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
Morris seemed comparatively well last night, and in such good spirits. Was he taken worse in the night?
No.
He just died in his sleep.
I suppose so. He can't have felt ill or would have rung for Nurse Wayland.
When did you find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he had had a bad night, he slept late in the morning. Stella insisted that no one should go in to him until he rang. It was the only matter in which there'd been any friction between her and Nurse Wayland.
Oh, she was quite right. At least the poor chap was happy when he was asleep.
We were just finishing breakfast when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she had just been in to Morris. Stella was furious. I've never seen her so angry. Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. I had the feeling something was wrong. Is anything the matter, nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands and said, "He's dead."
How terrible.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and went into a dead faint.
And your mother?
Oh, Mother was wonderful. I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother just sitting at the table. She was awfully white. And then she began to tremble. She never made a sound, just shrank back into her chair and suddenly became an old woman. She just said, "You'd better go for Dr. Harvester." I shall never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Oh, hold on, old man. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing more to tell. Mother and Nurse Wayland attended Stella, and I went for the doctor. He said Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours. And probably heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right now.
And your mother?
Harvester's with her. Ah, here he is.
How is Mrs. Tabrit?
Very upset. Trying not to show it. She has wonderful self-control.
Do you think she'd like to see me?
I'm sure she would. Oh, Nurse Wayland, is my mother asleep?
No, only resting, Mr. Collin.
Then I'll go and ask her, Major. I won't be a moment.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I'm too restless.
Oh, it's been a shock no less for you than the family.
Yes, a great shock. He was always so brave and cheerful.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than his wife.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
What, in your opinion, Doctor, did Morris Tabrit actually die of?
Heart failure.
Are you going to put that on the death certificate?
Certainly.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris might have lived for years.
He might have. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everyone concerned that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabrit was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabrit was murdered.
Do you mean that you intended that statement to be taken quite literally?
Quite.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know perfectly well that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded by love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I'm at liberty to keep to myself.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it. And then I shall have nothing more to say.
I am not going to have a post-mortem. It's quite unnecessary.
I must warn you. If you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and protest.
I should have thought the tablets have enough to put up with without your forcing such an ordeal on them.
Major Leconda, you were in the police, weren't you? Tell me, what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe her patient has died by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be sure that her reasons are valid before she exposed to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do at least owe it to them to make no charges behind their back.
Does that mean you want them sent for?
Yes. In point of fact, I think I hear Mrs. Tablet coming now.
I'll go and fetch Stella.
My dear Major, how kind of you to come.
Oh, I felt I must come and see you for a moment. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. If there's any way I can be of service.
Thank you. I'm trying to put my own feelings out of sight and mind and think only that my son's martyrdom has ended. I won't weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Good morning, Major Leconda. Dr. Harvester told me you were here.
I came to say how much I feel for you and your great loss.
Thank you. You know, Morris and I often talked of death. He was never afraid of it. He didn't even attach much importance to it. He asked me not to wear mourning for him, but to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
Nurse Wayland, you'll be leaving us now, I suppose. I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris and to tell you how deeply grateful I am to you.
I don't need gratitude. I only did my duty.
What's the matter?
Stella, I've got something unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have to add to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
Well, what is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris's death was due to his illness. She thinks there was some other cause.
But I don't understand. What other cause could there be?
She says he was murdered.
Oh, murdered? You must be mad, nurse.
It's preposterous. However, I presume she has some grounds for her statement. What are they?
Well, nurse?
You all know that Mr. Morris suffered from sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed a sedative, chlorolin. Will you repeat the instructions you gave me last night, Doctor?
Morris was excited and overwrought. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it.
I dissolved the tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. There were 5 tablets left. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
Would 5 tablets have been a fatal dose, Doctor?
6, including the one I left for him.
Yes, there's no doubt the effect would have been fatal.
It's incredible. Well, it's much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
If so, they must have been taken after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say goodnight to him. You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken those 5 tablets at midnight, you wouldn't be sitting here now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chloral poisoning?
I've told you that I was satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course, it's possible. But I don't for an instant believe it.
But I'm so confused. It's come as such a terrible shock. Nurse Wayland, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping tablets?
I do.
No, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris? It's out of the question.
Oh, no. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone would deliberately give Morris an overdose. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
Well, he wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so upset.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
What did he say?
Well, really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself concerned only ourselves.
I beg your pardon. I only thought it would be better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding anything back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
My dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful to answer, but there's this. If there is anything in what Nurse Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
Well, he said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself, he was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Nurse Wayland, if poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you let him go in peace and spare us the distress of a post-mortem and inquest?
But you see, I don't believe your husband committed suicide.
Why not?
He was sometimes very depressed, and for that reason I didn't think it wise to leave within his reach the means of putting an end to himself. I always kept the tablets well out of his reach.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you speak to me like that? Your face is twisted with hate. I don't understand.
Don't you?
Oh. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of woman have we had in our house for 5 years?
There's nothing to be frightened of, darling. Don't give way to your nerves.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there, did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed by black despair?
But why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you should never have the distress of being sorry for him.
How can you say such dreadful things?
Everything he had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done anything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I should not concern myself with that side of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sorry you don't think Stella did all she could for Morris. As his mother, I'm perhaps no less competent than you to judge. I have only admiration for her unselfishness.
Oh, Mother.
I always think we do the best by people when we help them in the way they want to be helped.
There's a lot in that.
I'm sure Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed her, and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing, only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend with me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose and know I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and know he couldn't hurt me.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
What a strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that in one of his moments of despair, he must have thought of suicide.
It was just one of those moments that I was on guard against. The sleeping tablets were kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach them.
Was it impossible, Dr. Harvester, for Morris to have crossed the room into the bathroom and stood up on a chair?
Quite impossible. He had no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken in the accident and his spinal cord was injured.
Well, the matter can't be left like this. I'm afraid, Harvester, there'll have to be an inquest.
But confound it, man. No one commits murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Everyone was devoted to him.
Did you know his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella. I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning I knew for certain.
Are you accusing me of murdering my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
Shall I keep luncheon back, madam?
Is it 1 o'clock? No. You can serve it.
We can't have lunch now, Mother.
Why not? Lay for 2 extra, Alice. Major Laconda and Dr. Harvester will be lunching.
Very good, madam.
Mother, it's impossible. How can we all sit down as though nothing had happened?
I think it's just as well. We have a great deal more to say to one another. It will do none of us harm to talk of other things for half an hour.
No, I couldn't. Please let me stay here.
I insist on your coming, my dear.
I must go home, Mrs. Tablett. I'll have a bite there and come back immediately.
Very well. Will you come, Nurse Wayland?
No.
I'll have something sent up to your room.
I don't want anything.
You may when it comes.
Lunch is served, madam.
Come, Stella.
You know the Pepsodent you've been using? Pretty good toothpaste, wasn't it? But now there's all new Pepsodent. It's a toothpaste revolution. Get your teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel. All new Pepsodent made with Earlium actually polishes teeth dazzle white. It doesn't scratch.
All new Pepsodent, the greatest toothpaste discovery in your lifetime.
But you don't have to believe that just because we say so. Extensive laboratory tests prove that it's true.
If you'd like to see the results of those tests for yourself, write to Pepsodent, Box 909, Durban, and we'll send you documentary proof
that all new Pepsodent gets teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel.
All new Pepsodent gives you the smile that dazzleizes.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new flavor Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New flavor Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Stella.
Oh, have you finished lunch already?
More or less. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay in the dining room.
It was awful sitting there as though nothing had happened. I don't know what induced Mother to make us go through that farce.
I dare say it was sensible. With the servants there, it was obvious that we had to hold our tongues. It gave us all a chance to collect ourselves.
Stella, is it true?
About the baby? Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to.
You were going to let me go away without knowing.
I didn't want to spoil your last weeks here. Because I was worried, didn't seem to be any reason why you should be worried, too.
But what were you going to do?
I didn't know. I was desperately trying to find a way out. I thought it would be easier when you were gone. Whatever happened, I wanted to keep you out of it.
But, darling, this is something I must share with you. Surely you realize that.
When a woman tells a man she's going to have his baby, it's important to her. She wants to be made a fuss of. I couldn't expect you to feel joy or pride, only consternation.
Stella, you do realize, don't you, how much I love you?
Don't, Colin. Don't say anything that's going to upset me. I don't want to get emotional. If we've got to talk about it, let's do so as calmly as we can.
What's that dreadful woman going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm frightened to death. Oh, Colin, what's going to happen to us?
You do love me, Stella, don't you?
Oh, yes. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Oh, lunch hour already?
Yes.
Forgive me for coming through the French doors, but I walked through the garden.
Mother and Major LeConte will be here in a moment. They're still having coffee.
Nurse Welland had lunch in her room. Perhaps you'd better fetch her, Colin.
Righto. Won't be a moment.
I hope, my dear, this is going to come out all right.
It doesn't look much like it, does it? Dr. Harvester, will you tell me something?
Yes.
Do you think it possible that Morris could have guessed About the child?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't have borne the thought that he died rather than expose me to shame and disgrace. He was capable of that, you know.
My dear, I'm afraid that if Morris died of an overdose, he can't have taken it himself.
But who could have given it to him?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yes, Nurse Wayland.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mother and the Major.
Well, you're back quickly, Doctor. Have we kept you waiting? I hope you had everything you wanted in your room, Nurse.
Everything, thank you, Mrs. Tabrett.
Well, sit down, everyone. Now, we are in your hands, Nurse Wayland. Have you decided what to do?
Major Leconda asked your daughter-in-law a question before luncheon. She didn't answer it.
I'm afraid you must have thought me very impertinent, Stella. Nurse Wayland said you were going to have a baby, and I asked you if it was true.
It's quite true.
And then another question inevitably rises in one's mind. It's difficult for me to ask it.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm expecting. Since his accident, he's been my husband in name only.
I am the father, Major Leconda.
You?
Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, Nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with each other?
Oh, did you know?
Nowadays, I find the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. But I must be honest. I could no more stop falling in love with Colin than I could help the rain falling.
You're shameless.
But you have every right to think that I treated Morris shamefully, Mother. He's beyond the reach of pain, but I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby, and that Colin was the father.
I blame myself. Not for loving Stella, but for not going away as soon as I find out.
Whatever you think of me, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I love him with all my heart.
I know, dear.
I struggled against it. I told myself that the only return I could make Morris for all the devotion he gave me was by remaining faithful to him. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. And Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabrett. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
I'm afraid I shall shock you, Nurse Wayland. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella to ever live again as man and wife, I asked myself how long she'd be able to support such a false relationship.
No one could say that you had much trust in human nature.
I have a great deal. I knew that Stella's pity was infinite. I knew that she meant everything in the world to Morris. Everything. But I feared the time would come when she could no longer be content with the miserable life that was all that Morris had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we had no right to prevent her. And I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him, never.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything, as long as she stayed with Morris. I found myself wishing she'd take a lover.
Mrs. Tabrett!
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella are in love, I was glad. I felt that this would make things right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I thought only of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved both my sons equally. But since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
As if there were anything to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. But I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
Well, with a baby on the way, you must admit that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
What a cruel and heartless thing to say. Are you sure your motive for causing all this trouble is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise
you. You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away constantly. I could see that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient. But it didn't strike me as serious until this morning. I know now that you were madly in love with him.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing. Except that it's my turn to be shocked. In the circumstances, I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes, I loved him. My love grew as yours faded. I loved him because he was so helpless, so dependent on me. I never showed my love. It would have meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for anyone but you. You think you were kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I did, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, but they would have meant nothing to him. And you, whom he loved, could think of none of them.
Nurse Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me and unkind. I suppose there is something beautiful in love, of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No! It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that.
All you had for him was pity. But I loved him with all my heart. I never asked anything but to be allowed to help and serve him. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my life. And you killed him.
That's a lie.
Come, Nurse Wayland, you have no right to say that.
How dare you stand there and insult Stella? The situation is preposterous.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you're saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me? I could have gone away with Colin.
Yes, and heaven knows I wanted you.
You'd have been afraid of the scandal. And you knew that your treachery would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
After knowing me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland, how can you think me capable of such wickedness?
Your husband loved and trusted you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into a rather vulgar error, my dear? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her. I know she gave Morris all she could, and the rest was not within her power.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, I'm sorry, but Nurse Wayland has made a definite accusation. It must be met. If Morris died of an overdose of sleeping tablets, it was administered by somebody.
It was not given to him by me.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him last night. You said he was upset earlier in the evening. Why?
Oh, must I tell you? It was very private.
No, I've no right to ask you anything, but if there's an inquest, you'll be asked.
But he broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He said he would have so liked us to have a child.
But when you went in to say goodnight to him, he made no further reference to that.
No, none. He seemed quite recovered.
Did he ask you for anything before you went? The sleeping draught, for instance?
No, Major Laconda. Morris did not ask me for the sleeping draught, and I did not give it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
I was angry with you for going in before he called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone in too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I know you did.
You have done what you thought was your duty, Nurse Wayland. Well and good. It's obvious the matter cannot rest here, and the responsibility is now mine. There is no need for us to take up any more of your time.
I'll go. I'm just as anxious to leave you as you all are to get rid of me. But I can't go, Mrs. Tablett, without saying how sorry I am to have repaid your kindness by bringing this unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Before we part, my dear, I should like, if I could, to release your spirit from the bitterness that's making you so unhappy. Bless you for the kindness you showed by poor Morris, and for the unselfish love you bore him.
I'm so desperately unhappy.
Please leave your address, Nurse Wayland. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tablett, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Stella is mistaken in thinking that she was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I had a strange feeling that he was lying awake too. I opened his door quietly, but he heard me and called me in.
What time was this?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you left. He told me he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it hadn't had any effect. Then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt for once, and I do want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't enough.
Very early after his accident, I promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it.
Oh, Mother, no.
I said that if his suffering was so great that he couldn't bear them any longer, and he solemnly asked me to help him, I wouldn't shirk the responsibility. And sometimes he'd say, "Does that promise still hold?" And I'd answer, "Yes, dear, it does."
But did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew Stella's love meant everything to Morris, and I knew that she no longer had any to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. Poor Morris could not stand losing her. But Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worthwhile.
Oh, why didn't you give me the chance?
It was a lovely, lovely dream he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever wake from it. For I loved Morris. He was everything to me. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tablett, it's impossible. Oh, how dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorelin. I took the 5 tablets and dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it in to Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. Then I sat by the side of his bed, holding his hand until he fell asleep. When I withdrew my hand, I knew it was sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother. Oh, what will be the end of this? I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear, don't worry about me. What I did deliberately, and I'm quite ready to face the consequences.
Well, it's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself?
No, you mustn't be silly. You mustn't think about me or distress yourselves at what happens to me. You and Colin must go away, marry, and have your child. And you must forget the past. You're young, and you have a right to life and happiness.
Oh, Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me feel so ashamed.
My son, I love you, too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Oh, my dear, dear Millie, what can I say?
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there are ever any questions, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Oh, Nurse Wayland.
We're very grateful to you, Nurse Wayland. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tablet, I've been so petty and revengeful. I never realized how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let us get emotional. We're both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he's not really dead.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Remember, year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Season after season, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
At 57, 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back 15 minutes. Jack Benny is in his dressing room where Rochester is trimming his hair.
Just a little more off the sides, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
You know, Rochester, it may sound funny, but when I was a kid, I had the most beautiful head of thick golden curls.
You did?
Yeah. In fact, my mother was so proud of them, she gave a curl to every one of our relatives.
Well, you better write to them, boss. It's time to get them back.
Yeah. Hold it, Rochester. How much have you trimmed off the sides?
Almost a handful.
Good. Now sprinkle it around on top. Thanks. What are you laughing at?
This ain't no haircut. It's a landscaping job.
Well, it's a little trick I learned in agricultural school. Good old Bandini Tech. Yes, sir.
I better start shaving you now.
Raj, I thought you said you forgot my shaving cream.
I did, but this stuff will work fine.
Well, I don't know. Are you sure it's good for shaving?
Yeah, it says so on the box. Does everything.
I guess so. But I wish my face could have that oxidal sparkle, you know?
Now, hold still, boss, while I lather you up. Maybe you better open your shirt first.
Okay. There you are.
Say, boss, why do you wear that penny around your neck on a string?
It's for sentimental reasons, Rochester. This is the first penny I ever owned. You know that dollar I have framed up in my bedroom?
Uh-huh.
That's the first dollar I ever owned. You know that picture of my Maxwell that hangs in the den?
Uh-huh.
That's the first car I ever owned.
That's the first car anybody ever owned.
What?
That car scared more horses than the meat shortage.
No, I don't know. Now, hurry up and shave me, Rochester.
Okay. Hold still while I lather you up.
Rochester, you have to use that much.
Hold still, boss. There, that ought to be enough lather. Now, where's it? Come in.
Hiya, Roch. I was just passing by and I... Say, that looks wonderful.
Phil, stop trying to blow the foam off. It's me. And get your foot off my knee. It's not a brass rail. What a guy.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jackson.
What do you want, Phil?
Well, I'd like to ask you what number I should play on the program today. I've been rehearsing 2 of them all week.
What are they?
Well, one of them's Stardust.
What's the other one?
That's what I like about the sound.
You better play the first one, Phil. I don't think the public is ready for the second one. Go ahead, Rochester. Start shaving me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say, Jackson, I want you and the rest of the gang to come over to the house tonight. I'm giving a little surprise party for Alice.
Surprise party? What's it for?
Well, I think it's her birthday.
Think?
Yeah, it's either today, March 12th, or June 29th.
Phil, for heaven's sake, you mean to tell me you don't know when Alice was born?
Look, Jackson, I'm her husband, not her mother.
All right, Phil, I'll be glad to come. Shall I have dinner first?
Well, of course not. I got everything all set. I prepared it myself.
Now, what are you having?
Well, there'll be martinis, Manhattans, old fashions, bourbon highballs, scotch and soda.
Phil. I mean, what kind of food are you serving?
What?
Food.
Well, how do you like that? I knew I forgot something.
Well, how in the world? Ouch! Rochester, you cut me.
It's about time you felt it. I did it a minute ago.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
I thought you were dead.
Don't be funny. Did you cut me bad?
It's nothing, boss. I just snipped the stem off your Adam's apple.
Clumsy thing. Now I have to buy a collar button. Phil, about the party, I'll be at your house at 8 o'clock. That'll give me enough time to buy a gift for Alice. I think I'll get her some candy.
Well, you gave her candy last year, and she never got to eat any of it.
She didn't?
Nah, she was carrying it upstairs, and the bag broke.
Gee, that's a shame. And those jawbreakers roll so. I'll have them put in a double bag this time.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Rochester?
Did I cut you again?
Can't you tell?
Well, it would help if you'd bleed a little.
Well, I'm not going to force myself just for you. Say, Phil, what are you giving Alice for her birthday?
Hey, Jackson, I got it right here in this little box. Let me show it to you. There. Ain't that a pretty?
Oh, Phil. What a beautiful gold locket. She'll love that.
Well, open it up, Jackson. There's a picture inside.
No, I'd rather not, Phil. Alice should be the first one to see it.
Well, we don't mind, Jackson. You're like one of the family. Go ahead. Open up the locket.
Well, all right. Oh, now, isn't that sweet? A picture of Petrillo. How thoughtful.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Phil, you can raise your head. I closed the locket. Here.
Look, Jackson, I better get out on the stage and get my musicians ready for the broadcast. I'll be seeing you, huh?
Yeah. So, well, I guess I better get in the studio, too. Rochester, wait for me here in the dressing room.
Yes, sir.
And you can tune in the radio and listen to my program if you wish.
If I wish?
Yes.
Once I didn't listen to it and you put me in solitary confinement.
Now, Rochester, you know I didn't compel you to stay in that room.
No, but you took away all my clothes, told me I was free as a bird, and pointed to Capistrano.
What?
I was shot down over Pismo Beach.
Stop being silly. I'll see you after the broadcast.
Okay.
Gee, that Rochester makes up the wildest things. But they're kind of funny. I wonder if he'd be good on the radio. Nah, he'd always be late for rehearsals. Gee, I hope we have a good show today.
Oh, Mr. Benny, excuse me.
Well, hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Pardon the intrusion, but last week you promised me a ticket for your broadcast.
Oh, yes, I have one right here in my pocket. Here you are.
Thank you.
You must like my program, eh, Mr. Kitzel?
Oh, it's one of my favorites. I like your program, Fibber, Magoo, and McGee. Take it or leave it.
Huh?
A date with Juliet.
Juliet?
And on Friday night, I'm listening to People Are Schnooks.
No. You mean People Are Funny.
With this ticket, I'll soon find out.
Oh, yes. Well, you better hurry in. I'll save you a seat in the first row. Laugh as hard as you can, will you?
My heart is broken, and it tells me I should laugh.
Your heart is broken? Why?
Because yesterday, my alma mater didn't win the football game.
Your alma mater?
Notre Dame.
Oh, did you go to Notre Dame?
Do you remember the Four Horsemen?
Yes.
I was the stable boy.
Well, you better hurry, Mr. Kitzel. It's time for the show.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Jackson, we're all set.
Okay, Phil, let's go. South America, Take It Away, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And that strange click-clack in the back was his boy shooting dice. And now, ladies... Thanks, Mary. I thought that was pretty clever myself. That strange click-clack in the back was...
I wasn't laughing at that.
What?
I was reading a letter from Mama.
Oh, a letter from your mother, eh? Well, what does the Hildegard of Plainfield have to say?
Oh, it's so funny, Jim.
I know. After her last letter, she had to join the Radio Writers Guild. Go ahead, let's hear it, Mary.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, I received your last note and was very glad to hear from you. As you know, last Tuesday was Election Day, so your father got up early, went to the polls, and voted for Hoover.
What?
He feels he owes it to him because since 1928, Hoover has been the top button on his underwear.
That's what I like about your father. He's so loyal. Go on, Mary.
Your sister Babe has become a career woman and now has a very novel job. She's a lifeguard at one of those new fountain pen companies.
A lifeguard at a pen company?
If anyone writes help underwater, she dives in and saves the pen.
What a girl.
Babe also received a lot of money from a picture studio in Hollywood. She sent a photograph of herself in her bathing suit, and they sent her a check for $5,000.
Your sister, Babe?
They said her legs gave them the idea for the spiral staircase.
I knew she could do it. Say, Mary, does Babe still go with that slap-happy prize fighter?
No, she couldn't stand it any longer.
Why? What happened?
Well, they'd be sitting in the living room, and every time the phone rang, he'd jump up, shake hands, and give her a right hook to the jaw.
Oh, well, then I don't blame her.
Well, Babe didn't mind getting hit, but she had to keep him training all the time.
Oh. Well, go on with the letter, Mary.
Okay. Last Saturday night, Pop and I went to a big formal affair. Aunt Edie's silver wedding.
Gee, has your Aunt Edie been married 25 years?
No, 25 times.
Oh.
Now, don't interrupt anymore, Jack.
Okay.
And Mary, speaking of Aunt Edie, do you remember little Harold, who was the ring bearer at Aunt Edie's first wedding? Well, that's the one she's married to now.
Well, what do you know?
Outside of that, Pop and I haven't done much. Although last week we went to the movies and saw Merle Oberon in a wonderful picture. Gosh, she's beautiful. Your father took one look at her, then looked at me, and when we got home, I realized what Babe went through with that prize fighter.
Gee.
Fortunately, my girdle broke, and I wedged him into a neutral corner.
Yeah. Some more, is there?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Hey, your mother's a riot. Go ahead.
By the way, Mary, I certainly envy you being out there in California. It was so cold here yesterday that Papa's teeth chattered all night. They made so much noise, he took them out of the glass and put them back in his mouth.
Mother's a card. What a family.
That's all for now. We'll write again next week. Your loving mother, Amber Livingston.
Hey, that's a nice letter, Mary.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a P.S. I suppose Jack will start writing to us again now that airmail is down to 5 cents.
What does she mean, 5 cents? I can get Rochester to fly it there for nothing. That's a good one.
I don't see anything funny about that.
Neither do I, Jackson.
You don't?
No.
Rochester and his crazy jokes. Now, kid. Come in.
Hello, everybody. What's cooking?
Oh, hello, Dennis. Dennis, you're a little bit late. Where were you?
Well, I'd have been here earlier, Jackson, but I stopped across the bar in a bar. You gotta live, Bub. You gotta live.
Stopped across a bar in a bar? That sounds like Chis Sweeze sandwich, you know?
Oh, boy, am I dizzy.
Dennis, you mean to say they served you a drink?
No, they said I was too young, so they just spun me around on the stool.
Oh.
Hey, Livy, how about you and me painting the town?
Dennis!
What's eating you, Bub? You want to fight?
A fight?
Hey, Phil, how about an Alka-Seltzer?
You don't need one! Dennis, what's the matter with you? All they did was spin you around on a stool.
Yeah, but they held my head in one place.
You mean they...
I don't know whether I'm coming or Dennis.
Believe me, you're Dennis, and cut out all this nonsense.
Okay. He hates me because I'm head loose and fancy free.
Dennis, nobody hates you. Now, come on, let's have your song.
Okay.
That kid can find... Phil, where are you going?
I'll be back in a minute, Jackson. Hey, Dennis, what stool were you on?
Phil, come back here! Dennis is going to sing. Now, go ahead, kid.
Somewhere in the night there must be someone for me. Somewhere in the night, who knows where somewhere may be? Across the way, or maybe way beyond a distant star. I wish
That was Somewhere in the Night, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, you sang that beautifully.
I wouldn't know. I'm loaded.
You're not loaded. And I don't want to hear any more talk like that. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, sit down.
Yes, sir.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we're going to do a sketch entitled The Strange Loves of Martha Benny.
Whisper his age.
Married. Now, in this play...
Wait a minute, Jackson. Last week you announced that we were going to do The Killers.
Well, we were, but I'm going to postpone it until 2 weeks from tonight.
Why'd you do that, Jack?
Because Mark Hellinger, the producer of the picture, asked us to wait 2 weeks before we louse it up. And by that time, the picture will have played in more cities.
Well, what's this thing you're going to do tonight?
Well, actually, Mary, it's going to be a story based on my career as an entertainer. It opens with the actual incident of my first appearance on the stage in Washington, D.C. I'll never forget that night. See, my performance was so great that right in the middle of my act, one of my fans got so excited, he jumped right on the stage.
That was John Wilkes Booth. He was making his getaway.
Chiss squeeze. Now, in this play, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, before we do the sketch, what about the commercial?
The commercial? Oh, yes. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. Ready, fellas?
Not with them, Don. The quartet is out.
But, Jack, you've got them signed for 3 more weeks.
I don't care if they're signed for 3 years. And another thing, they've got an option coming up, and I'm dropping it.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Well, you fellas can take that offer you got from the Hollywood Bowl.
It's all right with me, just so they... Hollywood Bowl? They had an offer from the Bowl?
Yes, I hate to bring this up, Jack, but they were offered so much money that they...
Oh, yeah? Well, I've got them under contract. They can't break it. I know because I've already tried.
Well, all right, then. Will you listen to the commercial we've prepared?
Well, all right. What's it going to be?
Our musical background will be Till the End of Time.
Oh, well, that might be good. Yeah, go ahead.
Ready, boys? LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Don. Don, that isn't it. That isn't what I want. Wait a minute, fellas. Don, just a minute, fellas. Wait. Don, look at me. Donzy boy, look at me. Don. No, look, Don, I'm being nice. Look, Don, I'm smiling. Don. Don, can't you see that isn't in keeping with the rest of the program? It's too slow, Donzy Poo. I mean, Don, it has no pep.
Well, Jack, if you want something lively, just listen to this.
What?
The William Tell Overture. Hit it, boys.
LSMFT, what a smoke for me. LSMFT, talk, it's free and easy on the draw.
Wait a minute. All right, fellas, get out. Out. You guys are driving me crazy. I'm going mad.
Oh, Jack, stop pulling your hair.
I'm only taking the ones that were sprinkled on. Now, come on, fellas. Get out. And it's for you, Don Wilson. You got me into this, and you better get me out.
Jack, don't get so excited.
Well, I am excited. I'm so mad I'm not even going to do the sketch tonight.
But, Jackson, you got to finish the show.
Let Don finish it. He's so smart. He knows everything. I'm getting out of here.
Hello, Mr. Benny. May I have your autograph?
Oh, shut up!
What'll you have, mister?
How much is a scotch and soda?
75 cents.
How much is a bourbon and Coke?
60 cents.
Well...
Come on, buddy. Come on. What'll you have?
Just spin me around a couple of times.
Okay, buddy. Here you go.
Now hold my head.
Hey, bartender, one more spin and I'll go home.
Okay.
Whee! Once more.
Excuse me a minute. Now, will you gentlemen have the same as usual?
Well, look who's here, my old buddies, my pals. You know what, fellas? I've been mean to you. Yes, I have. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to pick up your option and give you more money. Hey, bartender.
What?
Give these fellas a spin on me. Ladies and gentlemen, saving bonds are vitally important in the nation's battle against price inflation and for the future and welfare of us all. It is important that we, who have developed habits of thrift during the war, continue to build financial security for ourselves and our children. Protect your future. Buy extra bonds now. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
Make no mistake. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Mr. James Maynard Talley, independent tobacco warehouseman of Durham, North Carolina, has been in the tobacco business all his life. He said,
"Season after season, I've seen good tobacco bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Yes, good tobacco, full of flavor, ripe and mild. I've smoked Lucky's for 18 years.
Yes, year after year, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, men like Mr. Talley, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you next Sunday at this time when our guests will be Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and Leo DeRocha. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Let
that historic chant remind you that year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Rochester in the garage.
I can't understand why the car won't start. Try it again, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Try it again, Rochester.
Okay.
Try it again, Rochester.
Wait till I put the door back on.
Okay.
Well, that's more like it.
Rochester, it didn't start.
No, but the door stayed on.
Oh, good. I can't understand what's wrong.
Maybe the motor's worn out.
Oh, no, that's impossible. The speedometer only says 8,000 miles.
Oh, come now, boss. We pushed it further than that.
Well, you better go in the house and call Mr. Harris and tell him to pick me up on his way to the studio, will you?
Oh, I did that before we came out to the garage.
Oh, then you knew there was something wrong with the... Rochester, did you use my car last night?
Well,
Rochester, I just found a bobby pin on the front seat.
A bobby pin?
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
There's only two of us here, and it ain't mine.
Well, it isn't mine either. Rochester, you used my car last night to take your girl out.
Uh-huh.
Well, how did it go?
Oh, very good, very good. Hurry like a kitten.
That's funny, and today it won't even start.
Oh, you mean the car?
Yes, the car. How did it go?
Oh, fine, boss, fine. Until I lost a tire off the front wheel.
You lost a tire? Why didn't you come back home?
Well, the rim got caught in the trolley car tracks, and I had to go all the way to Pasadena before I could make a left turn.
Pasadena?
Yeah, and on the way back, we got stalled right in the middle of the Santa Claus Lane parade.
You and your girl, huh? What happened?
Nothing. We prefer Mulholland Drive.
Well, Roger, in the future, when you want to go out joyriding, borrow your friend's car. You know who I mean, Sam. He loaned it to you once before.
Oh, Sam ain't got that car anymore. He's got 2 motorcycles now.
Oh. Traded his car in, eh?
No, he backed into a buzzsaw.
Oh, my goodness. Did Sam get hurt?
No, but if he hadn't leaned over to put down the window, he'd have been twins.
Well, look, Rochester, there's no use working with this any longer.
Okay, Jackson, I'm here.
Be right with you, Phil. So long, Rochester. I'll see you after the broadcast.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to take you out of your way, Phil, but I couldn't get my car started.
You know, Jackson, when you bought that car, it's too bad you didn't wait just one more year. They came out with a wonderful improvement.
Yeah? What was it?
The Pony Express.
All right. Come on, let's get to the studio. Say, this car really runs nice.
Well, you know me, Jackson. Nothing but the best for Harris.
Oh, boy, what a fancy dashboard. What are all those buttons for?
Well, that's a radio. I push this button and get Australia. I push this button and get London. This button China. This button France. And on up to 8 countries.
Gee, my radio, I've only got 3 buttons. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. I can only get Anaheim when I'm in Azusa.
How do you get Cucamonga?
Short wave. They got a wonderful program from there, too. John's Other Smudge Pot. I never miss it, you know. Oh, boy. Phil, this is really a swell car. How much did it cost, Phil?
$3,500.
$3,500. Gee, I wish I had 2 shows. Hey, Phil, the traffic light is changing.
I see it.
Watch it, will you, kid?
Oh, Martha, look who's sitting in that car. Jack Benny. Well, isn't that a coincidence? 3 weeks ago we were standing here, and he drove by then, too. Yes. Isn't he handsome? Martha, what are you crying about? Well, I can't help it. When Mr. Benny was in vaudeville, he was my husband's favorite comedian. Well, that's nothing to cry about. I was thinking of my husband. He's been dead for 40 years. Oh, say, Martha, I've just noticed who's sitting next to Mr. Benny. Who? Look. Well, box back my coat and button my shoes if it isn't ham hocks and turnip greens. What a thrill. Let's go over to the car and ask them for her autograph. Oh, no, Emily. They'll think we're trying to pick them up. Oh, yeah.
Gee, those 2 old ladies are sweet. You know, Phil, I saw them at the football game yesterday.
Oh, did you go, Jackson? There was such a mob out there. How'd you ever park your car?
Oh, I didn't take my car. It was such a nice day, I decided to swim. Fortunately, it was downstream, you know.
It's a pity to say goodnight played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Okay, Don, okay, we're here. I'm sorry we were late, but I couldn't get my car started, and then we got held up in traffic.
Well, that's all right, Jack. We filled in with a couple of orchestra numbers.
Good, Don. But who led the band?
Frankie.
Frankie? What does he know about music?
Are you kidding, Jackson? Frankie's a natural. He was born with a banjo on his knee.
He was?
Yeah, they had to operate on him before they could get his pants on. Keep that up and you'll be another Carmen Lombardo, Phil.
I'll settle for anybody. Now, Don, Mary is still in Palm Springs, so when we do our play tonight, we'll have to...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary. I guess she's mad at me.
Dennis, she's not mad at you. Mary isn't here. She's in Palm Springs.
Oh.
Now, Don...
Well, if she isn't mad, why doesn't she call me up?
Well, she has no reason to call. Dennis, take my word for it. If Mary were here, she'd say hello to you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I wouldn't even answer her.
All right. Don't answer her. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack.
As you know, 2 weeks ago, we were going to do our version of The Killers, but we had to postpone it until tonight.
Who does she think she is, anyway?
Dennis, I told you Mary's in Palm Springs. Now, will you please forget it?
Okay.
Oh, say, Jack, before you tell me about the play tonight, do you mind if I talk to you about a very delicate subject?
Delicate subject? What is it, Don?
The quartet is here, ready to do the commercial.
Don, look, Don, I want to talk to you a minute. Not in anger. Look, kid. Look, Don, just a nice, friendly chat. Sit down. Sit down, Don.
Well, there isn't any chair here.
Well, sit on the quartet. Go ahead. Get up. You're hurting them. Now, Don, let's get one thing straight. The quartet is through. Finished.
Listen, Jack, give them one more chance, and if you don't like what they've prepared for today, I'll never bother you again.
Don, look.
Come on, boys, Il Trovatore.
I don't want Il Trovatore.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Don, Il
Lucky
Trovatore.
Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Don, Il Trovatore is not for...
El son capricci, solenni funestre,
and Viro Fetari.
LSMFT.
Don, that doesn't fit. Look.
LSM, LSO, LSP.
Don. 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 Boys. Don. Fellas. Boys. Don. Look, Don, this doesn't...
Fine tobacco,
yes, fine tobacco.
John, look at that. It's no good, believe me.
Quality of product is essential.
Essential. LSMFT. LSMFT.
LSMFT. Don.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Did you hear that applause, Jack? They were sensational.
Don, I don't care if they applaud all night. Opera has no place on this program.
All right, Jack, then listen to this.
Don, I've
Take
had
it, boys. Holiday for Strings.
Holiday for...
Don.
LSMFT-O-M-E-O-My-O-P-U-N-R-A-I-L-O-V-E-U, I do. R-S-E-P-D-Q, M-I-O-K for you, say.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute.
R-S-E-P-D-Q.
Wait a minute! Don, I've had enough. I can't stand it any longer. Where's that contract? Here it is. There. That settles that.
Jack, I don't blame you if you feel that way about the quartet. That's the best thing to do. Tear up the contract.
Their contract, that was yours.
What?
Dennis, I guess that'll hold him for a while.
For you, for me.
That was For You, For Me, Forevermore, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
What was that?
I'm giving her one more chance.
Oh, go sit down.
Okay.
Tonight, for our... Not on the quartet. Find a chair. I wish Mary was here and I was in Palm Springs. And now...
I wouldn't say hello to you either.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, as our feature attraction, we're going to do our version of Mark Hellinger's thrilling, exciting, Universal International picture, the famous Hemingway story, The Killers.
This is the story of two gunmen who walk into a little lunchroom looking for a guy called the Swede. It's midnight, and the lunchroom is deserted, except for one lonely customer.
Well, I think I'll have a bite to eat and then go home.
Yeah, I wish I could close up and go home myself. This place is quieter than a coal mine. Kind of a dreary night, too.
Yeah. Say, Charlie, don't the Swede usually drop in about this time?
Uh-huh. Hasn't been in now for 2 or 3 weeks. Understand he's sick in bed.
Oh, a Democrat, huh?
Yeah. I miss him, too. Used to stay here for hours, just sitting by the jukebox, listening to the Missouri Waltz. Now, what do you have to eat?
Oh, I don't know.
How'd you like some squaw baked in wine?
Nah. You got any ham hock stewed in bourbon?
No, we're all out of ham hocks.
Good. Just bring me the juice.
Okay. Say, Curly, next week when you come here, you won't know this joint. It's going to be real ritzy. New curtains and drapes and rugs on the floor. Nice new lampshades and everything. This lunchroom is going to be beautiful.
Well, it's about time. This joint looks like the sweat band out of the Brown Derby.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to fix everything. In fact, I've already hired the interior decorators. Say, Curly, hurry up and finish eating, will you? It's such a nasty night. I want to close up and go home.
I'll be through in a minute. How about a napkin?
Use the drapes. I'm getting new ones. Yes, sir. I can just see the way this place is going to...
What's the matter, Charlie?
Look out the window. 2 guys just stepped off the curb and are crossing the street. I never seen them before.
Yeah. They look kind of tough. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
No, don't go. I don't want to be here alone. One of them guys, it looks like Edward G. Robinson. Hey, look. They're coming this way. Yeah. What'll it be, gentlemen? I say, what'll it be, gentlemen? Gentlemen, what'll it be?
What are you shaking for, Blue Eyes? It ain't cold in here.
I'm getting ready to close up, gentlemen, so if you want something to eat, you better order it.
Hey, Slugger.
What is it, Eddie?
Blue Eyes is in a hurry. Maybe we ought to slow him down.
Yeah, down.
Now, look, gentlemen, I don't want no trouble. What'll you have? You can have some ham and eggs or some corned beef hash or a mixed green salad. Ouch!
I don't like salad.
Now, look, mister, I want to close up this joint, so you better order or get out of here, because if you don't, I'll call the police.
Well, did you hear that, Slugger? Blue Eyes is going to call the police.
Yes, I am.
Well, one move out of you, and I'll fill you so full of holes you look like a Chiswee sandwich.
That's Swiss cheese.
Don't tell me how to get a laugh.
What?
It amuses Slugger.
Yes.
Now, see here, mister. I want to ask you a question. Would you fellas...
Now, look, bright boy, I ask the questions around here, see? You just answer them and do as I tell you, see? If not, you'll get hurt, see? Now, get me something to eat, see?
And be quick about it. Look.
Look.
Where?
Oh, shut up, Slugger.
Now, wait a minute. I don't have to stand for this. I'm a citizen. I pay my taxes. I got my rights, and you can't come in here and push me around.
Oh, we can't, huh?
No, you... Wait a minute. What are you reaching in your back pocket for?
Just my handkerchief.
Your handkerchief?
Yeah.
You must have a bad cold.
Yeah. I just took those shots for it. Oh, Eddie, you keep that up and you'll be another Phil Harris.
Now, look, will you fellas... Wait a minute. Now I know who you guys are. You're the killers. You're looking for the Swede.
You hear that, Slugger? Bright boy thinks we're looking for the Swede.
Well, ain't we been looking for no Swede?
Now, Bright boy, we ain't looking for no Swede. We came in here to talk to you.
Me?
Yeah, you. We heard you're going to get this dump redecorated.
Yes, I am, but what's that got to do with you?
Well, we want to know something.
What?
Who are you getting your chintz from?
Chintz?
Yeah. And the silk lining for your drapes.
I'm not going to have them lined.
Do you hear that? Now, listen, bright boy. You're going to have drapes, and you're going to have them lined. You're getting them from us, see?
I can't get them from you. I'm buying all my curtains and drapes from Johnson and Company. Right on the corner.
Johnson ain't there anymore.
You mean to say that... What's that?
Johnson, he just passed by.
Gee, rumors are flying, and so is Johnson.
Well, you guys can't frighten me. I'm buying my curtains, drapes, and chintz from anybody I like, see? And that gun in your hand ain't scaring me either, see? I don't even think you can shoot straight.
Oh, I can't, huh? See that row of plates up there?
Yeah?
Well, watch this. And the plate next to it. And the plate on the other side.
Ha ha! You missed!
I put a curve on that one.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm not afraid of you now. You took 3 shots before and 3 shots now. You're out of bullets.
Now I ain't, bright boy. This is a never-sharp gun. It's got a 6-month supply of lead.
I should have known with that deep pocket clip. Hey, you know, the gun I have only shoots 6 times. Look. Here, I'll show you. See?
Hey, that's a pretty nice gun you got there.
You're darn right it is. Now, come on now. Up with your hands, both of you.
Oh, you want to shoot it out, huh? Well, take that.
Ha, ha, ha. You missed me twice. Now, you take this. Oh!
Oh, you got me, Slugger. You got me. I'm dying, Slugger. I knew the day would come. I knew I couldn't get away with it. Everything's getting dark. I can't see. I'm dying, Slugger. They finally got me. Me, Little Caesar. Goodbye, Slugger. I'm dying. I'm dying. Dying.
Well, fall down, you big ham.
Maybe this'll help.
Oh!
Well, how do you like that? He fell on the quartet. Come on, Curly, let's go home.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
Common sense will tell you, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Mr. George Alfred Webster, independent tobacco warehouseman of Durham, North Carolina, has seen millions of pounds of tobacco bought and sold at auction, and he said,
At market after market, at auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Tobacco that makes one grand smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Year in, year out, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Webster, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Edward G. Robinson for appearing with us tonight through the courtesy of the Thalia Productions, producers of that soon-to-be-released picture, The Red House. We'll be with you next Sunday at the same time. Good night, Mary.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Herman.
Herman?
I'm mad at Mary.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Good night.
The portrait on our show is called The Portrait.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike. You know, friends, nothing beats better taste. And remember...
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Which cigarette is the right one for you? That's easy. The one that tastes better, because a better tasting cigarette will give you more enjoyment. That's right, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better, cleaner and fresher and smoother. Here's why. First of all, Lucky's are made of fine, light, really mild tobacco. Yes, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Then, too, Lucky's are made better to taste better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. Made to give you a cleaner, fresher, smoother tasting smoke. So, friends, for the one thing you want most in a cigarette, for the better taste that brings greater smoking enjoyment, be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Broadcasting from the American Legion Hall in Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who, after 1 week in Palm Springs, has become a picture of health. He was on the golf course Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, looking for the ball he lost on Monday. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our second week...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Jack, did you really lose a golf ball?
Certainly, Don. I even asked you to help me look for it all over the desert. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our second week...
Oh, Jack, something tells me you tricked me.
I tricked you?
Yes. As we were coming past Roger's stable, you said, Don, you'll never find the ball that way. Stoop over. I did. You threw a saddle on me, and for the rest of the day, tried to rent me out for $1.25 an hour.
Oh, God. He found out. I thought I was being subtle, too. You know, I can't... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Mary, why didn't you show up for rehearsal this morning?
Well, if you must know, for one thing, I was busy moving out of that hotel where you're living.
But, Mary, I've stayed in that hotel for the last 2 weeks. It may be small and crowded, but it's a lovely place.
Some lovely place. This morning, a guest bawled me off for using the roller towel.
Why?
He was sleeping in it.
Well, Mary, it's the height of the season. People have to sleep where they can. As a matter of fact, I happen to know that last night, some people had to sleep in the police station.
Jack, that was the orchestra, and the height of the season had nothing to do with it.
Oh.
Say, Mary, you're kidding about the orchestra being arrested, aren't you?
No, I'm not, Don.
Well, for heaven's sakes, what'd they do?
I don't know about the others, but the police found Remley lying at the curb, and he hadn't put a penny in the parking meter.
Mary, stop making up jokes. Now, you know the boys in the band. Oh, hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Bob, are you still enjoying yourself here in Palm Springs?
Oh, pretty good.
What do you mean, pretty good? You're living at one of the swankiest places in town, the El Mirador.
That's right, Bob. And you know, during the war, the El Mirador was a hospital, but it isn't anymore.
Well, I wish someone would tell the waiters.
Why?
Well, last night I ordered borscht.
Borscht? Mm-hmm. Well, didn't it taste good?
Who knows? They laid me on the table and shot it in my arm.
You're kidding.
Kidding. Look at this muscle. It's a potato.
Well, how do you like that?
Then for dessert, they gave me an anesthetic.
Well, Bob, that had nothing to do with the dinner. Everybody who lives at the El Mirador gets an anesthetic.
Yeah, but why?
That way they can give you the bill and you won't come to till you go through banning.
That explains a lot of things.
Yeah, it really explains a lot of things.
Yeah. Like what?
Well, when I drove up to the place, the bellboy came out, carried in my wallet, and left my bags in the driveway.
Sorry I took your line then, Bob. Anything happens when you do that. I take his lines, he takes somebody else's. That's because we don't rehearse, you know. Well, anyway, at the El Mirador is really one of the nicest. Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Jack Benny.
I'll take it, boy.
Here you are.
Oh, just a minute, boy. Have you got change for a $5 bill?
Change for a $5? Yeah, I think so.
Good, good. Here's the $5 bill.
All right, here's your change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, boy, you can go now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Benny. Thank you. This is my lucky day.
Wait a minute, boy. What do you mean this is your lucky day? Mr. Benny gave you a $5 bill, and you gave him back 5 ones. What are you so happy about?
When you do business with him and break even, it ain't bad.
Of course not. Go already.
Jack, who's the telegram from?
Just a minute, I'll see. It's from Dennis Day. Says, sorry, I can't be on the program today, so I'm sending a substitute singer to take my place. The reason I am missing the program is because I'm eloping with Marilyn Monroe. However, I'm silly enough to be back with you next week. That crazy kid making up jokes for a telegram. It's 6 cents a word. It's ridiculous.
Say, Jack, why did he say he's sending over a substitute? I can sing.
Why, certainly, Bob. That's exactly what you're going to do. Any substitute that Dennis would send over would probably be some silly jerk who doesn't even know how to... Now, who can that be? Come in.
Jack, look who it is!
Bing Crosby! Well, Bing.
Just call me substitute.
Bing, I'm surprised, actually amazed that you're the one that's taking Dennis's place today.
Why, Jack? What's so amazing about that?
Well, let's face it, how can a kid like Dennis afford to pay a big star like you for a guest appearance?
Wait a minute, Jack. Dennis isn't paying me anything. The kid and I worked out an exchange deal.
An exchange?
Mm-hmm. I do a guest shot for him today, and he caddies for me tomorrow.
Well, Bing, I don't like to cast aspersions on your business ability, but I think Dennis got the best of you on the deal.
No, he didn't, Jack. You see, tomorrow I'm playing a match with Ben Hogan at $100 a hole.
Wait a minute, you can't beat Ben Hogan. He's the best golfer in the country.
That's what Hogan want with Dennis. He'll drive Hogan nuts.
Oh. There's some writing. I got 3 O's in there.
A little redundant, what?
You know,
I'm here.
You know my whole gang, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hi, fellas. And hello, Mary.
Hello, Bing.
Well, I guess I know everybody except who's the fellow standing over there? I'm your brother. I didn't recognize you. How are you, Robert?
I'm fine, Bing. Gosh, I haven't seen you for months. In fact, not since I started working on Jack's program.
Gee, no wonder I didn't recognize you, kid. You got a lot thinner.
Now, wait a minute, Bing. If Bob lost any weight, it's not Jack's fault.
Certainly not.
Bob's working for peanuts, and peanuts are fattening.
Well, thank you, Mary. You know, Bing, it's quite a coincidence having you on the program. Only 3 weeks ago, we had your sidekick, Bob Hope, as a guest star.
Oh, really? How was old Sickle Snoot?
Sickle Snoot? Why do you call Hope that?
Well, his nose looks like a bagel with one bite out of it. You think that's pretty...
It does. It does. You know, it does at that.
Uh-huh.
Say, Bing, you and Bob Hope have made an awful lot of pictures together, haven't you?
Yes, and don't hit that word awful so hard, will you? Just kind of gloss that. Anyway, Beaglebeak is a little mad about it now because, you know, in every picture we make, I get the girl.
Oh, is that what makes him mad?
I get the money, too.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Bing, with everything else you have, why are you so interested in money? Believe me, you can't take it with you.
They finally convinced you, huh?
Well, almost.
Say, Bing, what are you doing down here in Palm Springs?
Well, I've been doing some broadcasts, Marion. I've been writing my autobiography.
No kidding.
Yeah, finally finished all the writing. I've titled it Call Me Lucky.
Say, Bing, the story of your life must be very interesting. Tell me about it.
Well, I was born in Tacoma, Washington, and... I tell you about it, Jack. You can read it in the Saturday Evening Post.
Oh, yes, the Saturday Evening Post, sure. That's only 15 cents.
Comes in 8 installments.
Oh, well, tell me about it.
Well, Jack, this thing starts in the February 14th edition of the Saturday Evening Post, and you can read it there.
I know, but I want to hear the whole story at once. I don't want to wait 8 weeks.
Well, all right. You see, my life story starts off with my birth in the year 1914.
1914. See, this is 1953. 14 from 53. That would make you 39. Bing, you can't be 39.
What's the matter? You got it patented or something?
No, it's just that
finders keepers.
It is not. Look, Bing, do you have a copy of your autobiography with you?
Yeah, got it all right here, just as it appears in the Post.
Well, look, I'll tell you what. Suppose I read the story while you sing your song.
Well, what makes you think he'll sing a song?
What makes you think I won't? Let's go. Open up your heart and let the love shine through. Open up your heart and make my dreams come true. Why do you just hide behind it? Loosen up the chains that bind it. Open up your heart and let me in. Baby, I've been mighty lonesome. Baby, I've been mighty blue. And the reason for it all is plain to see. From the very first day I met you, you've been walking in all my dreams. It's time you gave a little thought to me. butterfly loves the sunshine, and the pelican loves the sea, and the meadowlark loves to sing his happy song. Not one of them gets as lonesome as a lovesick bird like me, and it's all because my chickadee done me wrong. Oh, why don't you open up your heart and let the love shine through? Open up your heart and make my dreams come true. Throw away the key that fits it, tell 'em I'm the one that gets it. Open up your heart and let me in. Open up your heart and let me in.
Bingo, that was wonderful. And I just read your autobiography, and it's really interesting.
Say, Jack, I've got an idea.
What, Mary?
Well, since we've got Bing with us, why don't we dramatize his life story?
Say, that is a good idea. Look, Bing, suppose I do your life story on my show. Then you can do the story of my life on your show.
Your life on a half-hour program?
Don't worry, we'll work it out. 8 installments. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special preview of the life of Bing Crosby as it appears in the Saturday Evening Post. Oh, excuse me a minute. Hello?
I have a long-distance call from Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Jack Benny speaking. I'll take the call.
It's collect.
Collect? Look, operator, I'm not taking any collect calls.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Paley, but Mr. Benny said he isn't
Mr.
taking...
Paley? Oh, my goodness, operator, certainly I'll take the call.
Very well, Mr. Benny. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What? Rochester, you tricked me.
I had to, boss. I'm in the garage in San Bernardino, and I haven't got any money.
The garage? Something wrong with my car again? Rochester, answer me. Is there something wrong with my car?
Just a minute, boss. This is such a long story, I wrote it down.
Never mind that. Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was on my way down to Palm Springs to pick you up.
Uh-huh.
And as I was coming through Cucamonga, I was driving along the railroad tracks when suddenly I noticed the super chief was trying to pass me.
Trying to pass you?
So I accepted the challenge, put my foot down to the floor, and would you believe it? For the next 22 miles, we were side by side.
Rochester, how could you keep up with the super chief?
The mail hook had me by the back of the neck.
Well, that's one way of keeping up with it.
Yeah, we were coming along at 90 miles an hour, and then it happened.
What?
We came to a tunnel.
A tunnel? Oh, my goodness. Was the car wrecked?
Boss, if you see 4 flying saucers with hubcaps, they're yours.
That's terrible. Rochester, are you hurt?
No, I was protected by the ironing board.
Rochester, you had the ironing board in the car? Why?
If you found out I was just sitting there driving, you'd be awful mad.
I would not. Anyway, before you leave the garage, find out how much it'll cost to fix my car.
Oh, I already did that. In fact, I had 2 fellas look at it, and they each gave me an estimate. The first said $17.50, and the second fellow wanted $800.
Well, that's quite a difference. $800 out of the question for fixing up my car. What'll the fellow do for $17.50?
Bury it.
Bury it? Rochester, you didn't really have a wreck, did you?
Well, no, I didn't, boss.
Then why did you make up such a story?
Well, I knew I'd be late getting down to Palm Springs, so I started to make up an excuse, and it got away from me.
Well, that's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. I sold it to the Saturday Evening Post in 8 installments.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
The director of your television show called, and he's already hired 700 dancing girls for your TV show next Sunday.
Rochester, I'm not having 700 dancing girls on my television show next Sunday.
Boss, you know that, and I know that, but let's lure the listeners.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rochester. Goodbye. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our dramatization of the Saturday Evening Post autobiography of Bing Crosby, Call Me Lucky. Curtain. Music. In the city of Tacoma, Washington, the stork paid a visit to Mr. and Mrs. Harry Crosby in the year 1914, it says here. The newborn baby was called Harry Lillis Crosby. Harry Lillis was a precocious baby and learned to speak quite young. At the age of 3 months, he said,
Da.
At the age of 4 months, he said,
Da, da.
At 5 months,
Da, da, da.
and at 6 months.
Da, 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 da.
The baby grew into a child of school age, and he was a good pupil, and a clever one, too. While other kids brought the teacher apples, he brought her Minute Maid orange juice. Then at the age of 7, he received the nickname he made famous, Bing. It happened because his family lived next to a cherry orchard, and he was very fond of Bing cherries. Fortunately, he didn't live next to an orange grove, or today he might be known as Naval Crosby. At about this time, another blessed event took place in the Crosby home. The newcomer joined brothers Bing, Larry, Ted, and Everett, and he was named Robert. Bing took care of little Robert and tried to teach him to talk.
Come on, Bobby. Say mama. Da. Now, come on, Bob. Say mama. Da. No, mama. Say mama. Mama Shepardovitz.
That's how it started, folks. The boys grew up and began going to high school, and Mother Crosby thought Bing was old enough to have responsibilities, so she decided to give him an allowance of $1 a week. When it came time for him to receive his first dollar, Bing said,
Mother, may I have my allowance?
Why, certainly, son. Here it is.
Oh, but Mother, I'm supposed to get $1 allowance. How come you only gave me 90 cents?
Brother Everett gets 10%.
That's how that started, folks. By now, Bing was attending high school, and one day on his way to class, he ran into his best friend, Robert Leslie Hope. Hope suggested they play hooky, which they did. They went down to the corner fruit store and swiped apples, and they went around tipping over ash cans and breaking windows. This was the start of their first picture, The Road to Reform School. But Bing went on to college. He and his brother Bob shared the same room at Gonzaga University. They shared everything. They even took their Saturday night baths together. And they enjoyed it because it gave them a chance to harmonize.
The roads are the dustiest, the winds are the gustiest, the gates are the rustiest, the pie's the crustiest, the song's the lustiest, the folks the trustiest, way back home. The trees are the sappiest, the days are the nappiest, the dogs are the yappiest, the kids the scrappiest, the jokes the snappiest, the folks the happiest, way back home. I don't know why I left the homestead. We Crosbys had such fun.
Yeah, but Bing, we drove the neighbors crazy. They had to move. Yes, one by one. Bob was the littlest, Sister Kay the prettiest, Larry was the dumpiest, Mary Rose the plumpiest, Bing's clothes the dingiest, Everett the stingiest.
All right.
Way back home.
Solo vista.
Let's light a lucky strike. That's sure a smoke I like. My folks are tearing them, and they're comparing them. Yes, it's a favorite smoke of all the smartest folk way back home. A lucky is round and firm, that's more than just a term. It's made of fine tobacco, there's 20 in a pack. No puff is ever rough, it's Lucky's we all puff way back home. Lucky Strikes are better tasting.
What feeling?
And there are no loose ends.
That's my boy, Grease the
This
sponsor.
is my butter and eggs.
Grease
Lay off.
it.
A
Yeah.
cleaner, fresher, smoother
Make
smoke.
it sound sincere.
You'll be proud to give your friend.
We folks are the happiest. My brothers are the snappiest.
Everett the daffiest.
Bob is the pappiest.
You said it.
We're happy it is true to
Go
go
Lucky
strike with you way back home.
When he graduated from college, Bing's ambition was to become a singer. His career really started with an audition in Los Angeles.
Your name is Harry Lillis Crosby?
Yes, sir, but most people call me Bing.
Tell me, have you made any phonograph records?
Yes, sir. I made lots of records. I made them for a company owned by Rudy Valley, but gee, I think he's jealous of me.
Now, how can you say Rudy was jealous? He let you make the records, didn't he?
Yeah, but he wouldn't put the holes in the middle.
Young man, you know, I like you. I'm going to give you a chance. Here, learn this song, and tomorrow night you'll sing on a coast-to-coast radio network.
And the following night, for the first time in history, the rich baritone voice of Bing Crosby was heard as he sang,
Crunchy munchies hit the spot. From a cannon they are shot. They will become your favorite dish. They are better than Cavill fish.
Bing was on his way to success, and with fame and wealth, his interests became diversified. For instance, one day he witnessed the following scene.
I'll buy that racehorse.
That's a very good horse you're buying, Mr. Crosby.
All right, but tell me, what does he go the mile in?
Well, I don't know. We never quite made it.
I don't know if...
Well, look, Mr. Crosby, your horse can win its first race if you'll tell the jockey that's riding it to holler giddy-up and throw this little electrical switch on the saddle.
Oh, is there a battery under there?
No, it turns on his hearing aid.
But Bing could afford a stable of slow horses. He had gone into pictures. His movie career was always successful, but it became more so because of three brilliant decisions. He made Going My Way, he made Bells of St. Mary's, and he turned down The Horn Blows at Midnight. His career really reached its zenith on a night in March in 1945 when he won the Academy Award. His acceptance speech was quite modest, as he said,
I want to thank everyone who helped me win this Oscar. Even though I have supposedly reached the top as a singer, I want you to know that it has not been easy. I've had to overcome many hardships, poverty, disease, hunger, Como and Sinatra.
Yes, Bing had reached the very top, and yet his fortunes grew and grew. He had records, television, movies, radio, frozen food, inventions, cattle, and oil wells. Yes, the world was his, and I wish he'd give it back already. This is Bing's true story.
Jack and his guest star, Bing Crosby, will be back in a moment. But first, nothing. No, nothing beats better taste. And remember,
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
friends, the taste of your cigarette is all important. For in a cigarette, nothing, no nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better, cleaner and fresher and smoother. You see, Lucky's better taste really begins with the fine, light, truly mild tobacco that goes into every single Lucky Strike. Yes, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Good tasting tobacco, of course. Then, too, Lucky's also taste better because they're made better to give you a cleaner, fresher, smoother tasting smoke. So, friends, remember how important better taste is to your enjoyment of a cigarette. And remember that Lucky Strike gives you the better taste of fine tobacco in a better made cigarette. But most of all, remember to pick up a carton of Lucky's tomorrow. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Bing, I want to thank you very much for taking Dennis Day's place on the program.
I was glad to do it, Jack.
Tell me, Bing, is Dennis really going to caddy for you when you play golf with Ben Hogan tomorrow?
That's right.
And you and Ben are playing for $100 a hole?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you mind if I join you? You know, I'd like to pick up a little extra money.
Well, what makes you think you'd win?
I can't lose. I'm going to caddy for Hogan.
Oh.
Good night, Bing. Good night, folks.
Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. Be sure to hear The American Way with Horace Heidt for Lucky Strike every Thursday over this same station. Consult your newspaper for the time. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and George Brent in Mrs. Moonlight.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. It's made possible because you buy Lux Flakes so regularly. This year, more than ever, you need Lux because it's a Luxable year. Stores are full of the new cottons, smart and crisp as iceberg lettuce, rayons and silks and many new textures. They'll all stay new-looking longer with Lux. Give them the safe care you give your underthings and stockings. Just one washing failure may wreck a clothes budget, you know. Let me put it this way. It pays in dollars, and it costs only a few cents to use Lux for everything safe in water. Remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. It's a different type of play we bring you tonight, a most unusual romance of a girl who wished she might never grow old, and whose wish came true. Janet Gaynor and George Brent are the stars of Mrs. Moonlight. Louis Silvers directs our orchestra, and Dr. Walter B. Pitkin, author of the famous bestseller Life Begins at 40, is our special guest. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I want to join with Melville Ruick in thanking you for your loyal support. You who listen to this program are partners in the Lux Radio Theater. It's for your pleasure that we produce these plays. It's your preference that helps select them, and your purchases of Lux that make this theater possible. Traveling across the country in connection with the opening of Union Pacific, I met a woman who asked me what she could do to express her thanks for the pleasant evenings that this theater had brought her. I told her the best way to show her appreciation was to buy the products behind the Lux Radio Theater, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. Those women in our audience who are not already using these splendid products, and I assume there are only a few, will thank me for suggesting their use. And we thank each and every one of you for your loyalty, which makes this theater possible. Some 400 years ago, in a newfound land called Florida, a Spanish explorer, Ponce de Leon, gave up his life on the altar of an age-old quest, the secret of eternal youth. And I doubt if there's anyone in our audience tonight who at some time or other hasn't wondered if there really was some fountain of everlasting youth. This idea has captured man's hope and imagination again and again. Tonight's play, Mrs. Moonlight, is the drama of a woman who finds that secret, a woman who never grows old. But what results from this, The events of our play will tell you. A play starring Janet Gaynor and George Brent, who in real life found the end of their quests here in Hollywood. Miss Gaynor is one of that select company of stars who were once Hollywood extras, an achievement not often duplicated. For the odds against the extra are 10,000 to 1, unless that extra has the talent and determination of a Janet Gaynor. When an Irishman arrives in Hollywood, he can't come with a better background than the University of Dublin and that city's famous Abbey Theatre. George Brent, like the romantic ideal of his countrymen, has followed a quest of adventure as a sailor, diamond miner, stoker, blacksmith, sheep herder, and vagabond, a trail that led eventually to Hollywood. He appears through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio and is currently starring in The Rains Came for 20th Century Fox. Tonight he plays Tom Moonlight, and Janet Gaynor is Sarah, as the Lux Radio Theater presents our adaptation of a great Broadway success, Mrs. Moonlight. Midsummer Night in England. The year is 1881, almost 60 years ago. In a tiny garden facing on the moors, a lovely young girl stands in a dress of shimmering white. Her face is lifted toward the full, round moon, and her eyes are bright and shining, for tomorrow's her wedding day. But a dark cloud steals across the moon's face, and from the west comes the deep rumble of thunder. The girl turns, hearing a step in the shadows behind her.
Edith? Edith, is that you?
Yes. Whatever are you doing out here at this time of night, Sarah?
Looking at the moon and thinking how happy I am.
Oh, it's going to rain.
Only a summer shower.
I don't like it. There's a queer feeling in the air tonight.
Have you felt it too?
It'll be too bad if it rains tomorrow.
Oh, it won't. It couldn't.
You mustn't tempt Providence, Sarah.
I'm not afraid of Providence. I'm not afraid of anything tonight. I'm going to marry Tom Moonlight. And tomorrow, I'll be Sarah Moonlight. Isn't it the most beautiful name?
Very beautiful.
Edith, you like Tom, don't you?
Whatever made you think I didn't?
Nothing. Only sometimes when I speak of him, you seem to...
Oh, nonsense. It's your imagination. You'd better come in now.
In a little while. Tom's stopping by to say goodnight. But don't you wait up. My maid of honor must look her best tomorrow, too.
My best is only a candle beside you. No one will even notice me.
Edith.
There's Edith Jones, the bride's cousin. What a pity she didn't inherit the family looks.
Edith, what is it? Aren't you happy for me?
Oh, you know I am, but perhaps I'm a little sad, too. Well, I'm going in. I don't like storms. Good night, Sarah.
Good night.
Sarah? Sarah?
Yes, Minnie? What is it?
I have a little something for you, Miss Sarah. Your wedding present.
Oh, Minnie, how sweet. You do love me, don't you?
I've waited on you since you were 3. People grow close with time, I suppose. Well, aren't you going to open it?
My present? But I thought tomorrow.
Open it now. It's more fitting somehow.
Why?
Well, it's a strange gift, child. It's called the Dreard.
The Dreard? Oh, I'm sure it must be something very wonderful and very Scotch.
It's been in my family for hundreds of years. Nobody knows where it came from first, but it's for you.
A necklace? Oh, Minnie, how lovely. But why is it called the Dreard?
I don't rightly know, but there's said to be magic in it.
Magic?
Aye, there's a legend. It's said that there's one wish granted to every owner. One wish that will come true.
One wish.
Sometime you may want something badly, Miss Sarah, with all your heart. It may be that you'll use it then.
Sarah?
Yes, Edith?
Your Tom Moonlight is here.
Tom.
I got away as soon as I could, darling.
Oh, I knew you would. Look, I've had a present already. From Minnie.
A necklace. Well, that's beautiful, Minnie.
And there's a legend, Tom.
It's not to be talked about.
Oh.
You must get to bed now, Sarah. It's growing late.
I won't keep her 5 minutes.
5 minutes, then, or I'll come get her myself.
Oh, Tom. Tom Moonlight. Do you know I'm very happy?
My darling.
So happy it frightens me. Fasten my necklace. I want to wear it.
So you'll be even more beautiful? There. Well, that was close, wasn't it?
How still it is after. How unearthly still.
Perhaps the gods are standing gaping, surprised that any mortal could be so lovely.
Tom, we must always be as happy as we are now. Nothing must ever change.
It never will.
Oh, if I could only be sure.
You can. Our love will never change.
But we'll change. We'll grow old, Tom. You won't like me to look old.
I'll always see you just as you are now, Sarah. Just as I married you.
As I am now. There, you see?
What?
Oh, Tom, if you ever stopped loving me, I should die.
Stop loving you? When I die, Sarah, and not even then. Our love is forever.
Oh, it must be. It must be. It's late. Kiss me goodnight.
The last time I shall ever have to leave you.
The last time. Good night, my darling.
Good night.
One wish to every owner. O Druid, this is my prayer, that I shall never change, that I shall never grow older. Oh, let me look always, just as I do tonight. It's my youth he loves. Don't let me lose it. Let me keep it always for him.
Minnie, do you have to do that dusting right under my nose?
Is Mrs. Moonlight's cousins coming? I can't have her see dirt.
Well, why didn't you do it this morning?
I was busy elsewhere this morning.
Well, if you've finished, then run along. Well, don't stand there watching me. After 9 years, surely I'm nothing to stare at.
I was just thinking that a Scotsman wouldn't forget his wedding anniversary.
I did not forget it. Mrs. Moonlight's gift is being delivered any minute. And why aren't you looking after my daughter as you're supposed to do?
Do you mean Jane?
Well, who in the world do you suppose I mean?
She's with her lovely parent, she is.
Do you mean Mrs. Moonlight?
Who do you suppose I mean?
Minnie, you're a disagreeable old woman. I've been thinking seriously of giving you notice.
Away with you. Consider yourself lucky to be living in the same house with us.
With us?
With Sarah Moonlight and me and wee Jane.
Oh, creature, answer the bell.
It's your poor wee gifty, I expect.
And it isn't poor and it isn't wee.
Good afternoon, Minnie.
It's Mrs. Moonlight's cousin.
Good afternoon, Thomas.
How are you, Edith?
Nicely, thank you. Where's Sarah?
She's with Jane. Oh, Minnie, will you please inform Mrs. Moonlight that her cousin is here to go to the band concert with us?
She doesn't have to. How are you, Edith, dear?
Many happy returns of the day, Sarah. Here's my present.
Oh, how nice. What is it?
I'm afraid you won't like it.
I'm sure I will. Oh, a shawl. Oh, I mean, but what a lovely one.
Yes, I knew you wouldn't like it.
Oh, but I do, Edith.
No, you don't like it because you think shawls are only for old people.
Oh, how absurd.
You think too much of your age, both of you.
Do you think I do, Edith?
Well, since you asked me, yes. You dress too young. Several people have mentioned it.
Well, they're just envious. Sarah doesn't dress young. She looks young.
Well, put it any way you like. But tell me this. Does Sarah look a day older today than she did at 21 or 20 or even 19?
Well, no. But is that a crime?
Well, I didn't say so.
Do you think so?
Well, I don't think it's a crime, but it is odd.
What do you mean by odd?
Just odd.
I see.
Oh, please, Edith. Let's forget it.
Oh, of course. It was Sarah who asked me.
Oh, look, Edith. I got a letter last night from Maud.
From your sister Maud? What does she want?
She wants to tell me she's just had a baby.
Now, why does she think you'd care? She gave up her family when she ran off with that good-for-nothing foreigner.
Answer that, Minnie. Is it a boy or a girl, Sarah?
A girl. They've named her Joy.
Ironically, I presume. Do they still live in Florence?
Of course. His work is there. He's an artist.
Here it is.
Here what is? Where did you get that box, Minnie?
That's a little present from me, my dear.
Oh, Tom, what is it?
Well, open it up and see.
A dress. Oh, and it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful dress in the world. Edith, isn't it lovely?
It's a very pretty frock.
Oh, I'll be a queen in it.
What trinkets will you wear?
Yes. Oh, what jewelry? My crystals, Tom?
It wants something with a touch of blue.
I don't think I have anything blue.
Yes, you have, dear. You know, the whatchamacallit, the Dreard.
No.
Why, Sarah.
What is the Dreard?
Well, it's a necklace made of turquoise. Minnie gave it to her for a wedding present.
Then why not wear it, Sarah?
No.
But you used to like it when we were first married.
She doesn't like it now. Can't you let the bairn alone?
We'd better be leaving. I'll get my things.
What's the matter with her today? I don't understand her.
She was perfectly all right until...
Until what?
Oh, nothing. Only I wish you wouldn't talk about her looks, Edith. It always disturbs her.
And well, it might. She ought to do something about it.
Do? What can she do? She looks young, that's all.
Well, all I can say is it's very strange.
You seem very disappointed this afternoon, but sure, well, even Edith might have known better.
Tom.
What is it, dear?
I've been meaning to tell you. You must be very, very nice to Edith.
Well, I am. Why?
You see, Edith's in love with you.
Ah, don't be silly.
It's true. She always has been. That's why she seems bitter at times.
Well, I don't believe it. She probably respects me, but I don't think any more than most other women.
Yes, I suppose they're all in love with you. Except me.
You? Why, you adore me, Mrs. Moonlight.
I don't.
I love you.
Dear Mr. Moonlight.
As much as ever.
And after 9 long years.
As much as the first time.
Do you remember the first time?
Remember? You were playing the piano.
I was playing this.
May I sit beside you, Mrs. Moonlight?
No. Tom, don't.
But I must kiss you. I can't help myself.
Mr. Moonlight, what a way for old married people to behave.
Old married people. Why, go over and look at that old married lady in the mirror.
I look my years, Tom.
You don't, of course.
Oh, Tom.
And it's my belief that you never will.
Oh, please don't say that.
Oh, Sarah, you've got to get over that silly fancy.
Oh, I can't. I'm frightened.
Frightened?
Supposing someone should be born who never really did grow any older. What would happen?
Well, she'd probably make a fortune in a freak show.
Oh, please be serious.
Oh, how can I be serious about such nonsense?
But just supposing, what do you think would happen?
Well, in olden times, you'd probably have been burned as a witch.
And nowadays?
Nowadays, we have other ways of dealing with witches. Less crude, perhaps, but just as nasty. Why, Sarah, you're trembling.
Tom, once I prayed above all things that I should never grow older, look older. I thought you'd stop loving me if I did. Now I think you'll stop if I don't.
But you will, darling. Of course you'll look older in time.
You'd rather I did?
Well, yes, I think I would, but there's quite enough that's miraculous about my wife without that.
Oh, it sounds foolish when I talk about it to you, but not when I'm alone. Sometimes I feel I'm going mad and can't stand it any longer. You see, it's growing stronger, not weaker. Every year for years, ever since we've been married.
Sarah.
Oh, do you think I'm just fanciful?
That's all.
And you'll always believe, whatever happens, that I love you, won't you?
Yes, dear. But nothing can happen. In fact, I promise you that in the morning you look 102. Now, come, darling. I think it's time you went to bed.
In a little while. I'm not at all sleepy.
You'll come up soon?
Yes, soon.
Then kiss me goodnight.
Good night, my darling. And remember, I love you, Mr. Moonlight, very, very much. It's I, Minnie.
What are you doing with those bags? Where are you going at this time of night?
Minnie, I'm never going to look any older.
What fool's talk is this?
Your necklace, the Dryad, and the legend.
I know of no legend.
I wished, Minnie. It was the night before I was married. I wished that I might never look any older. That legend, Minnie, it was true.
No.
Can you look at me now and say that?
Oh, Miss Sarah.
I suppose it was wicked of me to wish, vain and unnatural. Now, I'm a kind of freak, a witch. We have new methods for burning witches. We burn their dear ones too, Minnie.
What is it? What are you going to do?
I'm going away out of their lives, Tom's and Jane's.
What foolishness is this?
Tom growing old beside me, and Jane, a young lady with a mother who didn't change. Oh, I couldn't stand it, nor could they.
You'll break their hearts.
I'd break them if I'd stay.
Where will you go?
To Maud, in Florence.
Tom Moonlight will find you.
He mustn't know, and you must never tell. He must think me dead. Promise?
Poor Tom Moonlight.
Promise?
I promise, if that's the way it must be.
Thank you. Goodbye, Minnie.
Goodbye, Sarah Moonlight.
You'll take care of them, won't you?
Aye.
Tom and little Jane. Take good care of them. For me.
The curtain falls on Act One of Mrs. Moonlight, starring Janet Gaynor and George Brent. During this short intermission, we meet the Brownings getting ready to go to their summer cottage on the lake.
Come on, girls. Help me finish this list.
What list, Mother?
Things we've got to get on our way through the village before we reach camp.
Okay, let's see what you've written down. Oh, I see something you've missed. Matches.
Oh, please, Mother, put some marshmallows on the list, too.
Well, Midge, we can't toast marshmallows right away. We'll have a lot of cleaning up to do. Dishes to wash. Everything will be dusty.
Oh, dear, a big dishwashing job.
That means Lux. Is it on the list?
Yes. It won't take long with Lux.
Gosh, wouldn't it be awful to be stuck at camp with no luck? Have to fool around forever with pokey cake soap. Or ruin our hands with wash day soap. And then you wouldn't have those rose petal hands Archie Smith raves about, would you, Dot?
I don't mean that at all. Anyhow, you know perfectly well Lux is the nicest way to do dishes, isn't it, Mother?
Of course it is, dear. I want you girls to have nice hands, so don't worry. There'll always be plenty of Lux in the house.
Wise Mother Browning. People notice red, rough hands right away. They certainly rob a woman of charm. That's why it's so important to wash dishes with Lux. There's an amazing difference between Lux and harsh wash day soaps. Your hands feel it when you touch those soft Lux suds. And your hands show it, too. They soon look so much softer and prettier. Did you ever realize this? Lux Flakes are as gentle as the finest toilet soap. They haven't any of those alkaline suds builders that sting and irritate your skin. And yet, Lux for dishes costs almost nothing. Why, a lot of women find that just one big box will do their dishes for about 60 meals. So be sure to get the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes right away and use it for dishes every day. And now, here's Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Mrs. Moonlight, starring Janet Gaynor in the title role and George Brent as Tom. "17 years have passed since the night Sarah Moonlight fled from her family because she knew she could never grow old. Unable to find a trace of her, Tom Moonlight has picked up the broken threads of his life. He's been married for many years to Sarah's cousin, Edith, and is enjoying a middle-aged happiness. Jane, the young daughter Sarah left behind her, is now a woman old enough for marriage. One of her suitors, Percy Medling, has come to call. In the living room of the Moonlight home, he leans toward her, a desperate look in his eyes.
You're not listening, Jane.
Of course I'm listening, but can't you tell me some other time, Percy?
I'd rather tell you now, Jane.
But we're expecting a guest. Minnie's gone to the station to meet her.
Yes, I know, but...
It's a brand new cousin.
You mean a baby?
Oh, no, silly. She's only a year or two younger than I. They've lived in Italy for years. We've never even seen her.
Jane, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you have a guest coming, I must say what I have to say quickly. Now, as to my present occupation, engineering is quite a respectable occupation, and the firm is well established and an old one. Furthermore, my father would be regarded by many people as being, so to speak, in a very comfortable position.
Percy, are you proposing to me?
Well, yes, I was coming to that in a moment.
May I advise you, Percy, the next time you want a girl to marry you, just say, Jane, I love you. Unless, of course, her name is Mary.
You mean it's no good, then?
I'm afraid not, Percy. You see, I don't love you.
Oh.
I'm very sorry, Percy.
Jane, there isn't any other. I mean, you're not in love with someone else, are you?
I don't know.
But you must have some idea. I mean, well...
Willie Ragg is coming over a little later.
Willie Ragg? Oh, I see.
Guess that's your guest, Minnie. The only one getting off. Nice-looking young woman, too.
Yes, that's her. Sarah. Miss Sarah.
How are you, Minnie?
Sarah Moonlight. Let me look at you. Come into the light.
No, I haven't changed, if that's what you mean.
Still young, still a girl.
Only in looks, Minnie. Not in my heart.
Oh, my poor darling.
Was I right to come? I had to see them again, Tom and Jane. But they won't know me, you promised.
They'll think that you're Maud's daughter Joy, who resembles her aunt, Sarah Moonlight. To them, Sarah Moonlight has been dead for 17 years.
And ghosts don't often come back, do they?
No. The carriage is over here.
How is he, Minnie?
Tom Moonlight? Oh, he's well. Happy enough, I dare say.
Edith makes him a good wife, doesn't she?
Yes.
Yes. She was always in love with him.
Tell me about yourself. Where do you live?
In Vienna now. I was 7 years in Florence, then 8 in Paris. People begin to wonder after a few years, so I have to keep moving on.
You have money enough?
Money enough for me. My music helps. Pupils and concerts. And it's good for me. There's no time to feel sorry or to think of him. And Jane, Minnie? What is she like? My Jane.
Like you, mostly.
I suppose she'll be marrying soon.
Very likely. There are 2 young men.
Very nice young men, I hope.
Percy middling years. And Willie Ragg. Well, him you can judge for yourself. He'll be at the house, most likely.
You're late, Willie. The 3rd time this week.
Late again. Willie left his little Jane, but Willie soon came back again. I made that up on my way. Jane, you haven't kissed me yet.
You haven't asked me.
Please, Miss Moonlight, may I kiss you?
Yes, you may. Twice.
Once. Twice.
Where have you been?
I've been to Newmarket.
Oh, have you got the job?
No, but I probably shall, or something else.
Oh, Willie.
Now, there's nothing to worry about.
Oh, but there is. You know how Father feels. He says you're irresponsible.
Irresponsible? It's blasphemous. Oh, I say, he can't hear me, can he?
No.
Good. And if he won't give his consent, I'll marry you without it.
Oh, Willie, please be serious.
But I am.
Oh, we thought you were alone, Jane.
Come in, Father. Come in, Mother.
How are you, Mr. Ragg?
Very well, ma'am. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Has Minnie returned yet, Jane?
No, Father.
Well, I think I'll meet her on the road.
Oh, please, sir, if I might have a word with you, sir.
A word with me?
I think you know what it's about.
I have an inkling.
I'm going to marry your daughter, sir.
Oh, yes?
Oh, Father, Willie doesn't mean it quite like that.
Mr. Ragg is a bit blunt.
I believe in speaking out, sir.
A fine quality, and I believe in it, too. I also believe, young man, that at the present time you have no position or any prospect of one. Under those conditions, I don't quite see how you can speak of marriage.
I regret your disapproval, sir, but I must tell you that I won't let it stand in my way.
Really?
Willie, don't say any more. Father, you don't understand.
Evidently not.
Tom, wait. Minnie is here.
I'll speak to you later, Mr. Ragg. Well, why doesn't she come in? Minnie!
Your visitor is here, Mr. Moonlight. Come in, Miss Joy.
Good evening.
Why, she's the image of...
Tom, don't. How are you, my dear?
I'm very well, thank you.
I am your Aunt Edith. And this is...
This is Mr. Moonlight.
Yes, we're very happy to see you, George.
Thank you.
This is my stepdaughter, Jane.
I've been looking forward to your coming.
Jane.
Why, what's the matter, dear?
Well, Mother, she's so pale.
Well, she's tired out. She's had a long journey.
Yes. Yes, a very long journey.
Sarah?
Yes?
It's almost time for your train, Sarah.
I know, Minnie.
The days have passed quickly, Sarah.
Too quickly. Oh, there was so much I wanted to do. Now it's all slipped away from me. Oh, Minnie, she must be happy. My Jane must be happy. If I knew she was going to be, I could leave in peace.
You're talking of Willie Ragg now.
Yes. Why can't she see, Minnie? Why doesn't she know? And why am I so powerless to help her? I'm her mother, Minnie, and I can't lift my hand.
Half an hour past 9. You'd best be making ready. The night train is always on time.
The night train. I left once before at night. Long ago.
Hush, my darling. You'll come again.
After another 20 years. Oh, what's the use, Minnie?
If only to see us all.
To see you all growing old without me. To feel left behind.
Sarah, my darling.
Joy, may I see you?
Jane, of course. Come in.
It's rather private. Minnie, will you leave us alone?
Very well.
What is it, Jane?
Well, it's about Willie. I want you to talk to Father. Tell him what you think of him.
But what I think of Willie is really very much what your father thinks of him.
Joy, but can't you see what Willie is?
Yes. I've been worried that you can't.
Oh, really, Joy? I thought you at least would be on my side.
My dear, I am on your side.
Well, that's what Mother says. But middle-aged people have forgotten what love is.
Not always, Jane. Are you very disappointed in me?
No, but I thought you'd understand, that's all.
Jane, will I see you before I go?
Of course. Why do you ask?
Well, it's a late train. I thought you might be tired.
No, I'll wait up to see you go.
Thank you, Jane.
Hello, Jane. Is that you?
No.
Oh, Miss Joy.
Do you want her, Mr. Ragg? I'll call her down.
No. Not yet. Come down yourself. Oh, this is a bit of luck. Finding you alone, I mean.
I'm afraid I'm rather busy.
Oh, I say, I've been waiting 3 weeks for a chance to talk to you. You mustn't dodge me now. Not on your last night. Do you know, Joy, that you're a very beautiful creature?
You really think so?
Oh, now, don't be modest. If I didn't have Jane, I might go clear over my head.
Oh, thank you.
May I sit beside you?
Certainly. Why?
Well, why does a fellow ever want to sit beside a pretty woman? Usually because he wants to kiss her. That's why.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. I've been wanting to ever since I first saw you. Are you angry?
I'm not sure yet. Have you forgotten Jane?
Of course not. I adore Jane, but...
But what?
Well, hang it all, I'm not married yet, you know. And if you are angry about my kissing you, I can only say... I'm sorry.
I didn't say I was angry. I may not be angry at all.
You know, Joy, you're a strange girl.
Yes, I am.
You're not like any of the girls I've known. You're different. I want to see you again, Joy. You must let me.
I'm going to Paris.
I'll follow you. Where will you be? What address? Please tell me.
Numéro 82.
And the rest?
Rue d'Alger.
Rue d'Alger.
Hadn't you better write it down?
Do you think I could forget it? Joy, listen, I can't leave tonight, but I'll follow you. Look for me.
Would it be rude if I asked to come in?
Jane, I didn't hear you.
Perhaps I walked too softly. Believe me, I didn't mean it.
I was just telling Joy goodbye.
Was that it?
Of course. Well, I really must run. Goodbye, Joy. And goodbye, Jane. darling. See you tomorrow. Night.
Jane. Jane, dear.
Don't come near me. Don't touch me. You're vile.
Jane, don't say that.
You are. You're vile. You're unclean. I heard you. I heard everything you said. Now go on. Go to Paris. Wait for him there. He'll make you very happy, I'm sure.
But at least he hasn't the chance to make you unhappy. You see
Don't
now...
speak to me. I hate you. I hate you.
Jane.
Father, make her go. Make her leave. Get her away from here.
Jane, what is it?
I can't bear the sight of her, I tell you.
Are you mad?
She wanted Willie. Well, she may have him. And you needn't worry any longer about me, Father. I'll marry Percy just as you wanted. I'll marry Percy middling and be miserable all my life. Now are you satisfied?
Joy, I'm sorry for this. I'm sure she's just upset, that's all.
Oh, please don't be polite. Well, I'd better leave. I'll miss my train. Are you disappointed in me?
I don't even know the facts.
Jane told you. I've stolen her young man. But I didn't want him. I'd rather have Jane's love than anything in the world.
Then why did you do it?
You were against the marriage.
Certainly I was. I knew they'd never be happy.
So did I.
Did you? And this talk about Paris?
He wanted to follow me. I gave him the wrong address, a made-up one. I only wanted Jane to see what he was really like.
Why, you funny child.
When Jane is over this, will you tell her what I've told you?
Of course I will.
Promise?
I promise.
Mr. Moonlight, are you happy?
Yes, of course. Why?
I knew you were really. I just wanted to hear you say it.
What a strange, strange girl you are, Joy.
You're the second person who said that tonight. Oh, there's my carriage. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go yet.
You may stay if you want to.
No, I can't. Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight.
Goodbye. I shall miss you very much, Joy. You're very much like someone I once knew. Someone I loved.
Dear Mr. Moonlight, will you kiss me goodbye?
Goodbye, dear. Come soon again, won't you?
Soon, perhaps. Perhaps.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. You have just heard Act Two of Mrs. Moonlight, starring Janet Gaynor and George Brent. During the intermission, we present a very famous guest. But first, a piece of news about a penny. Do you know what a penny a day can do for your hands? Here's what I mean, and see if you don't think it's a beauty bargain. About a penny's worth of Lux will do a whole day's dishes. Yes, for about the price of a penny postage stamp, you can use gentle Lux, as beauty experts advise, to help your hands stay soft and white. If the water is hard, just a little extra Lux will soften it and give you an abundance of suds. How foolish to use harsh soaps, since it costs almost nothing to use Lux for dishes. So keep that thrifty big box handy. Use it for dishes every day. Remember, you're often judged by your hands. Make them speak well of you. Mr. DeMille escorts our guest to the microphone. Columbia University has on its faculty a memorable personality in Professor Walter B. Pitkin. Academic duties occupy only a part of his prodigious energy. He's also famous as an author. Professor Pitkin has passed the age of 40 far enough to know what he's talking about. He decided that middle age and old age were nothing to dread. So he wrote a book about his discovery with the challenging title, Life Begins at 40, which held a place among bestsellers. The author of this book should have some interesting comments on the problem of Sarah Moonlight. So from New York City, we hear Professor Walter B. Pitkin.
Mrs. Moonlight in our play tonight is indeed a very unusual character. Yet her wish is the secret wish of every man and woman since the beginning of time. The desire for perpetual youth lies deep in the hearts of every one of us. We think it's the road to perpetual happiness, and yet how wrong we are in our wishful thinking, and how pitiful the consequences. Think of the matron of 40 who tries to be 20. Think of the dowager of 60 who tries to be kittenish. If they only realized each age has its own special loveliness. How delightful is the charm of a 5-year-old. But would you want to be 5 forever? And how rich and beautiful the charm of a 70-year-old grandmother. I agree with Samuel Butler that youth is a greatly overrated season, like spring, occasionally sunny, but usually full of raw gusts. Youth is lovable but immature. But middle age and old age are as deep as character, and character can be as deep as the universe. Nature is always moving forward. If you attempt to stop the march, you die, mentally and spiritually. Life insists that we grow, that we live each new day as it comes, reaching out to accept new responsibilities and new experiences. And it is those enriching experiences that give us beauty and charm and keep us young and alive. People who keep up with the times. People who never try to stop the clock. People who refuse to be perpetually 20. They are the ones who know that life is just beginning at 40. We cannot condemn youth and its lack of wisdom, but we do condemn age, which refuses to accept its own rich rewards. And now let us return to Mrs. Moonlight. I don't know how this play turns out, but I do know that Mrs. Moonlight is basically a splendid woman. And I have faith that somehow she will be able to discover a solution to her problem, and that she will find happiness.
You show us that autumn as beautiful colors, Professor. In Hollywood again, we continue our play, Mrs. Moonlight, starring Janet Gaynor and George Brent. Years have passed, long years which have gradually dimmed the remembrance of Sarah Moonlight and Joy. It's the present day, and many changes have come to the Moonlights. Edith is dead, and Jane and Percy Middling, married for 20 years, live on with old Tom Moonlight. Meanwhile, in the cities of Europe, a strange figure moves silently, always alone, always young, never changing in a changing world. In a music school in Bucharest, this strange girl, known only as Miss Sarah, faces the master in his room.
Miss Sarah, how long have you been with us now?
12 years.
12 years. Yeah. Had not realized it was that long. Miss Sarah, what I have to say is not easy. But some of the other teachers, they feel...
They feel there's something strange about me.
Yeah. Of course, I know that it is ridiculous, but...
Oh, don't say any more. I'll leave in the morning.
Oh, no, Miss Sarah, you...
It's happened before. It'll happen again.
What is it about you? What is it? Where will you go, Miss Sarah?
Oh, I don't know. To Paris, to Berlin, Naples.
It is not easy to find work in strange cities.
They're not strange to me.
And you want to work here, Miss Sarah? Miss Sarah, haven't I seen you somewhere?
I don't remember.
It's a long time ago.
I don't remember.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing for you. Good day, senor.
The concert season in Paris is well booked, mademoiselle. If will be your name?
I am called Miss Sarah.
Miss... Of course I remember you. You played here in 1904. What, that is impossible.
Yes, you've mistaken me for someone else, monsieur.
But you say you are...
No. Good day, monsieur.
And do you want to teach my daughter?
Yes. I can give your daughter lessons every day.
Just as you gave them to me?
What?
You gave me lessons, too?
No.
You did. when I was a girl.
Oh, no.
I remember. Miss Sarah.
No.
And the ticket was to Vienna, Fräulein?
Yes, to Vienna. No, I want to go to England. To London.
Ja, Fräulein. First class?
No, third, please.
Third class to London.
See you tomorrow, Peter? Right you are. Thanks for the lift.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I say, Peter, is that somebody waiting for you?
Where?
That woman by your steps, looking up the house.
I don't know who she is. I've noticed her hanging around the house several times the last few days.
Why don't you ask her what she wants?
I believe I will. Goodbye, Greg.
Bye.
I beg your pardon, but are you looking for someone?
No, not exactly.
You look ill. Would you like to come in for a moment? This is my house.
Your house. What is your Christian name?
Why, Peter.
Peter Middling. Your father is Percy Middling, and your mother is Jane.
How did you know that?
And your grandfather. Is he dead?
No, he's not dead.
Oh.
Oh, here, wait a moment. Don't go away. Why, you're cold and ill. Come inside and get warm.
Oh, no, I mustn't.
Nonsense. Why, a hot drink will do you good. Come along now. Will you wait here a moment, please?
Thank you.
Mother?
Peter, come in.
I say, Mother, I brought a woman into the house.
Peter.
No, listen. I think she's ill. She looks it.
Who is the woman?
I haven't the faintest idea, Father. But she knew my name and seemed to know all about me.
She knew your name?
Oh, hello, Minnie. Why, yes.
Who do you suppose it is, Minnie?
I don't know. How could I? I'll go and have a look at her.
I suppose she's a very beautiful, Peter.
No. She's rather ragged and young like a girl. But her eyes are too big and, well, there's something strange about her.
Come in, please.
Thank you. Good evening.
How do you do? Come and sit down by the fire.
Are you Peter's mother?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I thought you were. You're very lovely.
Would you like something hot to drink?
And that is Percy Middling.
How do you know that?
You mustn't ask me questions.
Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, I'm all right, really. It's just that lately I've had a kind of pain here in my heart. Peter, come and sit near me. You've got to tell me all about yourself. Are you at Oxford or Cambridge?
Oxford.
Like your grandfather.
How did you know that? Who are you?
Poor, puzzled Jane. I'm just an old lady, my dear, who's rather come down in the world.
Old? Why, you're a girl.
That picture on the table. It's Tom Moonlight, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Was it just taken? This picture?
That? Oh, that was taken a good 10 years ago.
May I see him?
I'm afraid not. He's very feeble.
His memory's gone, and he really doesn't recognize people.
He hasn't recognized any of us for months.
Poor Mr. Moonlight.
He hasn't really been the same since my grandmother died.
Your grandmother? You mean Edith?
Yes. Oh, I say, if you're an old friend of Grandfather's, perhaps you could come tomorrow and see him.
She can see him now.
Minnie, you brought him down?
Father.
Tom Moonlight.
Who is that over there?
Father.
He doesn't know you, Mother. He's staring at her.
Oh, my dear. I've been asleep.
Yes, Tom.
Has Edith gone?
Edith? Yes, dear. She's gone.
Well, that's good. I'm worried about Edith. Worried about what you told me this evening. I've been thinking it over, and I believe you're right. Edith is in love with me.
Of course she is, darling. We all are.
Ah, including you, eh? A little while ago it was all except you.
Was it, Mr. Moonlight? Perhaps I've grown older since then.
Have you indeed? Well, I'll tell you a secret. I never believed you. You love me very much indeed.
Clever Mr. Moonlight.
Grandfather, who is she?
Who is she? Why, that's my wife, young man. Who are you?
I'm Peter.
Well, I don't know you, sir. And I don't much want to.
Grandfather, what is your wife called?
She's called Sarah, of course. Sarah Moonlight.
Percy, he thinks it's his first wife.
What are they saying? Don't they like my Sarah?
Well, of course they do. Especially me. I think she's lovely.
And she is, too. And what's more, she doesn't change. Did you know that? She doesn't change. Now, what's that about changing? She's worried about that. I don't like that. I've forgotten it.
Tom, shall I play for you again?
Huh? Yes, yes.
You always like this.
May I sit beside you, Mrs. Moonlight? I'm a very lucky man, Mrs. Moonlight. And a very, very happy man.
Yes, dear.
And you're a very happy woman, Mrs. Moonlight.
Very happy. I think I've never been so happy in my life as I am now.
And I'm certain of this. Mrs. Moonlight, I could never be happy with any woman but you.
That's what you think, Mr. Moonlight.
It's what I know. Sarah, I think I'll go to bed now. I'm feeling tired, sleepy.
Yes, dear.
I'll take him upstairs.
So tired, Sarah. So very, very tired.
Father.
Peter, get some brandy.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Percy, you and Peter get him upstairs.
No. Stay here, all of you. He'll want her. I know. Come along, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Minnie.
She's been up there with him a long time.
Over half an hour.
Percy, I'm nervous.
Oh, it's all right, my dear.
Well, there's nothing to be nervous about, Mother.
Why does Father think he knows her?
After all, my dear, your father hasn't known anyone for months, and it's just as reasonable that he might think he knows this girl.
No, there's something else. But I won't say it. I'm afraid.
Wait, here's Minnie.
Minnie, how is Father?
Your father is dead.
Minnie. Oh, Minnie.
She was with him. He was in her arms.
Minnie, who is that girl?
She's someone Mr. Moonlight knew a long time ago.
Minnie.
Come in, dear.
Peter, get her a chair.
I'm quite all right. All right, thank you. I'm not unhappy. It was really very, very beautiful. It would be wicked to be unhappy. I'm only very tired. I wonder why I'm so tired.
Please sit down. You'll feel better in a minute.
Thank you, Peter. He just said to me, I love you, Mrs. Moonlight, very, very dearly. He just said that. He looked happy, too. Jane.
Yes?
Give me your hand. I'm so pleased with you, Jane. I've always liked your nice Percy middlings, and you've done well together, haven't you? A nice boy and a nice home. Oh, I'm so tired. I love you, Mrs. Moonlight, very, very dearly. Jane, do I look happy?
Very happy. Are you?
Oh, so happy. It's funny to be so tired here in my heart. Perhaps. Oh, how lovely. Now, Lord, lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. For mine eyes have seen, mine eyes have seen.
Mother, look at her.
She's at peace with Tom Moonlight.
Mother.
It's all right, Peter. I'm sure she's happy. See how she's smiling.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of Mrs. Moonlight, starring Janet Gaynor and George Brent. In a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But first, a timely word. Here we are at the beginning of summer, and that means vacation time, doesn't it? Vacation time for you, but not for your hands. Did you ever think of that?
You're right, Mr. Roy. My hands work harder in the summer than in the winter, but with gardening, swimming, tennis, and...
And housekeeping?
Oh, yes, housekeeping, of course. My hands show it, too.
Well, you're just the person I want to talk to. Now's the time your hands are busier than ever. They need special care. They can't spend hours in the dishpan with harsh, biting suds drying them up, and then do a right-about face and look nice when company comes. You need Lux for every single soap and water job you do, and especially for your dishes. Do you know why? Because Lux has none of the alkaline suds builders found in many laundry soaps. Lux contains nothing to dry and roughen your skin. That's why beauty experts recommend it for dishes. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy the generous large-size box and start now to save your hands. Mr. DeMille. The moonlight of our play has faded, so suppose we get back to the world of reality. Miss Gaynor, I've heard some whispers about you that I'd like to pin down right now.
Well, what are these whispers, Mr. DeMille?
Well, they're about painting and...
Oh, I'm sure it was an exaggeration. But if you're looking for a hobby, there's George Brent's, a gentle pastime called polo.
The question was about paint, not ponies.
There's really nothing to it. Something around the house always needs paint. Kitchen table, the lawn chairs, a cupboard.
A landscape or a still life.
I'm afraid my watercolors are pretty amateurish. But the furniture painting, well, now that's quite professional.
Could George and I persuade you to do a sketch of us, say with me sitting in a chair and George standing behind with his hand on my shoulder?
I'd be delighted to, but I'm afraid portraits are beyond me. If you draw a picture of an orange and it doesn't look like an orange, you can always say it's impressionistic. That doesn't go with portraits, at least not when the living originals do the judging.
Why hasn't somebody seen one of these pictures?
I keep them locked up. But you can look at the lawn chairs I painted any time. I used a special weatherproof paint.
We could have used some of that and the rains came. I doubt if there has ever been so much rain in California before.
And photographing rain is a difficult operation, too. It has to be done on a clear day to get enough light.
Yes. Well, if it was a cloudy day and looked like rain, we made sunshine scenes indoors on a soundstage. Now, that's not so crazy as it seems if you think it over.
Well, I'll figure it out on the way home. And I think it's time to leave now.
Well, I recognize a gentle hint. Good night, C.B.
I hope the man in the moonlight and Mrs. Moonlight shine long in clear skies. All of you, I'm sure, will want to join us again a week from tonight when you hear the announcement of our stars in play, which Mr. DeMille brings you in a moment. Assisting in our cast tonight were Janet Young as Minnie, Jane Gilbert as Jane, Ted Osborne as Willie Ragg, Claire Videra as Edith, James Eagles as Peter, Eric Snowden as Percy Midling, Lou Merrill as Heinrich, Frank Nelson as Bonelli, Jane Morgan as Frau Muller, and Eddie Kane as ticket agent. The play Mrs. Moonlight was written by Ben W. Levy. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Second Fiddle. Don't miss the Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Your host, Mr. DeMille. Scattered along the boundary between the United States and Mexico are colorful, exciting jumping-off places called border towns. To such a place we take you next Monday night in a melodrama of a disillusioned man who crushes his ideals in a scramble for money and power. Into his life come two girls, and the mark they leave upon it is told in our adaptation of the hit picture Border Town. And bringing Border Town to our microphone are three stars, outstanding in popularity and talent: Don Amici, Joan Bennett, and Claire Trevor. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici, Joan Bennett, and Claire Trevor in Border Town. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
I just told you that hotel joke because of this place. This Shannon's Hotel reminded me. Oh, I got another one for you. Hey, you want to hear it? Sure you do. Now, look. You ask me, why do rumba dancers have such an easy time of it? Go on, ask me.
All right. Why do rumba dancers have such an easy time of it?
You want to know why rumba dancers have such an easy time of it, Miss Duval?
Uh-huh.
Well, get this, it'll kill you. Because all they have to do is stand around and twiddle their thumbs. Twiddle their thumbs, you get it? Rumba dancers. It doesn't reach you, huh?
How long do you plan to stay with us here at Shannon's Hotel, Mr. Dixon? Play it straight and give me an answer, huh?
You're just angry because you don't respond to my bombs. You got a deep hate. You got a deep hate because your boy Shannon has taken a fancy to my partner, Fanny Lane. Like that. The ink is barely dry on the register from her signature. He invites her out to partake of the delicacies of Havana. She accepts with alacrity. That hurts us both.
Slate likes to make people feel at home.
How long does it take to build up a cozy little thing like that? 3 hours? 4?
Well, roll out the carpet. Here comes Lover Boy now.
You should have come with us, sailor. Franny's a lot of girl. We had a ball.
What did you do for 4 hours? Dribble it?
Everywhere comics. Where's my partner, Shannon? Did she make you walk home alone because you got frisky?
She's in her room. I took her by way of the balcony. The moon shines brighter there. You don't mind, do you, Dixon?
No, not a bit. Maybe Fanny can build it into a laugh for the act.
Hey, look, Dixon, all we did was look at the sights.
Then she'll want to show me the postcards, because Fanny likes to share things with a partner. Oh, Shannon.
Yeah?
The next time you'll bring Fanny around the front way, huh? Because she plays better to an audience. You'll do that, huh? Franny. It's Hal, Franny. Come on, open up. Ah, that's my little Franny.
Okay, what do you want?
Inside.
Wait.
Invite me to sit down.
Have you gone crazy?
Tell me a thing, honey. You like Havana? Sure you do.
What are you talking about?
How much money you got stashed away in Havana, Franny? 20 grand? 100?
Huh. That's the funniest joke you ever told in your life.
I'm a funny man. You want to know another thing? I know who you are.
Hal.
The first time I saw you, I knew about you. 5 years ago when we teamed. For a purpose we teamed. Because I knew you were the ever-loving of Tommy Carper. And Tommy's a man with how much money? 20 G's? 100?
All right. What do you want?
Ah, that's my baby. Tommy's in the clink right here in Havana. Because that's the law. You pull a bank job in the locality, you get caught, you get the clink in the locality. That's why you were so anxious to come to Havana, Franny?
Listen to me, Hal.
Sure it was. Because the dough Tommy robbed never turned up. Because you know where it is. Because Tommy told you. All that dough for us. For you and me, baby.
Take your hands off
Oh,
me.
now,
Get out of here. Get out.
No. You don't talk to Hal like that. Never like that. Franny, get up, baby. You hit your head on that bad old pipe, Franny, huh? Oh. Come on, get up. Hey, baby. You're not going to get up, are you? Never. Well, we'll just have to put you someplace, baby. An alley? Sure, an alley. You went out with a guy named Shannon tonight, and you never got home. Shannon left you in an alley. Did you bring the passkey, Shannon, like I told you?
Like you asked me. You did ask me, didn't you?
Oh, sure. What's eating you, Shannon? You got ugly memories? Did I wake you up out of a bad dream? You should be grateful.
It's just that I'm not used to comics on an empty stomach. What makes you so anxious to get into Franny's room?
Well, it's like this. I've been knocking on the door, and she doesn't answer. Oh, you must have given her a snazzy time last night, Shannon.
Franny, your partner said it's time for you to get up.
No, I've been through all that, Shannon. So make with the key, huh? Even if it breaks your heart. Yeah.
Well, Franny.
What do you know? Franny isn't here. What did you do with my partner, Shannon? Look at the bed. It hasn't been slept on. Hasn't even been sat on. And no nylons hanging up to dry. She never came home, Shannon. What did you do with her?
Exactly as I would have phrased the question, senor.
Huh? What are you doing here, LaSalle?
Aha, policeman, Havana type. Well, you two will want to be alone.
Thank you for the courtesy, senor.
Here's a pass to my show, Chief. I'm a comedian. You'll enjoy me.
Gracias.
I asked you a question, LaSalle. What do you want here?
Maybe what I want, Shannon. Maybe he wants you to bring back my Franny to me. Have fun, fellas.
This was Senorita Franny Lane's room, eh?
Yeah. What about it?
She is murdered, beaten to death. We found her body in an alley with a room key to your hotel, Franny Lane.
Oh. Not Franny.
Exactly, Franny. You enjoyed Havana with her last night, Senor Shannon, eh? We know you did so. Many friends have told us.
What else did your friends tell you? That I killed her?
We have not yet had the rudeness to ask this question of them, but I will ask it of you.
I brought her home. She said goodnight here at the hotel.
Far from an alley, no? You know who the girl really was, senor?
Franny Lane, part of an act, Dixon and Lane.
She was more than that, senor. She was the wife of a convict whose name is Senor Tommy Carper. Yesterday, Senor Carper escaped from our escape-proof jail. It makes me sadness.
I bleed for you.
Thank you. The Senor Carper, it is good for you he escaped. If he had not, I would arrest you for the murder of his senora. As it is, you will have no impulse to depart our Havana. No, Senor Shannon?
Hello, Slate.
Hi.
I've been looking all over the beach for you all day.
What do you want?
Nothing. Pretty night, huh?
What do you want, sailor?
Look at me.
What?
Go ahead, look at me. What do you see?
Now, look, sailor, I got enough on my mind without making drooling noises at you.
And that's why I'm here. I want to know what's on your mind, so I can worry about it, too.
Who killed that girl?
You didn't.
Well, that leaves the rest of Havana. Any of the 23 people registered in the hotel. You didn't kill her, did you?
It crossed my mind.
So it brings us back to the question, who killed that girl? Her husband?
You've got to know that so you can clear yourself. Is that why?
I've got to know it because she was murdered. Because she was a person I enjoyed. Because she gave me 4 hours out of her life. We laughed a lot together. She kissed my cheek and thanked me when I brought her back to the hotel. Now she's suddenly dead. That's why I've got to know who made it like that.
That's why, Slate. What are you going to do?
I've been spending the day thinking about it. Now I know. You want to come along?
We going to walk around Havana for the rest of the night, Slate?
You want to go home? Go.
We're not getting any place, are we?
Well, it's not easy to get people to give you an answer when you ask them about an escaped convict.
Mind if I ask a question?
What?
How do you know all these people? The kind of people you can ask about an escaped convict.
Oh, we got mutual interests. Books, teas, the theater, friends in jail. In here, sailor.
Hey, what is this?
10 centavos a dance. Stay here, sailor.
Oh, Slade.
Your friend is leaving, senorita? You dance with me, see? I am pretty. I dance the American Charleston.
You're on your own, sailor.
Thanks, boy.
Hello, Maria.
Oh, Slade Shannon, my beautiful Slade, my alma Slade. I have been waiting for you.
Waiting?
See, I knew you would come here to Maria, to her palace of Jolly, of which Maria is the foremost Jolly, eh? Also, people have been whispering in my fat ear that you have been saying, where is Tommy Carpa?
So you've just been waiting for me to come to you, huh?
Oh, could I come to you, mi hermosa, with my big measurements? How many times a day can I give from this chair, eh? See, I knew you would come.
Where's Carper?
He will be happy to see you.
Where is he?
Number 22 Paseo Batista on the corner, near the alley.
Girl I came in with is named Sailor Duval.
Oh, I saw her. She is lovely. Muy lovely.
Yeah, well, see that she gets home alone.
See. Once I had a figure like she has. Oh, tell her to stay off of the tamales, senor.
You would be Slate Shannon.
The word got to you, huh, Carper? The word moves fast in Havana.
Doesn't it, though? Come on in. Make yourself cozy, Shannon. The sofa there. And a pillow for your head. Don't refuse me, Shannon. I'm sensitive. I'll be hurt.
Yeah, but the gun in your hand will help you get over it, huh?
Sure it will. Comfortable?
Uh-huh. What have you got in these pillows, Carper? Goose down?
I never looked. Another word reached me, Shannon. A word that said you showed my wife a big time. Then you killed her. Is that how you operate? One pleasure on top of the other?
Now, look, Carper, I came to you...
You came to me to die, Shannon. That's why I want you to be comfortable. All warm and cozy. Because pretty soon, Shannon, it's going to turn cold.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Lady Sailor, she go to dime a dance, the place of jollies and bell-bottom pants. Lady Sailor, she try like a hostess to pose. Mr. Shannon, he take powder right under her nose.
What are you laughing about? I made $1.30. How that man could Charleston.
You mean you danced, Lady Sailor, and let Mr. Slate get away from you?
How did I know he was getting away? I turned my back and he was gone. I needed cab fare home. So I danced.
You know where Mr. Shannon go?
Sure, looking for something. And he'll find it. Why does he do it, King? Why doesn't he stay here?
With you?
With me. Have it your way. I think I'll take myself somewhere and dream about it.
You go for a walk?
With the moon dipping low in the tropic sky, I'm going to bid a fond farewell to colorful old Havana. I'm going to sleep. Hey, wait a minute.
I wait, Lady Sailor. For what?
The letter in the box for room 12. Franny Lane's room.
While you were out, it came. I was going to mention it to Mr. Slate when he returned.
A letter for Franny Lane. For a murdered girl. Registered. Postmarked Miami. And no return address. Let's see what's in it, King. Don't look at me like that. Mr. Slate would see what's in it.
King Moses can compose jail song on spur of the moment.
Well, what do you know?
What is it, Lady Sailor?
A baggage check for the check room at the plane terminal. A baggage check. I wonder why.
If King Moses was you, he would not wonder too much. He would wait for Mr. Slate to do the wonder why.
Sing me a song, King Moses, about how I was going to sleep to dream of Slate Shannon. About how I decided to wait up for him to show him a baggage check. Go on, King. Sing to me about Slate Shannon.
How does a man like you go out, Shannon? With a Betty Bye prayer you remember as a kid? I pause because it interests me what people tell themselves when they're going to die.
If you kill me, Copper, you'll never know who murdered your wife.
You. Nobody but you. The word is they found her in an alley. That's no place for my wife to die in. An alley.
Cops say you got to her, Copper. You or me, they don't care. I found you. Why didn't I just turn you over to them without going through all this? Maria gave me your address. I could have given it to LaSalle. Why didn't I do that, Copper?
It's stuffy in here. I go to open a window. I escaped from a jail because I want to breathe. What do I get? A wall. A stinking alley covered with yesterday's garbage.
You believe me now? You believe I didn't kill her?
Relax, kid. I'll tell you about Copper.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Do that.
5 years ago, I did good in Havana. I split open a bank for 50 G's. They put me behind a door for that. But they never lay hands on the money. Stick their noses every which place. Can't find my 50 G's.
Hey, look.
Don't interrupt, kid. Copper is sensitive, remember? I put 50 G's worth of dreams in a cardboard suitcase. Checked it in a place. Send the baggage check to Franny. Told her to come to me when I give her the word. You find the check on her when you killed her, huh, kid?
The cop, I told you.
Because it won't do you any good. It won't do anybody any good. I'll tell you more about Copper. A piece of my life I spend in the Army.
Yeah, I'll tell my friends how I met a man who was in the Army.
They were good to me. Put me in the demolition squad. Taught me how to rig a trigger mine. I rigged them all over the place. In doorways. In suitcases. So you see, kid, if I don't kill you, death waits for you anyway. Like it waits for... See? You see how it is?
Copper. Yeah, someone just killed you. That's how it is.
Mr. Shannon's a long time gone, Lady Sailor.
He's a big boy now. What am I trying to be funny for? I'm worried.
Maybe the funny man will make a ha-ha for you.
What?
Funny man. He just come in, Lady Sailor. The way he's standing there at the desk looking at you, he liked the inside of Shannon's hotel better than the outside of Havana.
I wonder what he wants. I just asked myself what you wanted, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, a big smile?
See, I give it to you. What do you want?
Let's play post office.
All right. Go stick your head in a mailbox. I'll send you home to Mother.
Oh, that's good. Very good. Very good. Say, ain't that letter in box 12?
What about it?
Give it to me.
Over my dead body.
Yeah, it might just have to be that way. There's a gun in my pocket, Sailor Doll. It's pointed upward. If I pull the trigger, the bullet would hit you, say, somewhere between your throat and your heart. Over your dead body. Now, how am I going to top that one?
The letter's addressed to Franny Lane.
Poor Franny. Bumped her little head. Franny Lane had a pain in the back of her head. It made her dead. You want what I gave her?
Here's the letter. Goodbye, Mr. Dixon.
Goodbye, Mr. Dixon. How funny can you ad-lib? You tag along, doll. Wave goodbye to your friends over there. Make it jaunty and carefree and happy.
King Moses.
Yes, Lady Sailor.
Ta-ta, King Moses, and toodaloo. Tell Mr. Slade I couldn't wait any longer. Jaunty enough, Mr. Dixon.
Well, welcome to your home, Mr. Slade.
Anyone been asking for me, King?
Me, Lady Sailor.
Anyone else, like police?
So far, it has been a very beautiful night. Full moon with no shadow of police. However, I bring one if you want one.
Well, suddenly everyone's a comic around here.
Oh, I had no desire to be funny, Mr. Slade. I thought perhaps you would want a policeman.
Now, look at me, King. What could make you think I'd want a thing like that?
The letter, maybe.
Huh?
The registered letter that came from Miss Franny Lane.
Oh, where is it?
Here, in slot room 12. I knew you would want to peek into it before... It's gone.
So it's gone. Who took it?
Lady Sailor, maybe. Maybe she could not resist the curiosity of the baggage check she found in Miss Lane's letter when she opened it.
Ah, that's what was in it.
Only that. A baggage check from the plane terminal. I peeked also.
Where's Sailor? In her room?
Oh, no. On the arm of the man with the not-too-funny jokes. They went away together someplace. I know not what place.
Yeah, but I bet I do, King. Funny man could kill a girl in a place like that.
Because he killed before?
Uh-huh. How'd you guess? And the girl was tall, slender, with honey-colored hair.
Si.
She came here with a man to get some baggage just a few minutes ago.
Si, I remember.
Sure you do. How could you forget a girl like Sailor?
Frankly, senor, the thing I remember about the girl was her baggage check. It was 5 years old. It was for a suitcase.
A suitcase? Ah, that's what compliment. It's booby-trapped.
Please, senor. The name booby I do not like.
Hell, where'd they go?
Out that door there, where the taxi cabs are.
Thanks. Hey, cabby.
Senor.
You see a tall girl and a man, both Americans, come out of here a few minutes ago. They had a suitcase.
See, they just took a cab.
Well, where'd they go?
I heard them tell Pedro, the driver, senor, to take them to the beach at Punta Verde.
Yeah, well, take me there, cabby, fast.
You tell me where to stop, doll.
What have I got to do with it? You've got the gun.
Pick a place that's pretty, 'cause it's your dying place. I want to do right by you.
What's it to you if I'm dead or alive?
You've got to be dead, doll. There's maybe $50,000 in that suitcase. I killed Franny for it and Copper. I've got to kill you so you won't run to the police. I know a joke to fit the occasion. You want to hear it? Wait a minute. Is that... Yeah, someone's following us. Lie down behind that dune, doll. I said lie down. You looking for us, Shannon?
Yeah, I'm looking for you.
You found us.
Slade, are you all right?
You missed, Dixon.
We'll try again.
Dixon, listen to me. That suitcase is booby-trapped. You'll get blown up.
Your boy makes funnies too, huh, doll?
Copper booby-trapped that suitcase, he told me.
You better listen to him, Dixon.
You think so, huh, doll?
He's not going to lie to you at a time like this.
This is just the time to lie to me. But I tell you what, we'll play it out. Hey, Shannon.
I'm telling you it's booby-trapped, Dixon. Don't open it.
Tell you what, I'm going to slide this suitcase down the other side of this dune. You open it, Shannon. You open it or I'll kill this girl of yours here. You got it, Shannon?
I got it.
Open it.
Slate, run. Don't open it. Run.
It's open.
Strike a match so I can see it's open.
All right. Look.
Yeah. All that money, Shannon.
50 grand. Copper told me that, too.
Say goodbye to your girl, Shannon. I'll give you that much.
Sure. I'll go tell her things I never told her before.
Don't roam away or I'll shoot you in the back. I can see that far.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, you pretty money, you. You pretties lying there so smug in this suitcase. Let me touch you. Oh, you feel nice. Let me lift you out. Let me rub you against my cheek. Let me...
Now turn around, sailor. You don't have to look. We're pretty lucky, sailor.
What happened?
The copper rigged it good. It blew up when the money was taken out of the suitcase. Well, come on, sailor. Let's go home.
Look down there, Slate. Doesn't the beach look lovely?
Who needs it?
I know a deserted hunk of it where there's 4 clumps of palm trees.
So?
So you can gather yourself a lovely bunch of coconuts. Goodbye, Slate.
Come back here.
What for?
Is that a way to treat a man who saved you from the jaws of death? The very jaws?
Then come to the beach.
For what?
So I can pin a medal on you.
Do it here.
All right. Well?
That's a medal?
What do you think?
Oh, I think it's a kiss. Maybe I'm wrong. Come here.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Now in Havana there is a small hotel. From here to there they come pell-mell. No elevators or curtains of lace. It's known all over as Shannon's Place. You like that, Mr. Slade?
Sure do.
Do you have another verse, King?
Every time, Miss Sailor.
Look, we've got work to do. If you don't mind, I'd like to get on with it.
Right now we mind. King's in a singing mood. Go ahead, King.
Mr. Shannon, he run the small hotel. He man who like Havana so well. He would rather starve in this city than have $1 million in Cincinnati.
Thanks, King. Now it's your turn, Whit. Go ahead.
Well, we've been sitting here for 3 hours now talking about it. All I'd like you to do is say yes or no.
What'll I say, sailor? Yes or no?
Well, I'd like it. It's a thing I've always wanted to do.
If you want my opinion, Mr. Slade.
Sure.
I've heard stories like this before. Spanish gold. Nothing ever happens. Down in the barrio, secret treasure maps get sold all day long. I know the man who draws them.
The man just made a point, Whit.
I beg your pardon, and yours, too. Because I'm not making myself clear. Look, I have nothing so tangible as a map. All I have is this knowledge that on the island in Flamingo Cay there is Spanish gold.
And this you learned in college.
That's right. Now, you people don't have to smile about it. Mr. Cheney and I are serious. That's why he sent me to you. You don't have to smile.
I wasn't smiling.
Thank you, Mr. Val.
Let's see the charts again.
Sure, Mr. Shannon. Now, look. See? Your boat could make it easily. Right through the Bahama Channel and along the bank, see? Here's Flamingo Cay, about 30 small islands. Now, this one. Here's one. Due south of Eczema Sound.
Here's a nickel slate.
Yeah. Heads we go, tails we don't. Tails we don't.
I said 2 out of 3.
Yeah, that's right, you did. Heads. One more. Heads.
Heads we go.
We'll start in the morning, Whit, about 6.
Oh, that's swell. I'll see you then, huh? I don't think I'll be able to sleep. You won't be sorry.
Take it easy, boy. Whit.
Uh-huh.
Did he bite?
I learned a word for his type in college. Sucker. I want to tell you something, Joe, just between you and me.
All right.
I feel good. I feel good all over.
Well, I'm glad for you.
Yeah, that's a feeling I like. All that loot just waiting for me.
For both of us.
For both of us.
You're a greedy boy, Whit. That's what makes you so useful. But you'll remember something, Whit.
Anything you ask me, I'll remember. Anything you tell me, I'll remember.
That's good, because it's my party I call the dance you won't forget now, college boy.
Joe, tell me more about yourself. Tell me again how a man like you comes on a dream like this.
Yeah, I had me a boat once. I tore the insides out of it on a coral reef in Flamingo Cay, and I got ashore. It is like you said, the stuff that glinted on the beach wasn't just sand.
You make me young again, Joe.
It just lay there teasing me, pirate salute whispering to me in the sun. Then a shadow come over it, a guy and his wife.
Mr. and Mrs. Mark Bryan?
Yeah, college boy, Mark Bryan and his wife. He told me the island belonged to them. He told me don't touch. He told me fix your boat and go away. I went away.
But he won't do that to us again, will he?
College boy.
And our sucker, Slade Shannon. And that pretty dream that hangs on to him. What do we do with them, Joe?
We use them. Then we lay a Spanish doubloon on their foreheads so they shine in the sun. So the seagulls can find them.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I can sleep now.
I hope you're a good navigator, Shannon. Now, don't worry about it. That college boy, Whit, he looks worried, and he's got an education. The Bold Venture's gotten through barrier reefs before. Hey, look, Cheney, why don't you trail your feet in the water, light a cigarette, or spit into the wind, the things people are supposed to do on a boat? Well, you're a good sailor, Shannon. Look at that island. That's pretty, huh? All that loot, and all you have to do is tie up at that pier. It's pretty small. I'll make it.
5 feet here, Slade.
Shannon.
Yeah?
There's not a whole lot of room between the bottom of this boat and that coral.
Quarter less 5. Shoaling off, Slade. 4. Easy.
Yeah, that does it.
We'll tie up here.
Maybe.
Huh?
Look what we got, a committee standing on the beach.
He's got a gun, Cheney. What is this?
What it is Mark Bryan and Miss Bryan. Looking as red-headed as usual.
Sailor! Sailor, come here.
What is it, Slade?
Make her fast. I'm going calling.
Hey, that looks like a shotgun the man's holding. He couldn't miss with it if he tried.
Just make her fast, sailor. Hello.
Get out of here.
Your name Bryan? And you're Mrs. Bryan. My name is Slate Shannon.
Hello, Slate Shannon.
Get back on your boat and get out of here.
I've counted 4 on your boat. We can put you up. We're lousy with bamboo shacks. I weave them in my spare time.
You've come for the gold. It's dug up and put away.
I didn't say anything about gold.
Who are you trying to fool? That man, him, standing on the pier? Don't you think I know him? Joe Cheney.
Why don't you just listen for a minute?
Listen? You listen. What do you think I'm...
Bryan.
Oh,
crazy college punk.
Shot my husband. What do you know? Someone finally called Mark's bluff. Pick him up, Mr. Shannon. As I said, I've got accommodations for everybody.
Sorry, Mr. Bryan.
It's all right, my boy. I don't expect you to mend me without some hurt.
One more twist of bandage and you...
You know, you're good, Slate. If I'm ever shot in the shoulder, if I'm ever hurt, remind me to call you.
Yeah, I'll do that. 2 weeks and you'll have your shoulder back, Mr. Bryan.
You want me to be grateful? Shall I kiss the hands that heal me?
I think we could bear it.
Don't misunderstand me, you two. It's only that for me, the difference between living and dying is very slight. I rather wish your friend had potted me into eternity.
I'll go get your wife, Mr. Bryan.
No. Leave her there with her newfound excitements. 2 new men. That can make Lucy very happy. See? This occasion is a rare delicacy for Lucy. Life with me on my island bores her. It's bored her for 12 years.
You could have taken her away. Anywhere in the world she wanted to go.
And maybe she'd be with you on your hit.
You mean the gold? The gold you and your friends are so hungry for? You're quite right. I could have used it for that. But I have no taste for it.
Then this wasn't a college boy's fairy tale. There is gold here, Mr. Bryan.
Enough to make all men kneel at your feet, Miss Duval.
I need gold for that, Slate.
You heard what the man said.
Then listen more to what I say. This is your fee for probing in my shoulder, for trespassing on a world I meant to keep for myself.
Wash up, Slate. Get your money and let's get out of here.
Not money, Mr. Val. A suggestion. I suggest you and Mr. Shannon take your friends and get off my island. I suggest you forget its existence. I suggest you will never find what you're looking for. Except that. Except the sound of death. Good night, you two. Sleep well.
You done good, college boy. You impressed Miss Bryan, I could tell. Redheads and me, Joe, there's an affinity. I tell her the things I'd do for a girl like her if only I had money, so she whispers in my ear where her husband hid the loot. The other side of the island. Take it, she says. It's yours.
And now you go to work on Miss Duval, that sailor girl, huh, Will?
Hide someplace where you can watch me, Joe. It'd be a revelation to you.
I couldn't live without it. You're on your own, college boy. Now, don't louse it.
She'll love every minute of it. Goodbye, Joe.
Oh, it's you. I thought
You have the look of a girl who's sorry she's alone, Mr. Val. As if you were waiting for someone to knock at your door. But not me.
Right again. Not you.
Mr. Shannon.
Slate said he wanted to look around the island. Maybe you'll go find him for me.
No.
We've had a nice chat. Good night.
You dislike me for shooting Mr. Bryan?
I'll find other reasons. Give me time.
Anything you ask, Miss Duval. I thought that if you're really tired of being alone, we could go for a walk. Tropic moon, the surf. Sometimes a girl wants things like that.
Go beat on another shack, college boy. I've got strong sales resistance.
Even with this gun in my hand? It could shoot your resistance full of holes, Miss Duval.
It could.
Why don't we walk, Miss Duval? You and I.
Sailor, get decent and open the door. I thought maybe you'd like to walk.
Walk right in.
Huh?
Walk right in, Shannon. Don't ever argue with a 45. Walk. Good. Turn around, Shannon.
What did you do with Sailor?
Bite your lip, kid. Bite it hard. You stay unconscious too long, Shannon, you'll rot.
Come on. Come on, Slate. Oh, you'll have to do better than that.
What the...
Ah, that's better. Open your eyes.
Yeah, help me up. Thanks. Where's Sailor?
In the boat. I guess she's in the boat. Look out the window.
Huh? Yeah. Hey, the boat...
Gone? That's right. She's in the boat, only the boat's gone.
To Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
She said it would be here. She said all we have to do is dig right here. That redhead crossed me. I'll
keep your sweat for the digging, college boy. It'll be here. I said dig.
Maybe if he digs hard enough, it'll turn out to be his grave.
You're real funny, Mr. Val. You run a boat good, and you're real funny.
What did you do to Slate?
Did I forget to tell you? I hit him on the head with the butt end of this 45. It must have hurt him because he didn't talk back. That's what I done with Slate.
You dig for a while, Joe. I want to tell a lady about the splendors of where we are. Little-known facts. She'll enjoy it.
Do that, college boy. Maybe it'll do something for me, too.
This lagoon you sailed us into, Mr. Val, it's really just a saltwater lake filling up a hole that used to be a volcano.
Imagine that.
And all of this cove with these sheer cliffs all around, rising up into the sky like a cry for help. Stunning, isn't it?
It makes me weep, the sheer stunningness of it.
And that hurricane hovering over us like a black winged bird. But it won't touch us here. Because Mother Nature built this place so no storm could touch it.
M is for the millionth thing.
And on the other side of the island, you're Mr. Shannon. The redhead, her husband, all at the mercy of a tropical hurricane and no place to hide. Will you cry for Mr. Shannon, Sailor?
I found it, kid. It's here. Just like she said, it's all here, wrapped in an old sail.
Let me look at it, Joe. Get out of the way so I can look at it.
We're through here, kid.
Yeah. Make the boat ready, Mr. Val. We're sailing away from this lovely place.
Wrong again, college boy.
What?
The black-winged hurricane, remember? The one you were telling me about? Boats die in it, even with me sailing them.
Joe.
She's right. We wait here till it blows away.
I don't mind, Joe. I don't mind a bit. I got the gold to keep me warm.
And the whole thing strikes you funny.
Well, consider it, Shannon. Look at it the way I do and join me in a big fat laugh.
Yeah, I know. It's about your husband. You're getting a reaction from his shoulder wound.
Him? Lying in our shack, drinking up all this tropical paradise? Him? No, nope. You want to know what makes me laugh? You can see it from here. The moon.
I can see it. A fire moon, a hurricane moon. Hey, look, Mrs. Bryan.
It's an intimate time. Say, Lucy, I'll answer you.
Where did they take Sailor?
Lucy.
Where did they take her, Lucy?
Now we're intimate and you worry about Sailor.
So help me.
You gonna hit me? Go ahead if you operate that way.
Cheney and Witt put her on the boat because she can navigate out of this reef. Tell me where they went.
The other side of the island. We could cuddle up, make a song out of that.
That's where the loot is, isn't it?
It's where I helped Mark bury it.
Now I know what's funny. I'll laugh at you and you laugh at me. That's one way of spending a hurricane.
Maybe you're not impressed. That hurricane's really coming.
Listen to me, Lucy.
I didn't figure it, Shannon. Whenever someone whispers in my ear, I tingle all over. I told them where the treasure was, and they ran out on me.
We gotta get out of here.
None of us is getting out of here.
How do we get to the other side of the island?
Why? What for?
You've got to listen to me, Lucy. The other side of the island. We've got to get there. You know a way, don't you?
It's far.
We'll get your husband. He can walk. We can't leave him here.
It's far.
Can't be too far. It's a small island, Lucy.
You miss the mood, huh, Shannon? Sure. Sure, I'll take you. All you gotta do is hold my hand.
You know something, Joe?
What?
I'm glad we're down here, not up there. People could die up there on top of the island in that hurricane, and we don't want to die, do we, Joe?
That's right, kid.
I sit here and I dream of what I can do with all this loot. Makes me shudder. Sends chills down my back. Care to share it with me, Mr. Wright?
Maybe I would.
What?
Because I see you in a new light, college boy.
That would be the reflection of all this gold, wouldn't it?
That's part of it.
Tell me, what else would there be?
You, the way you are. The dark things you stir up in a girl once she gets to know you.
And when did this wonderful thing happen to me?
It began when you came into Shannon's place. It built when you shot Mr. Bryan. And the way you handled me when you made me bring you here in the boat. I liked it.
You surprised me. I didn't figure for this kind of girl.
No? How do you figure me, Joe?
I don't have to, I know. Leave her alone, kid.
She's got a point, Joe. It interests me. We burn up dreams, you and me, huh, Sailor?
Burn them. Blow the ashes away. Start new ones. Whatever you say.
Uh-huh. Joe?
What's the matter with you, kid? You gone crazy? Put that gun away before I slap you across the mouth with it.
You won't be able to do that, Joe. I'll tell you why.
Oh, you filthy... No!
That's why, Joe. Brush your cheek against mine, Sailor. I'm in love.
You okay, Brian?
You didn't have to take me. Two of you could make it faster.
You lean on me.
Leave him alone, Shannon.
What's the matter with you?
I said leave him alone.
Do you love him all of a sudden?
Shut up.
How much further?
We'll never make it. Never.
Down that crater. There's a passageway that leads to the other side. Then we can... That tree! Watch out! Mark! Mark! Help me with him. Help me.
Oh, it's no use.
Help me, will you?
I can't. I can't budge the tree.
Mark.
Come on, Lucy. You can't help him. Lucy.
Get out of here. Get out.
You can't stay here.
I did wrong, Mark. I did wrong, and this happened. It's my fault, Mark. It's mine.
He's dead.
No. No, it isn't my fault. It's your fault, Shannon. Coming here with that boat. Those men. Get out. Get out, will you, and leave me with my husband.
The wind's dying.
You'll be all right.
Can't you understand? I want to be with Mark. Tell him how sorry I am.
Wind's just about gone, Sailor. Let's go see all those pretty places we were going to see.
Maybe we ought to stay around for a while. Maybe the hurricane will start up all over again.
No, it never does. Let's go.
I think we ought to wait.
Come on. Give me a hand with this stuff.
Whit.
Come on, I said. Look at it, baby. How much you think there is there?
I wouldn't know.
It'll be enough for what we want it for. That's a happy sound. Wait a minute. Well, what do you know? Look what the storm blew in.
Slate.
Slate Shannon, trying to be quiet as a mouse. You're clumsy, Mr. Shannon. Try it with your hands in the air.
You all right, sailor?
Yes, she's fine. I'm going to have to tell you something, Mr. Shannon. You're going to have to die. I'm going to have to kill you.
Let him be, Whit. Just let him be.
I asked you something, sailor. I asked you if you're all right. You didn't tell me.
Slate, don't come near me. He'll kill you.
No, you're wrong. I won't kill him. You'll kill him. You're fond of me, remember? Here, take my gun. Go on, take it. That's right. Now shoot him.
You're not a very bright college boy, are you, Whit?
Phi Beta Kappa. Don't point the gun at me. Point it at him. Go ahead, shoot him.
Don't come any closer.
Sailor, let him have it.
I warned you, Whit.
You aren't really fond of me at all, Sailor. Stay where you are, Mr. Shannon. This other gun, Joe's gun, is loaded. All the bullets in the gun Sailor's holding are in Joe.
What do you do with us now? Kill us both?
Only you.
Slate.
You tried, sailor.
Pick up that sailcloth with the coins in it. Pick it up, Shannon. That's right. Might as well lead a short and useful life. Now carry it over to the boat. Show 'em the way, sailor. That's right. You get your feet wet, but it won't matter.
What are you going to do with all this money?
Convert it into coin of the realm, then live. Sailor helped me plan the whole thing.
Dry him off first, Whit. Why, you... Watch it, sailor. I'll tell you. Start holding your breath, Whit. What do you know? Short-winded.
Slate, you'll kill him.
Don't suggest anything, sailor.
Let him up.
See? I let him up. He's breathing, too. Maybe they'll put a stop to that in Havana. There it is, sailor.
It's pretty.
Piece of 8. We go on a treasure hunt and we come up with one crummy piece of 8.
Mrs. Bryan said you could take all you wanted.
Well, this is all I wanted.
Flip it.
What for?
Well, it's night. I want to go for a walk on the beach. You never want to take me.
All right. Heads, I'll take you. Tails, I won't. Tails, I won't.
2 out of 3, Slate.
Oh. Tails again. Sailor.
Uh-huh.
3 out of 5. Isn't that the way we play it?
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
The Jack Benny Program. For your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, in the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, Illinois upset the Dope. And here he is, and he's still upset, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for your information, I wasn't upset at all. I enjoyed the game very much.
Certainly was exciting, wasn't it, Jack?
Yes, sir. And what a score. Illinois 45, UCLA 14, and Al Hoysh 103. That was really something, wasn't it?
Oh, and what wonderful seats you had, Jack. How did you get such good tickets at the last minute?
Well, Don, it wasn't easy. You see, even though I was born in Illinois, I've lived in California for the past 15 years. So in order to get 2 tickets, I called Governor Warren.
You called the governor of California?
Yes. He couldn't do anything for me, so he called Governor Green of Illinois. Governor Green called President George Stoddard of the Illinois University. President Stoddard got in touch with Ray Elliott, the coach. Elliott got in touch with Buddy Young. And fortunately, Buddy Young happens to be a very good friend of Rochester. So through Rochester, I not only got 2 seats on the 50-yard line, but I also got a sure thing in the 4th race at Santa Anita. Say, Don, who were you rooting for at the game?
Well, Jack, I didn't want to show any partiality, so I got a seat on the UCLA side and a seat on the Illinois side.
Well, Don, how could you possibly sit on both sides of the... Oh, of course. And, Don, weren't you disappointed when you weren't picked as the winning float? Huh? Well, better luck next year.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil. Phil, get your band ready and... Phil, what happened to your orchestra? Half of your boys are missing. Where are they?
Look, Jackson, New Year's Eve was only 5 days ago. Give them time. Give them time.
You say what?
Leave them alone and they'll come home, dragging their empties behind them.
I know. But meanwhile, do the best you can with the boys. Oh, no.
What's the matter, Jackson?
Sammy, the bass fiddle player.
Well, what about him? He's the best bass player in the country.
I know, but look at his bass fiddle. It has 6 silver handles on it.
Well, that's Sammy for you. If anything happens to him, he don't want us to go to no expense.
Oh, fine. Look what he has carved on the bottom of it. R.I.P. What's that?
Rest in Petrillo.
Now cut that out! And until something happens to him, tell Sammy to put down the shovel, use a bow, and blow out the candles on the music stand. Will you?
By the way, Phil, I saw you at the Rose Bowl game New Year's Day.
Oh, is that where I
was? Phil, you know where you were. That was a great game, wasn't it? What about that 103-yard run that Hoysh made?
Confidentially, Jackson, it was longer than that, but it won't go on record.
What do you mean?
He picked up the ball behind his old goal line, started down the field, ran up into the stands, asked me for my autograph, told me how to spell Harris, and then went on to make the touchdown.
What?
If he'd have waited for me to dot the I, they'd have nailed him on the 10-yard line.
Well, that just shows you how fast that boy is. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, everybody's here now except Dennis. Where is he?
I don't know. He hasn't come in yet.
Well, how can we go on with the show if the cast doesn't get here on time?
Oh, Jack, don't be mad at Dennis. I happen to know something that you don't know.
Don't tell me he has 3 shows.
No, Jack, it isn't that. It's something you won't believe.
What is it?
Well, all of a sudden, Dennis got a big crush on me.
A crush on you? How come?
I don't know. Someone must have told him I was a girl.
Oh, Mary, stop kidding. Has Dennis really got a crush on you?
Yes, Jack, and he's so cute. Ever since last week when I danced with him in that nightclub, he's been sending me notes and little gifts.
Gifts? What did he give you?
Oh, lots of things. His Boy Scout knife, a bag of marbles, 3 Coca-Cola bottle caps filled with mud, a ball of tinfoil, a fish hook, and a stick of bubble gum.
No.
Yes, and I'm worried.
Why?
If you see me wearing his bicycle clip, you'll know we're engaged.
Well, how do you like that?
And, Jack, you should see the note he sent me yesterday.
Dennis sent you a note?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll read it to you. Oh, it's so sweet. My darling Mary, I hope you won't think I'm silly, but I keep your picture on the wall of my bedroom. I didn't want my mother to know who I'm in love with, so I took a pencil and drew a mustache and a derby hat on you. I think I fooled my mother because now she's in love with you, too.
Well, I'll be darned.
And look how he finishes. I love you madly and passionately, and will never forget the kiss you gave me when I took you home. Thanking you in advance for your next shipment, I remain yours truly, Dennis Day.
Well, that's the cutest letter I've ever heard. Let's see that. Mary, why has Dennis got the stamp pinned on the envelope?
Oh, that. He says that ever since he fell in love with me, he won't let anything else touch his lips.
Well, gee, he must be hungry by this time, huh? That's certain. Shh, quiet. Here he comes now.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Don.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Dennis. Dennis, I said hello.
Mary, don't make it so obvious.
Obvious. All I said was hello.
I know, but look how you're trembling.
Dennis, you're imagining things. She's not trembling.
What are you trying to do, break us up?
No, I'm not trying to break you up.
Say, Mary, come here a minute, will you? I want to look at you.
All right, Dennis.
Gee, gosh.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
You look so much better without a mustache.
Dennis, what about the derby?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
I didn't mean that. But anyway, kid, I know how you feel. When you're in love, everything is bright and sunny and cheerful. Your heart overflows with goodness. You feel nice towards everybody.
Say, Jackson, did you hear about Fred Allen being voted the best comedian on the air?
There will be a short pause while Dr. Jekyll becomes Mr. Hyde.
Mary, it doesn't bother me at all. Anyway, I read about Fame magazine selecting Allen as the greatest comedian on radio. What a choice.
What's the matter with you, Jackson? Every time Fred Allen gets an award, you get mad about it. 2 years ago, you got mad because they put his picture on the cover of Time.
Bill, Fred's face was on the cover of Look.
It was on the cover of Time.
It was on the cover of Look. His face represented Time. That burns me up.
All right. So he's not as pretty as I am. But you've got to admit he's got a great radio show.
Some great show. Comes on and jabbers for a few minutes, then he calls, Portland, 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 Portland. For the first 4 years, people thought he was a conductor on a Greyhound bus. Come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Okay.
Reason. I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. loving heart to me and say we'll never part. I think of you every morning, dream of you every night. Darling, I'm never lonely whenever you're inside. I love you for sentimental reason. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my
That was I Love You for Sentimental Reasons, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis.
Yes, Dennis, I've never heard you sing so well.
That's because I'm in love.
With me?
It ain't your sister, Babe.
Dennis, behave yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present... Now, excuse me. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here?
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny, but I came over to thank you for the Christmas present you sent me and to wish you a happy New Year.
Well, the same to you, Mr. Kitzel. So you like the sweater I sent you, eh?
I have never in my life owned such a beautiful slopover.
No, Mr. Kitzel, you mean slip-over.
Slopover, me, it's too big.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, why didn't you return it?
Well, I like it that way because it makes me look like a hep cat.
A hep cat?
Hey, Baba-Riba. Yippee-dee-doo, yeah. Hey, Baba-Riba.
I know.
Do you also know the song about the cement mix master?
Yes. And Mr. Kitzel, I'm glad my present suited you so well.
Yes, I liked it so much I started knitting a pair of stockings to match the sweater.
You did?
Yes. But a funny thing happened. While I was sitting in the rocking chair, my wife came in and saw me knitting.
Uh-huh.
She got all excited and thought we was going to have another baby.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
By the way, Mr. Kitzel, as long as you're here, would you like to sit down and hear the rest of the program?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I got to leave.
Oh, you should stay, Mr. Kitzel, because tonight our guest star is Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall? Who
what?
Who's going? I'm going to stay.
Oh, good. But, Don, you're mistaken about Lauren Bacall. She won't be here tonight.
Oh, why not?
Never mind. We haven't got time to discuss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Mary, we've got a program to do. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Anyway, Don, the trouble started after you left the rehearsal yesterday at Jack's house.
Jack's house.
Lauren Bacall hadn't showed up as yet to rehearse her part. And Phil and Dennis and I decided to stick around and play a little gin rummy. So we went in the den and sat down. Say, Jack, where are you and Lauren going to rehearse?
In the library.
Then we can stay here in the den and play cards, can't we?
Yep, that'll be all right. Rochester, will you bring in a deck of cards, please?
Yes, sir. What kind shall I bring? The red backs or the blue backs?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. The reds are 40 cents, the blues 50.
Bring them a deck of cards. They won't quibble about the price. Now, come on, Rochester. I want you to go in the library with me and help me get things ready.
Yes, sir.
Now, Rochester, I want to make a good impression on Miss Bacall, so see that there's a nice fire burning in the fireplace. Move the divan so it'll be nice and cozy in front of the fire. Turn the lights down low, turn on the phonograph, and put on some nice, soft, romantic music.
Want me to burn some incense and fan you with a palm leaf?
No, that won't be necessary. Now, let's see. I think these horn-rimmed glasses make me look a little too old. I guess I'll take them off.
Oh, boss. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Remember what happened the time Miss Ann Sheridan came over to rehearse with you and you took off your glasses?
Oh, nothing happened.
When Miss Sheridan came in, you rushed over to where you thought you saw her, put your arms around the bridge lamp, kissed the parrot, and said, "Why, Annie, you bit me."
That's because it was dark. Now, let's see. Oh, that must be Miss McCall now. Rochester, you answer the door. I want to sit down and make myself look alluring. I mean, relaxed. How do I look?
Fine, boss, but aren't you overdoing it with that rose in your teeth?
Rochester. What are you laughing at?
Ramona Benny.
The rose is for my lapel. Oh, answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Benny at home?
Yes, come right in, Miss McCall.
Oh, Rochester, who is it?
Miss Lauren Bacall.
Well, Lauren Bacall.
You were expecting maybe Mrs. Nussbaum?
Rochester, you can get lost now.
Yes.
Well, come in, Lauren. This is in pleasure, Dieter. I mean, indeed, a pleasure. Make yourself comfortable. Sit down.
No, thanks. I'll just lean here against the door.
Gosh, Lauren, seeing you there reminds me of your first picture, The Have and Have Not. You were leaning against the door, just like that. And then you said your famous line.
You mean, if you want anything, just whistle.
Yes. Well, Lauren, shall we start rehearsing?
No hurry. You got a cigarette?
A cigarette? Yes. Here you are.
Thanks. Match?
You know, Lauren, that cigarette I gave you is a...
They're so round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Gee, F.E. Boone never sounded like that. Gosh, Lauren, I can just picture you in a bathing suit holding up that big tobacco leaf. And you know, Lauren, Lucky Strikes are made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Well, what do you know? And I thought Mother told me everything.
Well, live and learn.
You must have learned a lot.
Yes. Well, now let's start rehearsing. Here's your script. We're going to do a sketch based on your picture, To Have and Have Not. You'll play the same part you did in the picture.
Okay.
Well, let's start. I'll take the first line.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm supposed to lean against the door.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Well, we'll start again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve. I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle of brandy up here to make you feel cheap. But I'm the one who feels cheap.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
All right, but first take that rose out of your teeth.
I'm so sorry. You know, I meant to put that in my lapel, in my lapel. Now let's start the scene over again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve. I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle up here to make.
Who brought what bottle up where?
Hello, Hello, Curly.
Well, St. Peter must have left the gate open, and look who fell out.
Well, thanks.
Oh, leave a lamp burning in the window, Mother. I may be a little late. Well. Ah, yes, there's good news tonight. Yeah. Well, introduce me, Jackson. Introduce me.
All right. This is Miss Lauren Bacall. Lauren, this is my colleague, Phil Harris.
Well, hoity-toity, I'm a colleague now.
Yeah. Yeah, now go already.
Okay.
Now, come on, Lauren. Let's take that kissing scene again. We'll take that kissing scene again. Let's start where I... who can that be? I left strict orders not to be disturbed.
Mr. Benny, Mr. Humphrey Bogart's at the door.
Humphrey Bogart?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you. Bogey said he dropped by here and picked me up. You know, he and I are married.
I know. Who do you think played the violin at your wedding? Anyway, he can wait outside. We got a scene to rehearse, and we're going to do it.
Hello, baby. Hiya, Jack.
Look, Humphrey, we're right in the middle of the rehearsal.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Go right ahead.
We won't be long, honey.
That's all right, baby. You know, Jack, I'm glad to see you again. You're my favorite comedian.
I am? Well, that's good. Now, Lauren, I mean, Miss Bacall. Oh, by the way, what should I call you? Lauren or Miss Bacall?
Mrs. Bogart.
Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Mrs. Bogart. Starting with your last speech.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
What a comedian. What a comedian.
Look, Humphrey, I'm trying to...
Mr. Benny, there's a telephone call for you.
Oh. Well, pardon me a minute, folks. I'll be right back.
How's it going, baby?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I thought so. Say, baby, I want you to do something.
What is it?
When you get to kiss him, just put one arm around him and run your other hand through his hair.
Why?
I want to find out if he really wears one. Hey, what does Benny want to be a great lover for, anyway?
Well, why shouldn't he? After all, he played a romantic lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight. You saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, and they called our last picture The Big Sleep. Oh, by the way, what's this sketch you're rehearsing with Benny?
To have and have not. We're rehearsing the big scene you and I did in the picture.
Oh? Which one of you's playing my part?
He's coming back.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to answer the phone, but, well, that's the price of fame.
Who was it?
Wrong number. I mean, my sponsor called because he sent me the wrong number of tickets to the broadcast. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Lauren. We'll start with my line. Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Hold it. You're doing it all wrong.
Wrong?
Yeah. When you get ready to kiss a girl, you put your arms around her gently, tenderly.
What?
Yeah, you're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Oh, I see.
And now watch me. Come here, baby. Read that line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
I see. Humphrey, I get the idea. That's enough, Humphrey. Look, you can do that at home. Look. Humphrey, I'm paying her by the hour. Stop! I'm supposed to do that. I get the idea now, Bogey. Let you and I take it again, Lauren.
Say, Jack, our gin rummy game's over, so I thought I'd come in here and watch you rehearse.
All right, but be quiet. Now, come on, Lauren. Start with your line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Ah, Slim. I got better use for Come here, let me kiss you. Like this.
No, Jack. No, you're doing it all wrong. Here, let me show you again.
What?
I'll do it with Mary this time. Are you ready, Mary?
Am I ready? I was puckered up when I walked in here.
But look, Mary isn't even...
Come on, Mary. You take baby's line.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, no. I've got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
Humphrey, you can stop. Bogey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this anyway? Step aside, Mary. I want to talk to Mr. Bogart.
Yeah, and I want to talk to him, too.
Dennis.
Say, he's cute.
You haven't got a chance, sister. I send all my Coca-Cola tops to Mary.
Dennis.
Now listen to me, Bogart. I saw you kissing a woman I love, see? And you ain't muscling in on my racket, see? Those lips ain't big enough for the both of us, see? Now get out of here before you get hurt, see? Get out, see? Out, see? Out, see? Out!
Dennis.
See?
Come on, baby, let's get out of here. This guy's tough.
Bogart, Lauren, come back. Dennis, I can't believe it. You know what you did? You frightened Humphrey Bogart.
Sure.
Dennis, what's that you got in your hand?
A picture of my mother.
Oh, no wonder. God, now Lauren will never be on my program.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart for appearing on my program tonight. They can currently be seen in their Warner Brothers picture, The Big Sleep. Well, I better rush home now. Oh, taxi, taxi. Oh, taxi. Oh, doorman, get me a taxi, will you?
Look, Bud, if you want a taxi, just whistle.
What?
You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, yes.
Well, what do you know? It works.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
At 57, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, year in, year out. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, again it's Sunday, so let's go out to Beverly Hills to Jack. Wait a minute. Every week it's the same thing. Let's go out to Beverly Hills to Jack Benny's house. Why don't we go to somebody else's house for a change? Yes, why not? Let's go out to the home of George Burns and Gracie Allen.
George, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, Gracie. Just reading a book.
Oh.
The man she was with tried to stop her, but she pushed him aside and staggered across the floor.
George, if you're going to sit there reading a book, why don't you take off your shirt?
Take off my shirt?
Yeah. It's so thrilling the way your muscles bulge when you turn a page.
Gracie, my muscles don't bulge, and let me read. The man she was with tried to stop her, but she...
George, is today Sunday?
Yes. The man she was with tried to stop
I'm glad it is, because on Sunday, Jack Benny's on the air, and I wouldn't miss his program for the world.
Well, he's on right now. You want to hear him, turn on the radio.
Jack Benny is wonderful. I think he's even funnier than Gene Herschel.
Gracie, he's on right now.
Gene Herschel?
No, Jack Benny.
Oh,
yes.
I wouldn't miss him for the world. You know, George, if Sunday came around and I didn't listen to Jack Benny's program, I'd kill myself.
Gracie, turn on the radio. You can hear him.
But if I killed myself, I wouldn't be able to hear the program next Sunday. And the program next Sunday would probably be better than the program I killed myself over. So that's why I make it a point never to miss Jack Benny.
Okay, I'll turn it on for you.
Oh, George, isn't that wonderful?
What's wonderful?
The way your muscles bulge when you turn the dial.
Gracie.
Take off your shirt.
Gracie, will you please keep quiet so I can get Jack Benny's program?
And, Don, when I walked into the library and I said to Rochester, what are you doing with those goldfish in your hand? What do you think he said to me?
I don't know, Jack. What did he say?
Well, Rochester looked right in my face and said...
Gracie, why did you turn off Jack's program?
Well, I wanted to tell you that if you hadn't reminded me that today was Sunday, I would have missed him.
Look, Gracie, you could have found that out for yourself. All you had to do was go out in the kitchen and look at the calendar. The red numbers are Sundays.
But, George, on our calendar, all the numbers are red.
What?
It's all in a bowl of ketchup.
Well, Gracie, go back into the kitchen, take the calendar out of the ketchup, and wipe it off.
It's too late. You ate it for lunch.
I did?
Well, yeah, George Burns, why didn't you tell me you like calendars?
I love them. Now, Gracie, turn on the radio.
You turn it on.
Gracie, you're the one who wouldn't miss Jack Benny for the world. You turn it on.
You just want to see my muscles bulge.
Yes. I want to see your muscles bulge.
All right. But I'm not going to take my shirt off.
Okay, I'll turn it on.
No kidding, Jackson. Did that really happen? Sure, Phil. And when the man got back on his horse, he said, that's why umbrellas have ribs in them. I thought it was funny.
Don't be discouraged, Jack. I thought it was funny, too.
Gracie, stop talking to the radio. Gracie, why did you turn it off?
You were talking to me.
I said stop talking to the radio. How do you know the joke was funny? You didn't hear the beginning of it. All you heard was the answer.
Well, that's the only part you're supposed to laugh at. Oh, George, you're just jealous because he's so sophisticated and charming.
Jack Benny?
No, Gene Herschel.
Gene Herschel? Where did he come from?
Denmark. Everybody knows that.
Look, if you wouldn't miss Jack Benny for the world, why don't you keep listening? Instead of turning him on and off and on and off and on and off.
Oh, George, you're cute. Say that again.
Yeah, cute. Makes my Adam's apple do tricks, huh?
No. It makes your pivot tooth spin around and fan me.
Look, Gracie.
Be quiet, George. I want to listen to Jack Benny.
But, Don, you really ought to do something about your weight.
Oh, Jack, I'm not so fat. I went on a diet and lost 10 pounds.
10 pounds, Don. 10 pounds off of you is like taking 1 bucket of smog out of Los Angeles.
Quiet, George. I want to hear the end of the joke.
That was the end of it.
Don, when I first hired you 13 years ago, you were thin. And that's the reason I gave you the job.
I can't understand you, George.
Because I wanted
Every
a thin
time that Benny comes down here, you start talking.
I'm not talking. You're the one who wanted to hear him, and you keep on talking.
There you go again. You know I wouldn't miss him for the world. I think Jack Benny is the funniest comedian on the radio.
Gracie, if you don't want to listen, I'm going to shut it off.
George Burns. Why did you turn off the radio?
Because I want to read my book. I just bought it. It's The Razor's Edge.
Well, why buy it? You could read it in any barber shop for nothing.
I never thought of that. Tomorrow, I think I'll go down to the vegetable market and read Strange Fruit.
Strange Fruit? We have that book right here.
In the library?
No, it would spoil. It's in the icebox.
I know. Gene Herschel wrote it. Know him very well. Now, go in the next room and listen to Jack Benny.
You bet I will. And I hope he has better luck than he had last week.
What do you mean?
Well, last week he was expecting Lauren Bacall to be his guest star, and she didn't show up.
Oh, yes, that's right. Gracie, will you please let me read my book?
George, there's only one thing to do. If Jack wanted Lauren Bacall in his program and couldn't have her, well, he can have me. I'll go over to his studio right now, and I'll be Lauren Bacall. George, get your hat.
But, Gracie...
George, get your hat.
Gracie, you can't be Lauren Bacall.
Is Lauren pretty?
Of course she is.
Has she got that come and kiss me big boy look in her eye?
Of course she has.
Is she exotic, alluring, and irresistible?
Of course she is.
George, get your hat.
That was The Best Man, played by Phil Harris and his 18 bridesmaids. And now,
Hey,
ladies
Jackson,
and
just
gentlemen...
once when I finish the number, can't you say something nice? Not about the music, just about the boys. You'd have to make that crack about the bridesmaids.
Phil, when 18 men come to a broadcast wearing nightgowns, it calls for a comment.
Believe me.
Them ain't nightgowns.
Oh, them ain't, huh? Phil, it's not them ain't. It's they aren't.
Wow. Get a load of my little boss. He's gone crepe Suzette.
Phil, you don't even know what a crepe Suzette is.
It's a Pasadena tortilla.
Well, Phil, for once, you're right.
Sure, I'm right. Everybody ain't as stupid as you are.
Stupid? Well. That's a fine thing to say about me, Phil. After all I've done for you.
What did you ever do for me?
What did I do for you? Phil, 11 years ago, I happened to be in Memphis, Tennessee, and I dragged you out of a bar, brought you out to Hollywood, put shoes on you, stood you in front of 18 musicians, put a stick in your hand, and because you already had the shakes, you thought you were leading them. And as a hint for you to wash your hair, somebody put you on a shampoo program. What did I ever do for you?
So what?
So what? Phil, when I picked you up, you didn't even have a ham hock to your name. That's the what.
Look, Jackson, this may surprise you, but I had one of the greatest orchestras in the country before I ever heard of you.
You had a great orchestra?
I'll say I did. I was the leader, and I had a man at the piano by the name of Turby.
What?
My first fiddle was a guy by the name of Heifetz. Toscanini made my arrangement. Stokowski played the clarinet, and I had a dame singing the blues by the name of Lily Pong.
Well, you really had some great musicians. How come you got rid of them?
They couldn't play poker.
Phil, why don't you go down to Grauman's Chinese and put your head in the cement? And keep it there. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Where have you been?
Oh, I was over at the drugstore having a drink. I had a tomato ice cream soda.
A what?
A tomato ice cream soda.
A tomato ice cream soda?
Uh-huh.
It must taste awful. What's in it?
2 scoops of vanilla ice cream, some chocolate syrup, carbonated water, and a cherry.
Well, what about the tomato?
She waited on me.
Oh, I see. I see, kid. You're making up a little joke.
Yeah, I make up jokes all the time.
I know. Now, come on, Dennis. Let's have your song.
You're not the only comedian in the world, you know.
Dennis, I never said I was. I mean, Edgar Bergen, Bob Hope, Jack Haley, Eddie Cantor.
And Gene Herschel.
Dennis, Gene Herschel isn't a comedian. He's on the radio as Dr. Christian.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Christian, come down.
Dennis.
Dr. Christian, I'll see you swinging from the highest yardarm in the British...
Now, put that out!
I'm glad you stopped me. I was getting seasick.
Now, come on, Dennis. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Oh, Jack, before Dennis's song, how about the commercial?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Don, the commercial.
I have the quartet right here.
Don, last week the quartet didn't show up, and we got along very well without them.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. You pay the sportsman $500 a week, don't you?
Yes.
Well, Jack, they took the whole $500 and spent it on this week's arrangement.
They spent their whole salary? Gee. Fellas, what do you live on? From the looks on the one on the end, it must be fattening. Well, all right, Don. If they're that sincere about it, I'll listen to it this time. But I'm warning you. Now, Don, I'm warning you. This time it better be good.
I'll say it's good. All right, fellas, the Anvil chorus.
Wait a minute.
Boys. Elephant tea. Elephant tea.
Don.
That's what I like.
Don. Boys.
Not if he's right.
Strike.
Boys.
Strike.
Boys.
Strike.
Boys.
Strike.
Bully what? Bully what?
La 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 la. Sophia needs.
On the what?
Bully pack.
Look, Don, this is too flat.
Better go and buy one. Better go and buy one. LSMF.
Don, I don't want such a classy number.
That's a smoke for me. Lucky Strike.
Look, wait a minute, Don. This is not what I want, Don. Believe me. Don, fella, wait a minute, boy. Wait a minute, fella. Wait a minute, boy. Look. Wait a minute! Don. Mr. Wilson. Mount Wilson. Don, is this the arrangement they spent $500 for?
Yes, the anvil cost them $300.
Well, tell them to take their anvil and get out of here. Now, come on, fellas. Out, out, out. See? Dennis, that was last week. Now, come on, let's have your song.
Okay.
You'll always be the one I love. Every hour, every day, every year. You'll always be the one I love. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear. My heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one. I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I
That was You'll Always Be the One I Love by Ticker Freeman. And sung by Dennis Day. And it was really swell, Dennis. It couldn't have been sung better. And now...
What's wrong with Dick Hames?
What? There's nothing wrong with Dick Hames. I merely said that you sing beautifully.
I suppose Andy Russell is bad, huh?
Dennis, look, Andy Russell is fine, and so is Dick Hames. They're both great singers. And now...
Bing Crosby ought to punch you right in the nose.
Dennis, be quiet. Now, sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our...
Oh, darn it, more interruption. Phil, answer the phone for me, will you, please?
You answer it, Jackson. It might be a collect call, and I love to see your skin roll up.
Don't be so smart. Don, will you answer the phone, please?
Oh, I'm checking over the closing commercial. Dennis, will you answer the phone for Jack?
Let Gene Herschel do it.
Dennis! Now, stop being so... Oh, never mind. I'll answer. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, what do you want?
The dry cleaner is here. Are there any suits you'd like to have cleaned or pressed?
Yes. Now, let me see.
How about your blue double-breasted one, boys?
I'm wearing that. Give him my gray gabardine.
I'm wearing that.
Well, look, Rochester, have him press my tan suit.
But, boss, you only wore that suit once. That was last week when you were rehearsing with Miss Lauren McCall.
I know. She steamed the crease out of it. Look, Rochester, have him press that suit and tell him to let the pants out 2 inches.
Better let out more than that, boss.
No, the pants aren't that tight.
They're not. Remember what happened last week when you bent over?
Rochester.
If UCLA could have broke through like you did, they'd have won the game.
Well, okay. Give him my full dress suit, too.
Your full dress suit?
Yes, I may as well have it cleaned and pressed for the Academy Award dinner.
Boss, for what you're going to get, you could go in a T-shirt.
Look, Rochester, I'm not expecting an award this year. After all, I didn't make a picture.
Maybe they'll give you an award for that.
Oh, stop, and just give my suits to the cleaner. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Can I have Tuesday afternoon off? I want to go to the races at Santa Anita.
But, Rochester, I thought on New Year's Day you made a resolution not to go to the races.
I didn't go on New Year's Day.
Oh.
Anyway, the reason I want to go Tuesday is because I got tips on 2 wonderful horses, Texas Sandman and Namby Pass.
Oh, are they good horses?
Well, Texas Sandman is by Shifting Sands out of Swamp Queen.
Uh-huh.
And Namby Pass is by Bypass out of Sweet Nancy.
Well, all right, Rochester, you can go, but you can't use my car this time. Take a yellow cab.
A yellow cab?
Yeah, that's by Rapid Transit out of General Motors. Now, goodbye. I can't understand Rochester. He makes a New Year's resolution not to go to the races and then breaks it.
Say, Jackson, I was at the races yesterday, and I bet on a horse called Fit Shampoo.
Fit Shampoo?
Yeah, the dandruff came off him so fast the other horses thought they were snowbound and froze to death. Oh, Harris, when you come home, Alice must think she's in Wonderland. W.
Look, Wanga, Phil.
Hey, Mr. Benny.
What?
I once bet on a horse named Colgate.
Dennis, let it go, will you?
He came in first, and I got my own show. Oh, Dennis, when you come home, your mother must think she's in a nut house.
Well, at least that makes sense there. Now, kid, let's not hold up the show anymore because our sketch tonight is very... Come in. Hello, Jack. Huh?
Hello, big boy. Your worries are over. Baby is here.
Why, George. Gracie, what's this?
Don't be bashful, Blue Eyes. If you want anything, whistle.
What?
You know how to whistle, don't you? You just put your lips together and blow.
Gracie, what?
Jack, I'm sorry for this.
Oh.
But Gracie heard how you didn't get to kiss Lauren Bacall last week, and now she wants to be Lauren Bacall.
You keep out of this, Humphrey. Now, how about it, kiddo? You'll find me fascinating, so let's fast.
But, Gracie,
Wow, that's the kind of a woman I could go for.
Say, you're kind of cute, Sonny, but you're too young.
Maybe, but I'm plenty hip.
Oh. I suppose your father told you how the bees carry pollen from flower to flower on their feet?
Yes, he did.
Well, I'd advise you to forget that. I tried it, and believe me, it's nothing.
Look, Gracie, I know you meant well in coming over, but I'm trying to do a program.
That's right, Gracie. You're embarrassing Jack trying to kiss him. Let's go home.
With dry lips, not on your life.
Look, Gracie, if you really want to be kissed, why don't you forget about Jackson and grab yourself a hunk of glamour like me?
Take it easy, Curly. Take it easy. There's plenty to go around.
For goodness sake, Gracie, do you know what you're saying?
No, but I love it. Now, come on, Jackson.
Now, Gracie, you're holding up my program. Anyway, I can't kiss you right under George's nose.
You can, but you won't like it that way.
Oh, Gracie, stop all this nonsense and let's go home.
No, George, we can't go now. Lauren Bacall disappointed him, and I'm not going to let him be disappointed again.
But Gracie.
Kiss me, Jack.
Gracie. Gracie, where you go? Gracie. Stop kissing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wow, what a kiss. My hair's standing on end.
Yeah, it slipped a little to the side, too.
What? Gracie, you ruined my whole radio program.
Radio program? George, let's hurry home.
Why?
Well, Jack Benny's on the air, and I wouldn't miss him for the world.
Yeah. If we hurry, we can catch the tobacco auctioneer. Good night. Good night, Gracie.
Ladies and gentlemen, because the majority of America's hospitals are understaffed, once again an urgent for student nurses. In order to meet this acute need, all young women between the ages of 17 and 35 who are high school or college graduates are urged to apply to their nearest hospital or school of nursing. And now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. F.E. Boone.
American. Today, tomorrow, always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Listen to the words of a tobacco expert. His business is tobacco. Mr. Fred Leonard Evans of Danville, Virginia, an independent tobacco buyer with 25 years' experience. He said,
Year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine quality leaf. That fine, ripe, mellow tobacco you can't beat for top smoking quality. I've smoked Lucky's myself, and year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, quality leaf. Unquote. Yes, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Evans can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank...
Buyers and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. At 59 American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, Illinois upset the Dope. And here he is, and he's still upset, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for your information, I enjoyed the game very much.
Certainly was exciting, wasn't it, Jack?
Yes, sir. And what a score. Illinois 45, UCLA 14, and Al Hoysh 103. That was really something, wasn't it?
Oh, and what wonderful seats you had, Jack. How did you get such good tickets at the last minute?
Well, Don, it wasn't easy. You see, even though I was born in Illinois, I've lived in California for the past 15 years. So in order to get 2 tickets, I called Governor Warren.
You called the governor of California?
Yes. He couldn't do anything for me, so he called Governor Green of Illinois. Governor Green called President George Stoddard of the Illinois University. President Stoddard got in touch with Ray Elliott, the coach. Elliott got in touch with Buddy Young. And fortunately, Buddy Young happens to be a very good friend of Rochester. So through Rochester, I not only got 2 seats on the 50-yard line, but I also got a sure thing in the 4th race at Santa Anita. Say, Don, who were you rooting for at the game?
Well, Jack, I didn't want to show any partiality, so I got a seat on the UCLA side and a seat on the Illinois side.
Well, Don, how could you possibly sit on both sides of the... Oh, of course. And, Don, weren't you disappointed when you weren't picked as the winning float? Huh? Well, better luck next year.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil. Phil, get your band ready and... Phil, what happened to your orchestra? Half of your boys are missing. Where are they?
Look, Jackson, New Year's Eve was only 5 days ago. Give them time. Give them time.
You say what?
Leave them alone and they'll come home, dragging their empties behind them.
I know. But meanwhile, do the best you can with the boys... Oh, no.
What's the matter, Jackson?
Sammy, the bass fiddle player.
Well, what about him? He's the best bass player in the country.
I know, but look at his bass fiddle. It has 6 silver handles on it.
Well, that's Sammy for you. If anything happens to him, you don't want us to go to no expense.
Oh, fine. Look what he has carved on the bottom of it. R.I.P. What's that?
Rest in Petrillo.
Now cut that out! And until something happens to him, tell Sammy to put down the shovel, use a bow, and blow out the candles on the music stand.
Oh, by the way, Phil, I saw you at the Rose Bowl game New Year's Day.
Oh, is that where I was? Phil, you know where you were. That was a great game, wasn't it? What about that 103-yard run that Hoysh made?
Confidentially, Jackson, it was longer than that, but it won't go on record.
What do you mean?
He picked up the ball behind his old goal line, started down the field, ran up into the stands, asked me for my autograph, told me how to spell Harris, and then went on to make the touchdown.
What?
If he'd have waited for me to dot the I, they'd have nailed him on the 10-yard line.
Well, that just shows you how fast that boy is. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, everybody's here now except Dennis. Where is he?
I don't know. He hasn't come in yet.
Well, how can we go on with the show if the cast doesn't get here on time?
Oh, Jack, don't be mad at Dennis. I happen to know something that you don't know.
Don't tell me he has 3 shows.
No, Jack, it isn't that. It's something you won't believe.
What is it?
Well, all of a sudden, Dennis got a big crush on me.
A crush on you? How come?
I don't know. Someone must have told him I was a girl.
Oh, Mary, stop kidding. Has Dennis really got a crush on you?
Yes, Jack, and he's so cute. Ever since last week when I danced with him in that nightclub, he's been sending me notes and little gifts.
Gifts? What did he give you?
Oh, lots of things. His Boy Scout knife, a bag of marbles, 3 Coca-Cola bottle caps filled with mud, a ball of tinfoil, a fish hook, and a stick of bubble gum.
No.
Yes, and I'm worried.
Why?
If you see me wearing his bicycle clip, you'll know we're engaged.
Well, how do you like that?
And, Jack, you should see the note he sent me yesterday.
Dennis sent you a note?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll read it to you. Oh, it's so sweet. My darling Mary, I hope you won't think I'm silly, but I keep your picture on the wall of my bedroom. I didn't want my mother to know who I'm in love with, so I took a pencil and drew a mustache and a derby hat on you. I think I fooled my mother because now she's in love with you, too.
Well, I'll be darned.
And look how he finishes.
Dennis.
I love you madly and passionately, and will never forget the kiss you gave me when I took you home. Thanking you in advance for your next shipment, I remain yours truly, Dennis Day.
Well, that's the cutest letter I've ever heard. Let's see that. Mary, why has Dennis got the stamp pinned on the envelope?
Oh, that. He says that ever since he fell in love with me, he won't let anything else touch his lips.
Well, gee, he must be hungry by this time, huh? That's certain. Shh, quiet. Here he comes now.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Don.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Dennis. Dennis, I said hello.
Mary, don't make it so obvious.
Obvious. All I said was hello.
I know, but look how you're trembling.
Dennis, you're imagining things. She's not trembling.
What are you trying to do, break us up?
No, I'm not trying to break you up.
Say, Mary, come here a minute, will you? I want to look at you.
All right, Dennis.
Gee, gosh.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
You look so much better without a mustache.
Dennis, what about the Derby?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
I didn't mean that. But anyway, kid, I know how you feel. When you're in love, everything is bright and sunny and cheerful. Your heart overflows with goodness. You feel nice towards everybody.
Say, Jackson, did you hear about Fred Allen being voted the best comedian on the air?
There will be a short pause while Dr. Jekyll becomes Mr. Hyde.
Mary, it doesn't bother me at all. Anyway, I read about Fame magazine selecting Allen as the greatest comedian on radio. What a choice.
What's the matter with you, Jackson? Every time Fred Allen gets an award, you get mad about it. 2 years ago, you got mad because they put his picture on the cover of Time.
Bill, Fred's face was on the cover of Look.
It was on the cover of Time.
It was on the cover of Look. His face represented Time. That burns me up.
All right. So he's not as pretty as I am. But you've got to admit he's got a great radio show.
Some great show. Comes on and jabbers for a few minutes, then he calls, Portland, 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 Portland. For the first 4 years, people thought he was a conductor on a Greyhound bus. Come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Okay.
Sentimental reason, I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. Your loving heart to me and say we'll never part. I think of you every morning, dream of you every night. Darling, I'm never lonely whenever you for sentimental reason. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my
That was I Love You for Sentimental Reasons, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis.
Yes, Dennis, I've never heard you sing so well.
That's because I'm in love.
With me?
It ain't your sister, Babe.
Dennis, behave yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present... Now, excuse me. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here?
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny, but I came over to thank you for the Christmas present you sent me and to wish you a happy New Year.
Well, the same to you, Mr. Kitzel. So you like the sweater I sent you, eh?
I have never in my life owned such a beautiful slopover.
No, Mr. Kitzel, you mean slipover.
Slopover, me, it's too big.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, why didn't you return it?
Well, I like it that way because it makes me look like a hep cat.
A hep cat?
Hey, Baba-Riba. Yippee-doo, yeah. Hey, Baba-Riba.
I know.
Do you also know the song about the cement mix master?
Yeah. And Mr. Kitzel, I'm glad my present suited you so well.
Yes, I liked it so much I started knitting a pair of stockings to match the sweater.
You did?
Yes. But a funny thing happened. While I was sitting in the rocking chair, my wife came in and saw me knitting.
Uh-huh.
She got all excited and thought we was going to have another baby.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
By the way, Mr. Kitzel, as long as you're here, would you like to sit down and hear the rest of the program?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I got to leave.
Oh, you should stay, Mr. Kitzel, because tonight our guest star is Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall. Who
what?
Who's going? I'm going to stay.
Oh, good. But, Don, you're mistaken about Lauren Bacall. She won't be here tonight.
Oh, why not?
Never mind. We haven't got time to discuss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Mary, we've got a program to do. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Anyway, Don, the trouble started after you left the rehearsal yesterday at Jack's house.
Jack's house.
Lauren Bacall hadn't showed up as yet to rehearse her part. And Phil and Dennis and I decided to stick around and play a little gin rummy. So we went in the den and sat down. Say, Jack, where are you and Lauren going to rehearse?
In the library.
Then we can stay here in the den and play cards, can't we?
Yep, that'll be all right. Rochester, will you bring in a deck of cards, please?
Yes, sir. What kind shall I bring? The red backs or the blue backs?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. The reds are 40 cents, the blues are 50.
Bring them a deck of cards. They won't quibble about the price. Now, come on, Rochester. I want you to go in the library with me and help me get things ready.
Yes, sir.
Now, Rochester, I want to make a good impression on Miss Bacall, so see that there's a nice fire burning in the fireplace. Move the divan so it'll be nice and cozy in front of the fire. Turn the lights down low, turn on the phonograph, and put on some nice, soft, romantic music.
Want me to burn some incense and fan you with a palm leaf?
No, that won't be necessary. Now, let's see. I think these horn-rimmed glasses make me look a little too old. I guess I'll take them off.
Oh, boss. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Remember what happened the time Miss Ann Sheridan came over to rehearse with you and you took off your glasses?
Oh, nothing happened.
When Miss Sheridan came in, you rushed over to where you thought you saw her, put your arms around the bridge lamp, kissed the parrot, and said, "Why, Annie, you bit me."
That's because it was dark. Now, let's see. Oh, that must be Miss Bacall now. Rochester, you answer the door. I want to sit down and make myself look alluring. I mean, relaxed. How do I look?
Fine, boss, but aren't you overdoing it with that rose in your teeth?
Rochester. What are you laughing at?
Ramona Benny.
The rose is for my lapel. Oh, answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Benny at home?
Yes, come right in, Miss Bacall.
Oh, Rochester, who is it?
Miss Lauren Bacall.
Well, Lauren Bacall.
You were expecting maybe Mrs. Nussbaum?
Rochester, you can get lost now.
Yes.
Well, come in, Lauren. This is in flesh, indeed a pleasure. Make yourself comfortable. Sit down.
No, thanks. I'll just lean here against the door.
Gosh, Lauren, seeing you there reminds me of your first picture, The Have and Have Not. You were leaning against the door, just like that. And then you said your famous line.
You mean, if you want anything, just whistle.
Yes. Yes. Well, Lauren, shall we start rehearsing?
No hurry. You got a cigarette?
A cigarette? Yes. Here you are.
Thanks. Match?
You know, Lauren, that cigarette I gave you is a...
They're so round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Gee, F.E. Boone never sounded like that. Gosh, Lauren, I can just picture you in a bathing suit holding up that big tobacco leaf. And you know, Lauren, Lucky Strikes are made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Well, what do you know? And I thought Mother told me everything.
Well, live and learn.
You must have learned a lot.
Yes. Well, now let's start rehearsing. Here's your script. We're going to do a sketch based on your picture, To Have and Have Not. You'll play the same part you did in the picture.
Okay.
Well, let's start. I'll take the first line.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm supposed to lean against the door.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Well, we'll start again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve. I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle of brandy up here to make you feel cheap. But I'm the one who feels cheap.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
All right, but first take that rose out of your teeth.
I'm so sorry. You know, I meant to put that in my lapel, in my lapel. Now let's start the scene over again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve. I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle up here to make
brought
you...
what bottle up where?
Hello, Curly.
Well, St. Peter must have left the gate open, and look who fell out.
Well, thanks.
Oh, leave a lamp burning in the window, Mother. I may be a little late.
Well.
Ah, yes, there's good news tonight. Yeah. Well, introduce me, Jackson. Introduce me.
All right. This is Miss Lauren Bacall. Lauren, this is my colleague, Phil Harris.
Well, hoity-toity, I'm a colleague now.
Yeah. Yeah, now go already.
Okay.
Now, come on, Lauren. Let's take that kissing scene again. We'll take that kissing scene again. Let's start where I... who can that be? I left strict orders not to be disturbed.
Mr. Benny, Mr. Humphrey Bogart's at the door.
Humphrey Bogart?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you. Bogey said he dropped by here and picked me up. You know, he and I are married.
I know. Who do you think played the violin at your wedding? Anyway, he can wait outside. We got a scene to rehearse, and we're going to do it.
Hello, baby. Hiya, Jack.
Look, Humphrey, we're right in the middle of the rehearsal.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Go right ahead.
We won't be long, honey.
That's all right, baby. You know, Jack, I'm glad to see you again. You're my favorite comedian.
I am? Well, that's good. Now, Lauren, I mean, Miss Bacall. Oh, by the way, what should I call you, Lauren or Miss Bacall?
Mrs. Bogart.
Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Mrs. Bogart. Starting with your last speech.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
What a comedian. What a comedian.
Look, Humphrey, I'm trying to...
Mr. Benny, there's a telephone call for you.
Oh. Well, pardon me a minute, folks. I'll be right back.
How's it going, baby?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I thought so. Say, baby, I want you to do something.
What is it?
When you get to kiss him, just put one arm around him and run your other hand through his hair.
Why?
I want to find out if he really wears one. Hey, what does Benny want to be a great lover for, anyway?
Well, why shouldn't he? After all, he played a romantic lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight. You saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, and they called our last picture The Big Sleep. Oh, by the way, what's this sketch you're rehearsing with Benny?
To have and have not. We're rehearsing the big scene you and I did in the picture.
Oh? Which one of you's playing my part?
He's coming back.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to answer the phone, but, well, that's the price of fame.
Who was it?
Wrong number. I mean, my sponsor called because he sent me the wrong number of tickets to the broadcast. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Lauren. We'll start with my line. Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Hold it. You're doing it all wrong.
Wrong?
Yeah. When you get ready to kiss a girl, you put your arms around her gently, tenderly.
What?
Yeah, you're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Oh, I see.
And now watch me. Come here, baby. Read that line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
I see. Humphrey, I get the idea. That's enough, Humphrey. Look, you can do that at home. Look. Humphrey, I'm paying her by the hour. Stop! I'm supposed to do that. I get the idea now, Bogey. Let you and I take it again, Lauren.
Say, Jack, our gin rummy game's over, so I thought I'd come in here and watch you rehearse.
All right, but be quiet. Now, come on, Lauren. Start with your line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Ah, Slim. I got a better use. Come here, let me kiss you. Like this.
No, Jack. No, you're doing it all wrong. Here, let me show you again.
What?
I'll do it with Mary this time. Are you ready, Mary?
Am I ready? I was puckered up when I walked in here.
But look, Mary isn't even...
Come on, Mary. You take baby's line.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, no. I've got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
Humphrey, you can stop. Bogey, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute!
What is this anyway? Step aside, Mary. I want to talk to Mr. Bogart.
Yeah, and I want to talk to him, too.
Dennis.
Say, he's cute. You haven't got a chance, sister. I send all my Coca-Cola tops to Mary.
Dennis.
Now listen to me, Bogart. I saw you kissing a woman I love, see? And you ain't muscling in on my racket, see? Those lips ain't big enough for the both of us, see? Now get out of here before you get hurt, see? Get out, see? Out, see? Out, see? Out!
Dennis.
See?
Come on, baby, let's get out of here. This guy's tough.
Bogart, Lauren, come back. Dennis. Dennis, I can't believe it. You know what you did? You frightened Humphrey Bogart.
Sure.
Dennis, what's that you got in your hand?
A picture of my mother.
Oh, no wonder. God, now Lauren will never be on my program.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart for appearing on my program tonight. They can currently be seen in their Warner Brothers picture, The Big Sleep. Well, I better rush home now. Oh, taxi, taxi. Oh, taxi. Oh, doorman, get me a taxi, will you?
Look, Bud, if you want a taxi, just whistle.
What?
You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, what do you know? It works.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
You won't regret this, Mr. Shannon. You'll see you won't.
Mr. Shannon hardly ever regrets anything, do you, Slate?
That's because I lead such a clean life.
See what a lucky man you are, Mr. Bullock. Where else could you have found a 100% fellow like Slate here to take you all the way to Key West in his own boat?
I know. Oh, how well I know. Oh, that reminds me. The passage money.
You can pay me when I land you at Key West.
When you do that, you'll get a bonus. Yes, a nice, plump bonus.
Plump, huh? That'll be nice. You're a nice man, Mr. Bullock.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Here, I got the money right here. I'll peel off any part of it. Just say when.
What a big piggy bank you must have robbed, Mr. Bullock.
Huh? Oh, you made a funny.
Did you do that, sailor?
Yes, she did. I've got $50,000 right here in my hand. Oh, piggy bank. Now, just say when, Mr. Shannon.
Well, if it makes you that happy, when?
What did I tell you, Mr. Bullock? You finally found an honest man. You're wonderful, Slate.
Means a lot to you to get to Key West, doesn't it, Mr. Bullock?
Oh, it does. Yes, it does. A man like me, I'm just not cut out for this excitement in Havana. I'm strictly a homebody. Carpet slippers, a pipe, the evening paper, but all of it in English. Something a man can hold on to. Yes, how much farther to your boat, Mr. Shannon?
A couple of minutes. If you're that anxious, you could have taken a plane. One of the crack liners.
I told you. I don't like all those people around me. I paid you enough, didn't I? I'm not paying you to ask silly, personal questions. You're being paid to...
Now, easy, Mr. Bullock. Slate doesn't like it when you get...
Hey! Watch it, sailor. Hey, what's with you guys? You know better than to drive in Havana with your headlights off? You could have...
Keep the mouth polite, friend. All we want is to ask a friendly direction.
Mr. Shannon, look out. They're the men who... The men who...
What do you know? It can still talk. All right, move it, my check. Johnny will be proud, won't he, my chick? Huh?
Yeah, he'll be proud.
Hey, you should have seen it, Johnny. You should have
Relax.
seen it. Huh? But, Johnny, you think...
I said shut up.
Turn off the record, Marchik.
Yeah.
Man doesn't need anything but music like that.
Sure, Johnny.
Sure, Johnny. Tell me how Bullock died.
4 slugs in the chest. Can you imagine that, Johnny? A little guy like that, and it takes him 4 slugs.
Who was driving?
Him. My chick, him.
I was driving, Johnny.
I don't know about you, Marchek. I really don't. I said Dolly drives. You were going to handle the gun, remember?
Oh, what difference does it make?
Sure, Johnny, what difference? I didn't mind. He took 4 slugs. You should have seen him.
Marchek.
Uh-huh.
Next time you do like I say. Next time you'll do it my way, won't you, Marchek?
Oh, sure I will.
Sure you will. You understand. It's the little things that annoy me. Take Bullock. He annoyed me. A bookkeeper who walks out with $50,000 shakes my faith. The money is incidental, Marchek. It's the annoyance of it. Gives me butterflies.
That's Johnny. Johnny, when do
soon,
we go...
real soon.
And when we get back to the States, it'll be like old times, won't it? Running things from Havana's okay, Johnny, but I like the States.
Like old times.
When are we getting out of here?
Sometime I'll whisper it in your ear gently, Marchek.
Sure.
There's no chance of a slip-up on Bullock, is there?
Uh-uh. We were driving without lights. Nobody followed.
Yeah, that's right. It happened too fast even for the guy and the dame to have...
What guy and dame?
The ones that Bullock was talking to.
What guy and dame?
Bullock came out of the hotel with the guy and the dame.
What hotel?
Called Shannon's place.
Get them. Bring them here.
Sure, Johnny.
Now turn on the music, Marchek.
Uh-huh.
Inside said you were outside. Said you were on the patio.
Did he tell you to keep walking?
I said you know where Slate Shannon is.
Shannon is doing clever things to his boat. You'll find him down at the dock.
Your name's Duval, huh?
Who are you?
You got in trouble a little while ago, didn't you? You walked with a man and he dropped dead from bullets.
Look, don't make me repeat myself.
Police, that's all.
For a Cuban policeman, you've got quite an American lilt to your voice.
Yeah, I go to all the American movies. Come on, sis.
What are you talking about?
Talking about come on, with me, the police. I'm arresting you for suspicion.
Suspicion of what? Show me a badge.
Come on, sis. I get experience dragging people, too.
Take your hands off me. Why, you're the man in the car.
Yeah, you gonna stop fighting, or do I break this off down? Huh?
Sailor!
Slate, hurry.
You did wrong, sis. Wrong.
What's the...
Slate, he's got a gun.
Okay, drop it. Sailor, get the gun.
You're gonna be real sorry, mister.
He's getting away.
Yeah. You all right, sailor?
He slugged you good, huh?
Are you all right?
Let's go inside. He was the man who shot Mr. Bullock.
Yeah, I noticed. Like you said, he slugged me good.
I'll get you something. Hey, wait a minute. We've got company. Sitting over there.
Yeah. I wonder what he wants. Good evening, Senor LaSalle.
Buenas noches, senor. Senorita. Are you sad also like me?
Sad?
See, this evening you were seen with a man who was lately murdered. That's why I am sad. You are under arrest, both of you. Make yourselves comfortable, senorita. Senor, we have a saying in Havana, my jail is your jail.
Hasn't changed a bit, has it, Slate? Still cozy.
Yeah, our home away from home.
Same leg broken on same chair. Same cigar burns on same desk. Same picture of LaSalle Jr. No, it's not the same. Junior's a big boy now. How Junior has shot up.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. How is Junior?
Remarkable. He is now in attendance at Yale.
Bula bula for him.
Oh, you are too kind.
Well, how long do we crook our pinkies at each other, LaSalle? I gave you the hoodlum's gun. All you have to do is trace it. That gets you Bullock's murderer. That gets us out of this coffee clutch. You and us.
This we shall do, senor, the tracing of the gun. However, there's also a matter of questions.
I've already chosen my category. How about you, Slate?
And what's the question? We told you he shot Bullock down in cold blood. We were taking a walk. Bullock didn't get to finish it, that's all.
This murderer of which you speak, you know him? You can describe him?
He was American. He carried an American gun. He's got a cold right cross. What else is there to know about a man in the dark?
I could think of something.
The license number of the car. You jotted it down?
I knew we forgot something, sailor.
Next time I'll bring my ballpoint.
Yeah, do that.
Which brings us to the 64 peso question. Junior has written me of such. What business had Senor Bullock with you?
He hired me. He hired my boat. Take him to Key West.
He was a simple little man. Still, he had almost $50,000 on him. Perhaps you will tell me why.
Sure. Simple little men put their pennies in Christmas savings. You'd be surprised how it adds up.
It could have been a good fee to take him to Key West. $50,000. Perhaps this hoodlum you speak of, perhaps he had fear you would not share with him, eh?
Hey, look, I told you what happened.
Buenas noches, Senor LaSalle. Everybody. Well, will you be glad I'm here, Shannon? You and the lady. Will you be glad?
What is it you want, Senor Armand?
A favor, Senor. Just release Shannon and Duval. Because I ask you. Because I've got a writ that says you have to.
Give it to me. It is in order. You are released. But walk careful in Havana, eh, senor? Senorita?
Just like you say. Give my regards to Junior, huh?
Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, I told you. The chief and me, we're just like that. I do favors for him, him for me.
And you for who else?
Your benefactor. Lovely man. He arranged it all. He's dying to meet you, too. Let's not keep him waiting, huh?
He sounds like a doll. Shall we go, Slate?
Not you, just me and Buster here.
Now, look.
I said go home, sailor. You'll take me to my benefactor, huh, Buster? I don't want to share him with anybody.
Yeah?
I brought Shannon.
Oh, you're the lawyer. Hey, Johnny,
Yes, who is it?
the lawyer with the guy.
Tell the lawyer to go home.
You heard him. Come on in, Shannon. Right in here. Here he is, Johnny.
Hello, Shannon. Are you staring at me because you recognize me?
Hey, I've seen you. Your pictures. You're Johnny Rice.
That's right.
How many states do you want it in, Johnny?
The original 13 and 7 more besides. You like music, Shannon?
Sometimes.
Try now. Listen. Pretty? Sure, it's pretty. You're going out to it, Shannon. Only because you know I'm in Havana.
Whoever told you I knew that?
Marchik.
Uh-huh.
Kill him.
Johnny,
I said...
Yeah.
Listen to me.
Now throw him away, Marchik.
Now, back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
A man he come to Shannon's place, have plenty of money and anonymous face. This man so rich want to live in states, but die in gutter, decree his face. The police they come and arrest Mr. Slate, also Lady Sailor, his fair lady of late. Then lawyer he come with writ breaches. Lady Sailor come home, but Mr. Slate disappears. Now Lady Sailor, she bit her lip, her eyes are sad.
Does it show that much, King Moses?
Maybe not to somebody else, but to King Moses it shows like it was in neon lights.
Funny. Slate never sees it.
Mr. Slate sees, but he does not believe. You are someone he has not known the like of ever before. He do not think himself worthy of you.
That'll be the day he underrates himself.
Ah, I know him longer than you, Lady Sailor.
Well, then maybe you can tell me where he's been all night, because you know him so well.
I cannot. In Havana there are many places. One goes because one has a desire in his heart also.
Or what, King?
Or there is a desire in someone else's heart, to please or to do harm.
Slate can take care of himself.
Yes, but sometimes a man gets hurt taking care of himself. Sometimes...
How could he have got hurt? We were in the police station. A lawyer named Harmon came in with a writ. Slate went. Get me my coat, King.
You go someplace, Lady Sailor?
Yeah, to see our lawyer. We got him for free yesterday. Maybe he'll tell me where he took Slate for free.
You understand, Miss Duval, it's been so long since a person as lovely as you walked in here. Mostly until you... dregs. Unfortunate people with burdens.
Mr. Harmon, where did you take Slate Shannon?
Really now.
Look, Mr. Harmon, I could go away and come back. Only then this office would be cluttered with half the police in Havana.
Let me explain something to you, Miss Duval. I am a lawyer. I was hired to get you and Mr. Shannon out of jail. I succeeded quite well, don't you think?
Where did you take Slate?
Here I was only half successful. I was supposed to deliver both of you.
Where?
You must realize I'm not going to say where or to whom or why. And may I make a suggestion?
What?
Should you bring the police here, I would lie. I would lie and say I dropped Slate Shannon in the middle of downtown Havana, in the street. I would lie and you would become a fool. Beautiful, but nonetheless a fool. Goodbye, Miss Duval.
Come on, wake up. Come on, wake up, Shannon. You're over being hurt. Wake up.
Hey, I know you. The man told you to kill me.
I'm sorry. I had to make it look good. How's your shoulder?
You had to do that, huh? You're wrong, Marchek. I'm not over being hurt.
There was a doctor here. He took the bullet out. Fixed you up. That sling. Here's some pills. He said you'll live.
Did he check with Johnny Rice? Is it okay with Johnny Rice if I live?
Johnny thinks you're dead. He wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, then you double-crossed Johnny.
Uh-huh.
That makes me owe you something. Like my life, minus a pound of shoulder.
You don't owe me a thing.
Don't kid me, Marchek. You don't do things like that to Johnny Rice. Not for nothing. You don't cross him, bring me here into this hole, get me a doctor, not for nothing. What's your fee?
It'll surprise you.
You want to bet? Tell me your fee, then I'll go home, because I've got a home.
I work for the Treasury.
I get it. You don't like to kill with guns. You're going to kill me with jokes.
See? My credentials. Look at them. Go on, look at them.
You win. Surprises me.
It always does. Every time.
Yeah, I know. I saw the movie.
We've wanted Johnny Rice a long time. We don't want to lose him in red tape. You're going to help us get him.
Am I?
He's going to make a run for the States tonight. We'll arrest him there. I'll recommend your book.
Thanks.
You're Miss Duval. Can she handle the bold venture?
Leave her out of it or I don't play.
All right. I'll go find somebody else.
Hey, come back, Jack Armstrong. Sailor can handle a boat.
Tell her to get it ready. Tell her to be on board about 6 o'clock. Sometime after dark, 3 men will meet her. Me, Dolly, and Johnny Rice. She'll take us to Key West.
And you'll take Dolly and Rice all by yourself? You're a bigger hero than appears on the surface, Marchek.
Don't pout, Shannon. You're going too. You'll hide below deck with a gun. I'll call out when I need you. Because I need you.
See you later, Marchek.
Yeah.
Mr. Slate! Mr. Slate!
Hey, where's Sailor King?
What happened to you, Mr. Slate?
I'll tell you later. Where is she?
In her room. Melting away for you, Mr. Slate.
Sailor.
Slate, where have you been? Why didn't you...
Now, watch it. Your tears are getting my bandage wet. Hey, what's the matter with you, Sailor?
Your arm.
Ah, it's my shoulder. Used to have a bullet in it.
Slate.
Cut it out, will you? Man spends a hard night getting shot. He likes to come home and see a girl with her hair combed and lipstick on, looking nice. Look in the mirror.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. We're going to Key West.
What are you talking about? You're hurt.
We're going to Key West as soon as it gets dark. You'll be on the Bold Venture. 3 men will meet you there. One named Johnny Rice and Marchek and Dolly. I'll be below deck. I'll have a gun.
Ahoy! Bold Venture!
Ahoy! Come aboard.
Well, good evening. I'm Johnny Rice. And you're Sailor Duval.
You sit over there.
No. You're at the wheel of this tub. I'm your right-hand man. Right beside you. Let's get moving.
We wait for 2 more men.
Marchek and Dolly?
That's right. When Marchek paid me for this trip, he said you, him, and something named Dolly.
How much did Marchek pay you for this trip?
$300.
He did well by it.
I'll thank him again when he comes aboard.
I'm afraid not. He's dead, like your friend Slate.
Dead?
That's right. I caught Marchek placing a phone call, transatlantic, to the Treasury boys. Can you imagine Marchek doing that? That's why he's dead.
What about Dolly?
He's packing Marchek to bury him wherever he wants to bury him. I'll meet Dolly in the States.
Then there's going to be only you.
And you. Let's go to Key West, Mr. Val. Ah, beautiful night, isn't it?
I haven't looked. Do you mind if I get some coffee?
Where do you get your coffee?
Below on the galley.
And who runs the boat while you're doing that?
You. Just hold the wheel. Steady as she goes.
All right. I've never run a boat before, but go ahead. And bring me some, too. Hurry back. I'm beginning to miss you already.
Slate.
Hey, what are you doing here? Where's Marchek?
He's dead. They found out who he is and they killed him.
You mean you've been up there all alone with Rice and Dolly?
No, only Johnny Rice came aboard. He's waiting for some coffee.
I'll carry it to him on this gun.
Be careful, Slate. Your arm.
Now, don't worry about it.
Yeah, you were quick with the coffee, Mr. Val.
No coffee, Johnny. We're all out.
Huh? Well, what do you know? Marchek didn't kill you. I should have figured that.
You enjoy handling a boat, Johnny?
Yeah. I'm happy like this. Shoulder's bleeding, huh? Drop the gun. Drop it. Thanks, Shannon. Now I'm going to have to spend the voyage with a gun in my hand, huh, Shannon? Did you hear what I told your boyfriend, Miss Duval?
Slate. Slate, you're hurt.
I'll take the hurt away from him in a little while. Get on this wheel.
I'm sorry, sailor. I loused it.
Come on, get on the wheel.
You know something? I forgot how to run a boat. If I took the wheel, this boat would go around in circles till...
I can blink an eyelash, Mr. Val, then shoot you dead. Slate can run the boat.
It's a big coincidence. I forgot, too.
What's on your mind, Slate?
Throw my gun overboard and I'll see you get ashore.
Where I want to go?
Key West. You got my word for it.
All right.
That was my gun, Johnny. Now yours. Now I'll take the wheel. How much water, sailor?
About 7 feet.
It won't be long now. I can see the lights from the coast.
Take another sounding, sailor.
All right. 4. Better cut the motors. Now 2.
All right, Johnny, jump.
Jump?
That's right. I can't take the boat on the beach. You'll have to walk from here. Go ahead, jump.
All right.
So long, Johnny.
I'll find you, Slate. I'll find you now. Hey.
What's the matter, Johnny?
This beach. There's water on the other side of it. Where am I?
So long, Johnny. How did I do, sailor?
I don't know what you did.
I told him I'd put him ashore on my part of the bargain. That sandbar is a mile from Key West, but it's part of Key West.
The tide'll be in a half hour. You'll drown.
Get on the ship-to-shore phone, sailor. Get the Coast Guard. Give them Johnny's position. If they hurry, they'll get him alive. Nurse, where am I? Nurse.
Take it easy, Slate. I'm not a nurse. This is Sailor.
Water. Water.
So help me, Slate. If I thought you had a fever...
The room is spinning. Everything's going black. I've got no pulse.
I'll go get you one.
Oh, thanks, nurse.
I'll be right back, baby. It's time for your 10 o'clock feeding.
Why you nurses always talking shop? Come here.
Let go of me.
Oh, come here.
Boy, you really have got a fever.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
In Shannon's place do many dwell, the pretty, the ugly, the high-toned swell. They come to Havana to have some jolly sit around in the evening to discuss their follies. Right now this small hotel is graced by charming lady with handsome face and husband who get younger by the hour, thinking how he wife is pretty like a flower.
Oh, isn't that lovely, Robert?
Yes, Martha.
Oh, you sing beautifully, King Moses. It's, I don't know, joyful, haunting.
Thank you, Mrs. Palmer.
You must be tired, Mrs. Palmer. All the sightseeing you've done today, you and your husband.
Oh, Robert and I couldn't go to sleep now. We'll just go over there and sit in those handsome wicker chairs, discuss our follies, and watch. Watch the lights of Havana, the color. That's what we'll do, won't we, Robert? Just watch.
Whatever you wish, Martha.
Oh, I love you, Robert. Take my arm. You didn't mind those things I bought. They were...
Anything you do, Martha, it's all right.
I hope you were paying attention, Slate. Lesson 1 in how a gent treats a lady.
Yeah, look me up when you get to be like Mrs. Palmer.
That could take years.
That's what I said. You know something about those two?
What?
I'll bet when they check out, we won't find one towel missing.
Yeah, not even the one I put in their rooms. The one you swiped from the Hotel Muncie. Well, don't look at me like that, Slate. I just did it to make them feel at home.
My favorite towel, and you...
Senorita, you may not be aware of it, but a large thrill has just entered into your lives.
Not tonight, Chico. We've got everything we need.
Oh, you desolate me.
Don't take it too hard, Chico. Here's $1.
Senorita, the minute I put my eyes on you, I say to myself in my mother's tongue, here is a queen.
See how the news gets around, Slate?
Please, I cannot take dollar and give nothing in return. They built me this way when I was a baby. Here, have a picture postcard and wear it in good health. Adios, you thrill me people.
$1 for a tourist postcard, a color picture of a flossy tourist hotel. Oh, you've been taken, sailor. Good.
It was my $1. I can... Hey, look at this, Slate. It's already been written on. It's addressed to you.
Huh? You mean you can't even send it to the folks back home?
It says, I need you, Slate. Right now. Drop everything. Right now. Signed, Sam Meston.
Sam Meston? What does he want with me?
You won't go, will you, Slate? Not to help anyone like Meston.
He said he needed me, didn't he? You coming, sailor?
Sure. I love to help people like Sam Meston. They're so grateful they kick you in the teeth. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Palmer. We have to go out. Slate's trying for a merit badge.
You coming?
You see, Robert, I told you it would work. It was so simple, really.
You're very clever, Martha.
Here's your coat, Robert. You'll need it in the chill night air. Hurry, Robert. We'll lose them if you don't hurry. Be careful, dear. There's a puddle of water.
I see it.
Well, walk around it. There. Think of it. Mr. Shannon will lead us straight to Sam Meston.
Martha.
One more killing, Robert, that's all. Then there'll be nothing else to worry about.
I suppose so.
Don't hate yourself, dear. Couldn't stand it.
Martha, please.
After all, your first wife, Alice, was an old, tired woman.
And wealthy.
That has nothing to do with it. Oh, Mr. Shannon, Miss Duval, just turned that corner. We'd better hurry. Help me up the curb, dear.
Martha,
Martha, I have an idea.
Oh? Tell me, Robert.
Why can't we go back to Muncie before we do this thing, this killing? Forget all about it.
And keep paying Mr. Meston all that money? He's so greedy, dear. Mr. Meston must be...
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, it's the only way, Robert. And Mr. Shannon will lead him to us. Mr. Shannon knows everybody in Havana. That's why I had that funny little Cuban man deliver this note to him.
I think we ought to go back to Muncie.
Now, you listen to me, Robert. We killed your wife. Mr. Meston was hired by the insurance company to investigate her death. He found the gun I used, and he's held on to it. Blackmail. It has to stop.
Yes, whatever you say, Martha.
Of course. And, Robert...
Yes?
Isn't Havana a beautiful city?
Senor Slate, amigo and senorita sailor, welcome. Alfredo Gomez bids you welcome to the Hotel Metropole Ritz. Alfredo Gomez says the place is yours, unequivocally, irrevocably, and without doubt.
Hi.
The last time he gave me the place, sailor, he took it right away from me and threw me out.
That's the story of your life, isn't it?
I do not wish to interrupt, but por favor, why have I given you the hotel?
Is Sam Meston still registered here?
Sam who?
Sam Meston.
Who, Meston?
S-A-M, Sam. M-E-S-T-O-N, Meston. Let's see you get out of that.
What are you both saying?
Sam Meston. I want to see him. I want to know if he's registered here. Sam Meston. Sailor just spelled it for you.
A joke? I'm supposed to say ha-ha? Ha-ha.
Alfredo, what's the matter with you? You know Sam as well as you know me and Sailor.
Please. The moment in time has come when I must take back my hotel. I am busy. They're having a convention here. The Daughters of the Hacienda Rifle and Pistol Club. Pardon me for the rest of the week.
Okay, Alfredo, if that's the way you want it. Come on, Sailor.
I don't understand what's going on here, Slate.
Something scaring, Alfredo.
Sam Meston, this is Alfredo. They were looking for you, Sam. You better go far, far away.
Mind if I coin a phrase, Slate?
Go ahead, stun me with it.
All right. Phrase. My feet are killing me.
Why don't you go back to Shannon's place and wait for me?
I'm going to be brave. Just tell me how many more places are we going to have to look for Sam Meston?
Consider it, Sailor. Here's a man who's known all over Havana, and all of a sudden people never heard of him, or they don't know who he is. Funny, isn't it?
I'm tingling from the strangeness of it all. Slate, when we get back, will you rub my feet?
I'm going in here.
Pool room? It hits you like that, huh? The middle of the night, and you get a big yen to play nickel-9 ball.
The guy who runs the place is named Garson. He knows Meston.
Whatever you say, Slate. Place is practically empty.
That's Garson playing on the last table. You wait here.
And do what?
Your snooker's a little weak. Go practice. Garson.
Huh? Oh, hello, Shannon. Didn't hear you come in.
You seen Sam Meston?
How would you play this shot?
Here, here, and here.
Uh-huh. You like it?
Olé. Gee, wow.
Hey, you like it? Watch this one. You're crowding, Slate.
Sam Meston.
This is a toughie. Beautiful, huh?
What's everybody so cagey for, Garson?
You want to shoot pool? Grab yourself a table. 60 cents an hour.
Hey, look, Garson.
You can't push the management around, Slate. Get out of here.
Where's Meston? What happened to him?
Okay, you're asking for help to get out, huh?
Yeah, just that.
You're asking for you.
And you'll tell me. Tell me, Garson, and I'll make you fit into the rack. Tell me.
Paseo Lima.
Number 14, ground floor.
Huh. Now, there's one to try a man's mettle. You like that shot, Garson?
I have told you to. Sam is not here. I have not seen him since he went to the Estados Unidos many days ago.
Look, Lola, maybe I didn't make it clear. Sam bought a guy to give me a postcard. It said he needed me. That's why I'm here, to help him.
My husband, he needs no one.
Maybe he doesn't at that, Slate. Look at the way Lola's dressed. From Paris, isn't it, Lola?
Sailor's right, Lola. Sam must be doing good. Your clothes, that necklace, the new furniture. You notice it, Sailor?
I've been rubbing my hands on it. Dusty. Now, if I had furniture like this, I'd
Get out of here. I do not know what strange joke you are trying to play, but you have undoubtedly had your amusement. Now get out. Go home.
Now, why didn't we think of that, Slate? Home. Place to sleep. A place to wash out my nylons. Let's go, Slate.
First, I want to leave my calling card. A guy asked for help. A guy I could live without. I grub all over Havana for him. People make jokes at me, try to slug me.
And why don't you take the lady's advice, Shannon, and go home?
Huh? Sam Meston. Greetings, Sam. The whole world's been telling me you were out.
You should listen to what people tell you, Shannon. You learn things that way and you don't get hurt.
I'll remember. Just for the record, why'd you send me that postcard?
You never got a postcard because I didn't send one. It'll have to be better than that, Shannon, if you want to cut in.
Sam, please. Maybe it's
What else
not...
could it be, Lola? You want a piece of what I got. You're here to put a finger on me and say, give us a piece. You'll never get it, Shannon. You can die at my feet and you'll never get it.
Whatever it is, who wants it?
Hey, what is this, a rest stop?
It is the back door, Sam. I will go.
Entertain our guests, Lola. I'll get it myself. What do you want?
Hey. Sam, who was it?
You wanted it, Shannon. Take it. The gun in the drawer. Take it. You'll get rich on it. Maybe you'll die on it. Like me.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Mr. Shannon, he look all over town, up and down street, then turn around. This fella he look for, his name is Sam. Now, fella, he is Mr. Very Dead Sam.
Slate.
Yeah?
You're sorry he's dead, aren't you?
He never did anything to me.
What are you going to do about it?
I phoned LaSalle. He's going to meet me at police headquarters about noon. I'm going to turn over the gun and...
A lady come in, she walk real slow. She wear black lace for a new widow. She has the look of...
Yeah, I see her, King.
Be careful, Slate. She lied to you once.
Good morning, Senora. I want you to know how sorry we are.
Send flowers.
We're going to do that too, Senora. But right now, Slate's being a gentleman. Allow him the luxury.
Bueno, console yourself that you have killed my husband.
What are you talking about?
The killers follow you all over Havana. You find Sam. The killers find Sam.
I said I was sorry. Anything I can do.
There is what to do. You took a gun from Sam. The gun he told you was in the drawer. Give it to me.
I don't like the way she asks.
Look, Senora. Sam told me to take it. He must have had a reason for it. I'm going to find out what it is.
Give it to me. Give me the gun.
Now, I don't like the way you ask.
Keep it then. Be a fool and hug it to you. Sam said it, and I will say it. That gun will kill you. Robert, are you asleep?
No, Martha.
You were restless all night. Once I thought you were sobbing. But you were only talking in your sleep, wasn't that it?
We're done, aren't we, Martha? Done with killing? We can go home now?
No, Robert, we can't.
Well, you killed him, killed Meston. That ends it, doesn't it?
They have the gun, Robert. Mr. Shannon and Mr. Val. I was downstairs and I heard them talking about it. We'll have to get it somehow.
Well, how will you do that?
Oh, I have it all planned, here in my head. You're not to give it a moment's thought.
And no more killing. Swear it.
Don't ask me that, because I can't. I'll tell you later what we must do. Kiss me, Robert. And do try to get some sleep.
It's 11 o'clock, Slate. Don't you have to go to police headquarters and see LaSalle?
I told you noon. You trying to get rid of me?
I've got a reason.
You don't want me to watch you bathe your feet in Epsom salts, huh?
In bicarbonate. We're out of Epsom.
Well, how come? You're supposed to take care of kitchen supplies.
We're out of ketchup, too.
Come in.
Oh, if I'm disturbing you, just tell me to go.
Not at all, Mrs. Palmer.
I'm going to see the sights of Havana.
Have fun and don't...
Don't take any wooden nickels? I know. We've got that one in Muncie, too. The young men use it. Oh, we've got handsome young men in Muncie.
Or eventually there would be no Muncie.
Oh.
Is there something we can do for you, Mrs. Palmer?
Yes, there is. Mr. Val, would you go with me?
Me?
Well, there's so many places I've missed. You know Havana so well. You could show them to me.
Mr. Val would be delighted.
Slate, my feet.
You two girls just run along. Have a wonderful time. And sailor,
What do you want?
don't take any wooden nickels.
Only one more stop, dear. I promised these people I'd bring you by to meet them. See? Wasn't far, was it?
Hey, this is Sam Meston's place. This is where he was...
Exactly, my dear. Please knock on the door.
I don't get it. What's the idea?
Knock on the door, Mr. Val. Because you see, I can't. Not with my purse in one hand and this gun in the other.
Why, Grandma, what big eyes you have.
Knock.
Anything for the tourists. It's a motto with me.
Come in, Mr. Val.
Mr. Palmer. You better take care of your wife, Mr. Palmer. Havana's too much for her. Look, the sweet thing's pulled a gat on me.
The other one. Is she here, Robert?
In the next room. I tied her up, gagged her.
We'll go to her.
Yes, Martha.
You can put that thing away now, Mrs. Palmer. It helped a lot. My feet don't hurt a bit anymore.
I like you, Miss Duval. You have many qualities.
Now we're chums again, huh? Pals, friends, buddies.
Here she is, Martha.
Lola. That's your name, isn't it? Lola, you understand what is about to happen to you, don't you? Pray, my dear. I give you that. See if she's dead, Robert.
Yes, Martha. She's dead.
Now, you, too, will understand me, Mr. Val. Sam Meston willed you and Mr. Shannon a gun. I want it, so Robert and I can live happily.
You've got a gun. How many do you need to be happy? How many people dead?
You will call Mr. Shannon on the phone. Tell him to bring the gun, nothing else. Tell him, if he doesn't, I'll kill you.
I don't understand, Senor Shannon. Why do you want me to return to you this gun you took from Sam Meston? What good is the gun to you?
I'll tell you what good it is. Word gets around fast in Havana. And the current word is that I've got the gun. Someone's going to try to take it away from me.
And you want to be the cuckoo?
The pigeon.
It is a matter of opinion.
Another thing, you told me you had a file on Sam Meston.
See? Senor Meston, ever since he has been in Havana, had no means of support that were visible to the naked eye, which made us lift an eyebrow. Last year, we investigated him.
What did you find out?
He was a private investigator for the Acme Insurance Company of your country. His last known assignment was for a murder case in a town with an impossible name like Duncy, Indiana.
Muncie, Indiana.
Muncie, Duncy. It is still impossible. But a murder case. The state of Indiana versus Robert Palmer.
Robert Palmer?
Please, you are taking the words out of my mouth.
What about Mrs. Palmer?
Mrs. Palmer was murdered.
Well, what do you know?
Por favor.
Now, what about the gun, LaSalle? You going to give it to me?
Lend it to you. If you please, sign here. And leave a deposit. No, senor, not money. Your word.
King, has Sailor come back yet?
No, not yet, Mr. Slade. Perhaps she stopped someplace with the nice lady.
Yeah, maybe we were wrong about the nice lady, King. Maybe I better go and find Sailor and take her away from the nice lady.
Why?
I don't think my girl ought to run around with murderers. She might get killed. Shannon's place. Slate Shannon's...
For once, don't talk back, Slate. That gun. Bring it to Sam Meston's. And no cops. Just you with a gun.
Sailor.
If you expect to find me alive, that is. That's what Mrs. Palmer says. And you know Mrs. Palmer. She's...
Mr. Shannon?
Yes, Mr. Shannon, open the door.
I have a gun at Miss Duval's head, Mr. Shannon. So you'd better come in with your hands up. Are your hands up?
They're up.
Good. Open the door, Robert.
Have they hurt you, Sailor?
She killed Mrs. Meston right in front of me. That hurt.
My dear, there was no other way. Was there, Robert?
Let's do what we have to do, Martha. Take the gun away from him.
You have the gun with you, Mr. Shannon?
It's in my pocket.
Robert, get it.
I've got it.
Is it loaded?
It's empty, Martha.
That's the gun you killed your first wife with, isn't it, Mr. Palmer?
I didn't kill her.
The dear little lady must have knocked her off, Slate.
This gun is the thing that kept Sam Meston in the chips. He found the evidence that would hang you, and he kept it.
Tell me something, Mr. Palmer. Do you love the present Mrs. Palmer?
Martha, we have what we need. Let's go.
Miss Duval asked you a question, Robert.
Miss Duval asked you the question because we'd both like to know. How does it feel to love a woman who kills so easily?
Don't be embarrassed, Robert. You can tell me.
Robert's proud of his love for me.
You just stand there and agree with everybody, Robert. But I'll tell you something. I admire you. I couldn't love a woman like Mrs. Palmer.
Why not? A sweet lady like her. We all have our faults. Hers just happens to be killing people.
Yeah, that's why. I'd be afraid of her. I'd be afraid she'd kill me.
Shut up. I'll...
Kill them, Martha?
See how easy it is for her, Robert?
Martha, would you kill me?
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Now's a good chance to kill me, Martha. Kill me and blame it on these people here. Go ahead. Kill me. You can do it. Just pull the trigger.
Robert. Robert, stay away from me. Robert. Robert, don't you see what they've done? Don't walk toward me. Stay away.
Get her. Get her.
Robert, you fool.
Out of my way. Drop that gun. Drop it.
I'll kill you. Kill you.
I take it all back, Robert. You're a brave man.
I'm a murderer. As evil as she is. But it's over now.
Yeah, it's over. Sailor.
Uh-huh.
You're clever with a dial phone. Dial 111, the police. Tell them to get here. Finally made it, huh, Sailor?
No, there's nothing like a foot bath. If anyone asks me to take another step...
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's why I'm not going to ask you to do it.
Do what?
There's a dance tonight at the Plaza Royale. I've got 2 passes. Well, I guess I'll have to stagger.
Hey, wait.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'll probably meet somebody.
Slate, you're not going without me. I can dance. Look. 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2.
You'll be a sensation. Let's go dancing, sailor.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. We bring you the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall in Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
One thing I don't understand, Johnston.
And please tell me. I'll try to explain.
Why are we sitting here? It just seems to me, well, talking about this, well, Shannon's place is pretty public.
Known as reverse cloak and dagger in the trade, Mr. Shannon. As far as any of your customers are concerned, we're just sitting here eating cheesecake. It's fine cheesecake, Mr. Vaughn.
Thanks.
Now, shall we go on?
I don't think there's anything to go on about. It's just a matter of whether Sailor wants to help you or not.
Sinclair is a clever man, like all foreign agents have to be. We can't have him know that intelligence is onto him, onto what his plans are, why he's in Havana. It embarrasses me to appeal to your patriotism, Mr. Val, but whatever I have to do to convince you...
All I have to do is go to this party, show an ankle, and bare a shoulder to Mr. Sinclair. Is that it?
And convince him to drive you to this address in San Tomas. I'll meet you there.
Let me get this straight. A man suddenly disappears from the States. A man named...
Faulkner.
Faulkner. A guy loaded with secrets about nuclear physics. You think he's here in Havana and he's going to contact a foreign agent named Sinclair, right?
Right. Of course, we'd just love to pick up Faulkner and take him back, but we don't know where he is. Sinclair we do. And Mr. Val is going to bring him to us. I've gotten her name on the party's guest list.
Am I going, Slate?
That's a question. She's got a chance to wear a strapless, and she says, am I going, Slate? More cheesecake, Mr. Johnstone?
I persuaded them, Faulkner. Did you hear me? I told you... Why don't you stop playing that piano and listen to me? Thank you. I said
You said you were a persuasive man. I know that. Of what other possible use could you be to me?
Don't patronize me, Faulkner.
I wouldn't dare. You're a dangerous man, Johnston. I confess you frighten me.
That's rich. You carry in that bald skull of yours enough atomic knowledge to turn the world into dust, and I frighten you. You never told me, Faulkner, to whom are we going to sell the fruit of this exquisite brain of yours?
Whoever pays the most. Whoever makes the highest bid.
I'm glad you remember. Sometimes you scientists are prone to become vague, forgetful about minor things. Like money.
Not this scientist. Life in a test tube has become loathsome to me.
Jolly glad to hear it.
Now you may tell me how you persuaded the young lady.
Simply. Ever so simply. I represented myself as being from American intelligence, showed her forged credentials, appealed to her patriotism, flicked her vanity. She is lovely.
And she will bring Sinclair to us?
Miss Duval, on a proverbial platter.
And what will you do with Mr. Sinclair?
Kill him. I've never killed an intelligence man before. I wonder what it'll be like.
Like the other men you've killed?
I know you. Oh, I do know you.
You do?
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. You're that girl with a fanciful name. You're Sailor Duval. I've seen you. Oh, I'm so glad you come to my party. What would you like first, some food or a man? We have assorted quantities of both.
Well, a man would be nice. Where's the guest of honor?
Louis Sinclair? Oh, well, I do suppose it's only polite. Louis, come here, darling. I have someone here just frothing at the mouth to meet you.
Well, I would be delighted.
Louis, this is Sailor Duval. If you need any help, Louis, scream.
Hello, Miss Duval.
Hi.
Well, now. Well,
what?
Tell you the truth, ma'am, I don't know. I'm guest honor at this party, and folks come up and talk to me, and I've been saying, well, now, well. It's been getting me by.
You don't like parties, huh?
Well, now. Well.
Look, Mr. Sinclair, you don't have to give me the routine. Relax. I'll tell you what. You can tell me about Texas.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, ma'am.
On the balcony?
With you, Sugarfoot? Oh, you're so pretty in that Havana moon. It can't touch a Texas moon.
The balcony, Mr. Sinclair.
Call me Louis.
You're a real devil. Rootin' tootin'. Look at it. Havana.
You ever been in Houston?
No, but I've dreamed about it.
Sweetest dream a fella can have. Where you from, Miss Duval?
Tennessee.
What you doing in Havana?
There was a man in Tennessee. That's why I'm in Havana.
Texas man wouldn't let you go.
He didn't let me go. He followed me to Cuba. Bob's like that. The whole Faulkner family is like that.
Who?
Bob. Robert Faulkner.
Tall man, grin at the temples, little scar on his cheek, one of them brainy guys. Worked in a government science project, didn't he?
That's right. You know him?
Oh, do I know Bob Faulkner. Bobby used to spend summertime on my ranch. What you know, Faulkner here in Cuba.
Would you like to see him?
Oh, the sooner the finer.
Well, he's got a little place in San Tomas. It's about 20 miles down the coast.
We can get there in 15 minutes, depending on the traffic. Bob Faulkner in Cuba. You know what I'm going to do about you, Miss Duval? Well, I'm going to write to the boys back home about you, Miss Duval. They won't never believe I met up with a gal like you, even if I take a paralyzed oath on a cistern full of hymn books. Why, when I tell them how you... Oh, isn't this the address you showed me on a slip of paper, Miss Duval?
Uh-huh. Your arm, Louis?
Oh, the boys just won't never believe it, that's all. I'll knock on the door.
Yes, sweet.
You're sure Faulkner lives here?
If he doesn't, I'll let you beat me at Lotto.
Oh, Miss Duval. I see you've accomplished your mission. You have brought us our quarry.
The corn pone is all yours, Mr. Johnstone.
Corn pone. That's rich, very rich. Come in, Miss Duval. Mr. Sinclair.
Where's Faulkner?
You want him, don't you, Mr. Sinclair? You've been stepping on his shadow ever since he ran away from Tennessee, and now you think you found him.
Your errand girl told me he'd be here. Get him.
Hey, Louie, you're shedding your hayseed. You know, I like you better this way.
You're a lovely woman, Mr. Val. That is, you would be lovely if all this weren't so sick-making.
Hey, he can't talk to me like that, can he? Can he, Mr. Johnstone?
No, of course not.
No, you...
Don't try, Mr. Sinclair. Just give in to it. Now our Mr. Sinclair will never talk that way to another woman.
You killed him. Cold blood.
Mr. Sinclair was a tedious man who wanted to arrest my Mr. Faulkner so desperately. Oh, yes, because Sinclair really was from intelligence. True blue.
And I brought him to you.
We have many rooms here, Mr. Val. Choose one suitable for weeping over him. He died a hero's death.
Miss Sailor, she go to big party, show pretty shoulder to society. The party is over, the people have fun. Where Miss Sailor is big question.
She's in San Tomas, King.
Morning's getting ready to start, Mr. Slate. She can be in San Tomas and back 4 times. 5 times, maybe.
I figured it out, and it came to 6.
I was going to say 6, but I didn't want to worry you.
Thanks.
You worry about Miss Sailor all the time, don't you, Mr. Slate?
Just when she's supposed to be home, and she's not. Maybe I ought to go get her. What time is it, King?
5, a few minutes before.
The coast train leaves at 1:15.
I think you ought to get Miss Sailor, Mr. Slate.
Now, don't worry about it. I'll bring her back to you.
Con permiso, senor. You will not mind that I sit next to you, eh?
Not at all, Chico. Sit down.
Gracias, muchas gracias. I could see by your face that you are a very simpatico fellow.
Thanks.
Oh, that Havana. I think Jose Clemente outdid himself in Havana. Jose Clemente is me.
Slate Shannon. Had a big time, huh, Jose?
Oh, in certain places in Havana, they will remember my name. I carved my initials on the walls.
They'll never forget you.
Don't be too sure, senor. In Havana, the profession is to forget. A man, his name, the days of yesterday. Help me, senor.
What's the matter? You feel sick?
An ugly pain chases itself inside me, around and about. Please, I need atmosphere. Lots of fresh atmosphere.
Come on. We'll go out on the observation platform.
My paper bag. Where's my paper bag? All of Jose's in this bag.
Here it is. I've got it. Come on.
Oh, gracias, senor. I told you, you are very simpatico.
Right out this door. You'll be all right. Here we are. Take a deep breath, Jose. You'll feel better.
Give me my paper bag, please, senor. In it I have pills to heal the sickness of going away from Havana.
Here you are.
Gracias. Little pink pills. And this. It surprises you, Senor Shannon, that in this paper bag Jose Clemente carries a gun?
It does. Especially when you point it at a simpatico fellow like me.
Now, this is a remarkable little gun, Senor Shannon. So little and still big enough to make you fall from this train. You never get to San Tomas. I will shed tears and say you were drunk. But you and I will know that the little gun did it.
Might not be that easy.
It will, senor. If you do not fall, I will make a hole in your simpatico face and then throw you over. You have a choice, senor.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Now, why didn't you want me to get to San Tomas, Jose? But you can't tell me, can you?
to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Mr. Slate, he go to San Tomas to look for Lady Sailor by train first class. On train he meet a little man with gun who try to keep him from his destination. Little man, he don't know, he don't succeed. Find his body by track in railroad weed. Little man...
All right, King, I got the message.
I thought to take your mind off your troubles, Mr. Slate.
You're kidding. What troubles have I got? A little punk tries to throw me off a train. We get into a fight and he falls off. Cops ask me why I did a thing like that. I tell them why. For 3 hours I tell them why. They don't believe me. What troubles, huh?
The big trouble of not finding Lady Sailor where you thought her to be.
Yeah. You came up with one.
These others, the police, the little man, they do not make so much hurt as the absence of Lady Sailor, do they, Mr. Slate?
You won't sing me a song about it, huh, King?
Well, if it's not your wish, Mr. Slate.
Thanks.
You promised to bring her back to us.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? I don't get it, King. I go to that address in Santa Moss, there's no one there, just an alley cat and some hysterical chickens. I couldn't even find them a rooster.
You told the police of the man from intelligence, the man Mr. Johnston?
Mm-hmm. They never heard of him.
But such a man would register with the police. It's always done.
Pay attention, King. I told you I'd find her. All I have to do is start from the beginning. Remember how Sailor went to a party?
Yes, Mr. Slate.
Well, this time I brought her home. She might turn into a pumpkin.
Comfortable, Mr. Vaughn?
Why did you bring me back to Havana?
Because the method of your disposal has not been contracted for. If I'm to kill you, the man has to tell me. In what manner, for how much. It's up to the man.
How does my hair look? I want to make a good impression.
A Faulkner doesn't impress.
Oh, so there really is a Faulkner.
Well, surely. This is his place. Of course, he rented it, furnished, but it's indicative of his tastes. Expensive, like mine.
Tell me, how does it feel to kill a man?
It gets easier all the time. But here, let's talk of more pleasant things. Consider, shall we, these goblets. Crystal. Exquisite. Here, hold one up to the light. No? Or, then this candlestick on the table. Hand-wrought silver. Don't you shiver when you see something so beautiful?
Never did. Mr. Johnstone.
Yes.
How much did you say you got for killing Sinclair?
2,000.
You want a shiver?
Pardon?
Wait a minute. Here, take a look at this locket.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
Here, I'll take it off so you can see. The diamond in it is worth, well, your $2,000 would buy a corner of it. Here. Oh, I'm sorry I dropped it.
Oh, let me. You've got your foot on it, Mr. Vaughn.
And you put yours right in it. What do you know? You dented Mr. Faulkner's candlestick. Oh, sailor, sailor, you're so brave and clever. Why do you fight it? Huh?
There's humor in this. A killer lying at your feet, you standing over him with a candlestick in your hand. Irony, the essence of humor.
Who are you?
My name is Faulkner, and yours is Duval. It's fortunate.
I've had better things happen to me.
You have a boat, I've heard, and I have you. I'll need both of you. And Mr. Shannon, and Mr. Johnstone, and this gun.
Whatever you're selling, go away.
I'm Slate Shannon, Miss Grant. May I come in?
Oh, the exciting, the notorious Mr. Shannon. That'd be delightful. Come in, Slade. Ricky, darling, this is Slade Shannon. Oh, don't be frightened, darling. I'm here. There That's right. You just sit here at my feet and play your native songs and let me run my fingers through your curly, black hair.
Hiya, Ricky. And likewise, I'm sure.
What is it you want of me, Slade? My presence at your little dive to lend it chic?
Your presence does that in the dive?
Isn't he divine, Ricky? Now tell me, what is it you really want? A charity contribution?
I'm looking for Miss Duval, Sailor Duval.
Oh, then it is a charity contribution. Why do you come to me looking for another woman? You're gauche, Slade. That means crude.
Uh-huh. Where is she?
I haven't the slightest idea. The last I saw of her, she was on a balcony with Louis Sinclair. Louis yelled, "Yippee!" And they were off together into the somewhere.
Into what somewhere?
Wherever girls and boys have fun yelling yippee at each other. How would I know?
But you know where Sinclair lives.
Mm-hmm. You want to know, too?
Yeah. Now.
Tease me for it.
So help me, Miss Grant. If you don't give me Sinclair's address, I may hit you over the head with guitar, curly boy and all.
Ricky, are you going to sit there fingering that stupid guitar and let this wonderful man talk to me like that? Of course you are.
You're keen, Rick. You're a pal.
Try the Hotel Caesar, Slade, because you're so thrilling.
Hey, how about some service around here? Service!
Si, senor. I am the service. ¿Qué can I do for you?
¿Qué can I do for you?
¿Qué means what? I throw in a Spanish word so I am colorful. This way the tourists don't mind no bath with the room.
Do you have a Senor Sinclair with a room?
Sinclair. Aha.
Well, stop being so colorful. Just tell me where I can find Sinclair.
Por favor. 1 second. I shall return. 1 little minute.
Yeah, hurry back.
Senor, senor.
Someone came for Sinclair?
See, very dangerous-looking man. I see him. I say to myself, aha. Then when he asks for Sinclair, I say...
Gracias. Oh, Senor Slade.
Hey, what is this? I ask a man for Sinclair and I get a minion of the law. How come I get you, LaSalle?
I ask you the same question likewise. And so?
Look, Sailor went to a party. She was supposed to meet a man named Sinclair. She hasn't been home. If she married him, I want to shake her hand and wish her things.
If she married him, she should be crying.
What?
For she would be a widow.
Sinclair is dead?
Murdered. Shot. He was found beneath the pier at San Tomas.
Where's Sailor?
I do not know, amigo. But one thing we do know. Senor Sinclair was not as he appeared. He was a member of the intelligence of your country.
Sinclair was? I thought...
Thought what?
I don't have to think about it. Sailor's in trouble. I've got to find her.
Senor Slade.
Arrest me later, LaSalle. I've got to find Sailor.
Good luck, amigo.
There's a gun on your back, Shannon.
Well, Johnston. I know. You want a dime for a cup of coffee.
But you don't want to die in the gutter. Get into that car.
Your friend Faulkner handles my boat real good.
He's the genius type. Knows everything.
Hey, Faulkner. Where are we going?
Tell him, Johnston.
We're going to meet a freighter in the middle of the Caribbean Sea.
It's going to be a neat trick in this fog.
Oh, the genius will find it.
He's not so smart. He needs a freighter. We don't need a freighter, do we, Sailor?
No, he's not smart. We're smart. Look at us.
I've been looking at you, Mr. Val. It took a blow with a candlestick to make me do it. It's a pity you're not going on that freighter.
Where's it going?
To a place of refuge. A place where they're going to pay us a lot of money for picking Faulkner's brains.
They pay good for traders, huh?
Well, you'd be surprised.
Johnstone got $2,000 for killing Sinclair. Didn't you, Mr. Johnstone?
Yes, I've got a quirk. I like money.
You know what I think, Johnstone?
What?
I think for a man of your talents, that's a paltry sum. Real paltry, huh, Sailor?
Awfully paltry.
What would you consider a fair price for killing a man?
That depends now. If it were a man like Faulkner...
Slate, how could you? Mr. Faulkner and Mr. Johnstone admire each other.
Oh, my mistake.
You people have something on your mind.
I've still got my locket. Here, it's in my hand. You could get $5,000 for it in any hock shop in the world.
You can believe her. I've gotten it.
All I'd have to do is shoot you, Mr. Duval, and then I'd have the locket.
My hand's on the rail, Mr. Johnstone. If you shot me now, the locket would drop into the ocean. You'd have to get wet to get it.
I'd make book you wouldn't get it.
It's worth $5,000. $5,000 to kill Falk. I'm going to tell you people something you won't believe.
We'll believe you.
I never had $5,000 at one time in my life.
You're not getting any younger, you know.
Don't you ever get tired of meeting freighters in the dark? How do you know what these people on the boat will do to you? They don't need you.
Faulkner, please, it's difficult enough. This fog
It'll only take a second.
Oh, what do you want? What? Don't, you fool. I'll kill you.
Dutch sailor.
You're going to die, Faulkner.
Johnstone, he went overboard.
Now you, Shannon, Miss Duval.
The wheel, we're going to ram that freighter.
We all die. We all...
Grab the wheel, sailor. You did good, sailor.
Faulkner.
He's dead.
Take the wheel, Slate. Maybe I'll be a girl for 2 minutes. Maybe I'll faint.
Sailor.
What do you want?
Where'd you get that locket?
A man gave it to me.
What man?
A man.
You love him?
A lot. He was my father.
Why'd you let me hock it last time?
You were nice to me.
Come here.
What did you do that for?
I want to hock it again.
I might have known. It's the first of the month.
Mm-hmm. Payment's due on the boat.
I thought you owned the boat.
I put a mortgage on it so I could get the hotel out of hock.
Don't you own anything outright?
Yeah, the moon. Come on outside and I'll give it to you.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Is your name Slate Shannon?
That's right. And this is Miss Duval.
I'm very happy.
Then I'm happy, too. Hello.
My name is Cameron. I have a plantation outside of San Tomas, sugar.
Sugar? For the time being, just call me Sailor.
What can we do for you, Mr. Cameron?
I've never come to a man in and begged before in my life.
Well, then you've come to the wrong man. You don't have to beg anything from me.
It's about a girl. A young girl. Wild, impetuous, and spoiled.
No, thanks. Mr. Shannon already has one.
Sailor, why don't you go and put a new point in our desk pen?
Where am I going to get a new point? Post office is closed.
Please. It's about my daughter. It's about Kathy. Kathy and the Blue Moon.
Oh, yes. There's a gambling ship in the bay called the Blue Moon. Look, if you're a man in trouble, I'll listen to you. If all you want to do is hire someone to spank your daughter for gambling, get yourself somebody else.
Because nobody else can do what I want you to do.
You haven't told Slate yet what it is. Maybe he won't.
Do you mind if I make my own decision, Sailor? Go ahead, Miss Cameron.
Kathy's involved with a man named Norton.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He owns the Blue Moon. How did your daughter get mixed up with a guy like that?
I don't know. All I know is she's met him. She's changed. She's a stranger to me. She's on that boat all the time.
I have an easy solution. Why don't you just tell Mr. Norton to buy your daughter from the boat?
I've tried that. He laughed in my face. He told me...
Hold it a minute. Sailor, there's a guy over there at the cigar counter. Take care of him. Well, go ahead, Sailor. I'll remember every word Mr. Cameron says and tell you later. All right, Cameron?
Well, Norton knows something about Kathy I don't. I know my daughter. It's more than just a lust for gambling. Please, will you help me, Shannon? Go there, talk to Kathy. Convince her that she need never go back to that ship again. Please, I'll give you anything.
Put your wallet back. Your daughter's in trouble with Norton. I'll try to straighten her out.
You don't understand, Shannon. I'm a rich man.
When I bring Kathy back, you'll give me a box of lump sugar?
You're not too loud, Paul. You disturb our boss.
Tell Greg I want to see him.
Our boss sleeps. His brain goes all the time. He needs rest.
Wake him up, Mickey. I've got something for him.
I don't wake up boss till he asks me.
Wake me up, Mickey. Who wants me?
It's your croupier, Paul. The wheel junkie says he's got something. He can keep it to himself till you get your share of sleep, boss.
Let him in.
Our boss says for me to let you in. I'll let.
You have something for me, Paul? Well, give it to me, but make it tender because I just woke up.
I was in Shannon's place a little while ago.
And you had fun. Rub my neck, Mickey. There's a crick in it.
Yeah, thanks, boss.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
There was someone else there. Kathy Cameron's father.
Now the other side, Mickey.
He's sick with worry about his daughter. Wants Shannon to take her away from you.
You three must have made a jolly group.
They were so wrapped up in it, Shannon, his girl, Cameron, they thought all I wanted was to buy a pack of cigarettes.
You're a good boy, Paul. The thing of many talents.
Shannon's coming out here to the boat. I thought you'd need to know.
Paul's a good boy, isn't he, Mickey?
I'm better for you, boss. He can't do the things for you I can do. He can't...
Of course he can't, Mickey. Nobody can. That's why I keep you around, isn't it?
See? That's why he keeps me around. That's why...
Sure, Mickey. So they want to take Kathy away from me. And Kathy will never leave me.
Because I fixed it that way, didn't I, boss?
Mm-hmm. Because you threw yourself in front of her car because she thought she'd killed you. That's why you've got to keep out of her sight, because for as long as she thinks you don't exist, she belongs to me. Till I use her up. Her and her daddy's money. And so clean. She loses it to me at the roulette table. Clean and legitimate.
Boss, this Shannon could...
No one's going to spoil it, Mickey. Not a well-paying corpse like you. I give you my word.
Look through the porthole, Greg. That's Shannon's boat coming alongside.
Go hold his hand, Paul. Then bring him to me. I want to tell him how he can't part two sweethearts like Kathy and me. You do me and my gambling ship great honor, Miss Duval, Mr. Shannon.
Your boy brought us to you. We asked for Kathy Cameron.
He didn't want to deny me the pleasure of meeting you two. He has standing orders to deliver to me first the illustrious, the renowned.
You see, Slate? I keep telling you that's what we are. You never believe me. Go on, Mr. Norton. You were saying...
That I would have shuddered if you came aboard and deprived me of yourselves.
Gee, you're smooth, Mr. Norton. The way you talk. The waxed mustache. That's the only word for you. Smooth.
So you saved yourself a shudder, Norton. Now, is it all right if we go find Kathy?
She may not care for you disturbing her at the gambling table. Now, what did you want with Miss Cameron?
We're going to take her back to Havana with us, Norton, because her father's lonesome for her. He's a funny guy. He thinks his daughter ought to spend more time at home. Any objections? I only asked you because you stuck your nose in.
No objections. I only fear for you.
You think you can stop me?
I know I can. However, Miss Cameron is in the casino on A deck. And please sign the guest book. I'll want something to remember you by.
Number 12 on the black. Black pays, 12 pays.
Miss Cameron?
What?
Mind if we talk to you?
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets.
Mind if we talk to you?
Go away.
I can't do that, Miss Cameron.
Why don't you two try the poop deck? It's a good place to jump from.
Jump from? Oh, your preposition is dangling, Kathy. Your father must have picked the wrong finishing school for you.
My father? Oh, it made me miss my bet.
Sailor.
I know. You want me to kibitz that hot game of old maid over there.
Come on, Kathy. Let's get some air, you and I.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
It's an advice I use to make myself clear. Come on.
I made a suggestion to you before concerning the poop deck. Or if that doesn't suit you, why don't you try it from this rail?
Now, you're just a kid, Kathy. You've got to grow up a little more before that kind of talk becomes you.
Oh, you think I'm a kid?
19, 20? Kids that old and women over 40 use lipstick the way you do.
Another suggestion. A girl 19 is better for you. Want to know why? I'll put my arms around you and show you.
Hey, take it easy.
And hold you. Okay, Norton.
Yeah! Ah. Did you notice, Miss Cameron? I only had to do it once, right in back of the neck.
Get him out of here.
I think I'll give him back to Miss Duval. Don't you think I'm considerate?
Mr. Slate, he stood on moonlit deck. Man from behind hit him in he neck. Lady Sailor, she bring from ship Blue Moon her winnings to date, Mr. Slate in a swoon. Because they tried to do one very good deed, bring daughter back to father who cried his need. He waved at them a face full of woe. Mr. Slate, he said, don't cry, I go.
You see, Slate, you didn't make such a hobby of helping people, this never would have happened to you.
Yeah, that's just what a fellow needs at a time like this, Sailor, a kind word.
Now you are hurt, Mr. Slate, because you love a good deed too much?
Yeah, I live for the moment when I can bring a wandering girl back to her daddy.
Let Norton have her. I don't think I could go through this again.
You go through with it.
Your neck is my neck. I read that once in a poem.
I'm going back to the Blue Moon, Sailor. Mend me real nice because I got some things to do there. I want to look good.
If you go back, they'll kill you. Those were Norton's parting words to me. He said, tell him not to come back. Next time, I'll give him to you in pieces. You're a complicated man, Slate. I could never put you back together again.
Give me another whiff of your smelling salts, Sailor. That ringing noise is back in my skull.
You're a ham bone. That's the telephone. Shannon's place, Sailor Duval.
Mr. Shannon, please.
Oh, It's for you, Slate, the man who grows sugar. He's in a tizzy. Anyway, he makes sounds like a tizzy.
I'll let you know. Slate Shannon speaking.
Forget it, Mr. Shannon. Forget ever I've called on you. I don't need you any longer.
Where are you, Mr. Cameron?
I'm at home. But you're not to come here. You're not to...
Get me a clean shirt, Sailor. I've got to see a man who doesn't need me.
Shannon, I told you...
What's this all about, Cameron?
Did anyone follow you here?
I didn't bother to look. Let's go inside.
If they followed you...
Inside. Norton's got you scared, too, huh?
You don't know what you're doing coming here.
Who did he threaten? You or your daughter?
Get out of here.
You made a big noise when I first met you, Cameron. Now all I hear is chicken. Your daughter needs help. What happened to all your worry about her?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You're kidding.
No! Let go of me.
You're going to calm down. There. That's better. Now, don't let us throw you. It's just a matter of age and condition.
They'll kill her.
Now, they won't kill her. That's not what you're afraid of.
Yes, yes.
They're taking all your money through her. Killing you would be a safer investment. That way, they'd get the money a lot faster.
I don't want to die.
Well, neither do I. You started something with me. Now it's got to be finished.
Back to Bold Venture. Our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
I give you 2 words, Slate. You're crazy.
Yeah, I get psychotic when I'm beat over the head. Now, look, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Go get some sleep.
I've gotten better prizes than you in the bottom of a Cracker Jack box.
Why don't you do what I tell you?
Look, if you tried to handle the Bold Venture now, you'd drive her into the rocks. In your condition,
You've got a condition.
The man said he'd kill you if you came out to the Blue Moon again. He said that... Aren't you going to help me aboard our boat? All right. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. I had a spaniel once who had better manners than you. Talk to me, Slate.
Out of the way. Come on. Now, you're going to give me trouble.
Who are you talking to?
Out of the way. Taylor,
What do you want?
come here. Look at the motor. Wires all over the place.
Someone's come aboard.
Who's there? I can't see your face. Who is it?
But you can see my gun, can't you?
Who are you?
How about you, Miss Duvall? Can you see it?
Move it a little to the left. Thanks. My, it's pretty in the moonlight.
If you get that boat fixed, take it north. If you take it south, you might get too close to the Blue Moon. Then everything will blow up in your face.
I've been pushed around long enough. I've got about...
And next time, I'll put the bullet into your head, Shannon, instead of into the woodwork of your boat. Want to try? No? See? You can be sensible. Good night, mechanics.
You do yourself nicely on my money, Paul. Your apartment, charming. The decor, excellent taste. And now that I've performed the amenities, you have something for me?
It'll take Shannon a long time to fix his boat.
And you convinced him not to annoy us anymore?
It's hard to tell with a man like Shannon.
Yes, you're ever so right. And it's up to you, my dear Kathy. If Shannon should discover you're a murderess, a hit-and-run killer, they'd take you away from me. And that would make you desolate, wouldn't it?
You wanted me to do something? Just tell me. Don't claw at me like a fat cat.
Emotions have their way with you, don't they, my dear? All right. Call Shannon's place. Ask for Miss Duval. Tell her to come here because you need her so desperately. In 10 minutes. You do need her, Kathy. So you won't waste your precious life away in prison.
Shannon's place, Sailor Duval speaking.
This is Kathy, Miss Duval. Kathy Cameron. Is Mr. Shannon there?
No, he's sitting up with a sick boat. He's hypnotic.
Good. Listen, you must come here alone. 16 Paseo Gomez, apartment 12. In 10 minutes, if it matters to you whether I live.
Well, that's the other side of town. How do I get there this time of night? There are no cabs. What do I do? Wave a wand over a pumpkin?
Oh, you must. Please, find a way.
Well, maybe King Moses will lend me his jalopy. What's wrong, Kathy? Why do you
In
want...
10 minutes, Mr. Val. The way you wanted it, Craig?
Your choice of words was exquisite, my dear. And it is a matter of whether you live.
Dum da dum dum da da. Hey, watch out! You crazy fool! Look, I didn't see you. Oh, you're hurt, aren't you? I'll go get help.
Hey there.
I'm mighty glad to see somebody. This man
I
ran...
saw what happened.
Get a doctor, will you?
Your car was weaving from side to side. You ran this man down.
What are you talking about? He just ran out in front of the car.
And you tried to run away. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have just left the man lying there.
You know something?
You don't have anything to worry about as long as you listen to me.
You know something? Now your voice fits your face. First it was your face. You spin the wheel on the blue moon. And your voice happened a little while ago, aboard our boat. Wait a minute.
It doesn't matter who I am. You hit that man.
Ouch! Hey, you out of your mind, lady?
Did I pinch you too hard? You're supposed to be dead.
Hey, we got a clever one on our hands, Paul.
Yeah. She's done being clever. Throw her in the car, Mickey. The boss will tell you where to throw her after that.
Welcome, Mr. Slate. I got coffee perking for you in the kitchen.
Thanks, King. You didn't have to wait up for me.
What I have and have not to do, Mr. Slate, is my own affair. I go bring your coffee.
Oh, no coffee. Stay here, King. Sing to me. Right now, I need sleep.
I do not think sleep will come to you, Mr. Slate.
You just sit there and watch it.
It will not come because Miss Sailor is not here.
She wants to roam
Havana this time, and I'd let her. I got other things on my mind.
2 hours ago, there came a phone call. Miss Sailor scribble address on pad, borrow my auto. Here is the address. I think you better go look for her, Mr. Slate.
Because you're afraid she'll abscond with that heap. Take $20 out of the register, King. That'll take care of it.
Because the call came from Miss Kathy Cameron.
Huh?
I told you sleep would not come, Mr. Slate.
You banging on the right door, mister?
Yeah. Banging on the right head. Oh! Now we'll drag you inside. Come on, up on your feet. Get with it, Buster. Start talking.
What's the matter with you?
Up. This is where we were 10 seconds ago. Start talking.
Not gonna get you anyplace, Shannon.
You know my name. That's for taking the liberty. What did you do with Sailor?
Blue Moon. She's there.
How come she's there? You're going to answer me, Buster, because you happen to be fresh off the Blue Moon. You're the guy who spins the roulette wheel.
Tried to frame her. Didn't work.
How?
Make like hit and run. Blackmail. Little guy, Mickey, used to make a living at it. Run in front of the car, make out he's hurt. People get scared. Pay off.
Sailor was too smart.
Didn't bite.
Same gambit you pulled on Kathy Cameron, huh?
Get out of it, Shannon.
You know, for a guy who spins a roulette wheel all day, how come you keep one in your apartment?
Hobby.
Uh-huh. Hobby. And you'll enjoy this. I read where a croupier in Monte Carlo practiced and practiced. He got good. He could put that ball in the black slot or the red slot almost every time he wanted.
You're buying grief.
He couldn't do it every time, but his average was great.
All right, all right.
Like you and Norton are doing to Kathy Cameron. Blackmailing her on a hit-and-run caper. She pays off by playing the wheel, loses money every night. Knows it's rigged against her and can't do anything about it.
Stealing money legal.
Uh-huh. Because I woke you from a deep sleep. Oh! I give it back to you. Hey, amigo. Your boat for hire?
Let me hear a number, senor.
$5.
Not the right number. Try Carlos with the catboat.
$10.
put your money where my hand is.
Here, $8 and change. The Blue Moon, Skipper. She's anchored a few miles out.
First, I count the change.
Look, you.
You want the Blue Moon, senor? Then let me count the change. 97, 98, 99. Oh, here is the other penny. You almost didn't make it, senor. You want I should wait for you, senor?
Yeah, wait.
I give you a hand up the side.
Now, there's rope hanging down from the side. Just hold the end of it. I'm going up hand over hand. And now, pick a cabin, Shannon, and see how your luck is. Sailor. Sailor. Sailor.
Hey, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah, isn't it, though? I'll get back to you. Sailor,
Is that you, Slade?
let me in.
I can't. The door's locked.
You got a hairpin?
What's the matter? The night wind playing hard with your hair, too?
Slip it under the door.
All right, here. Where did you learn how to pick a lock?
A friend of mine taught me. Gee, that reminds me, I owe her a letter. Oh, stay like this, sailor. It's been too long since I felt your arm against my cheek.
Just think. All this while, there's only been a hairpin between...
Get back in there, sailor. Put your hair up. I'll be back.
Get away, Shannon. You made a mistake, Shannon. I'm going to find you in that boiler room and kill you. I see you, Shannon. Well, I've got to hand it to you, Shannon. You tried. Too bad you had to die on a coal pile. You almost...
Come on down to the coal pile with me.
I'll brain you.
Start with this. I can still hear you. Can't hear you anymore now, Norton.
Slade, are you all right?
Look, I spoiled the nice clean shirt you washed for me.
I'll wash your other one.
First, there's a couple of guys on this boat. I've got to collect them for the police.
What about Kathy?
She's got nothing more to worry about. Her father can get her.
Well, it happened again, Slade. You did your good deed, and you got your lumps for it. Don't you get tired of it.
Till the next time. Let's get out of here, sailor. Yeah, she's all fixed, sailor. The last wire's in place. The Bold Venture's going to run like a dream.
Fine. Where are we going?
I didn't say we were going anyplace. I just said the Bold Venture'd run like a dream. You want to hear it?
If it makes you happy.
All right. Wait till you hear that motor purr.
What kind of a dream does that sound like?
I had it running a minute ago.
Let me try.
What'd you do to it?
Touched it gently. You want to see how? See? Your eyes, your cheeks, your lips. You purr too, don't you?
Full speed ahead, sailor. There's a smooth sea tonight.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Hey, watch it, sailor. That's the second time in 3 blocks a car's almost run you down. What's the matter?